Moved from Turkey to the US, here's the reason why. Thought America was cool, guess I was high. Maybe it was the food that I was attracted to. 70 types of Oreo made me into Marabou. Joined TYT, then left it, started streaming. Spent half of my time banging my desk and screaming. But just when you think you've got me down and out of ammo, that's when I turn around and hit you with an effing blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. 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 With an effing blammo. 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 That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
Lips call me woke bay and fell in love with my face. Though my voice was soy, so I turned up the bass. Small head, bad takes, the haters said. Not as bad as their moms got it when I took them to bed. Getting shit on for trying to prove there is no schism between our capitalism and our imperialism. Screw it.
I'm saying it.
24/7, here it comes. America deserved 9. Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With the effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With the effing blammo. Blammo. With the effing blammo.
There you go, dude.
That chest it up. That chest now. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. That chest it up. With an effing blammo. Dating adult stars, breaking hearts, spending pants.
I get it.
With the dress sense equivalent of Comic Sans. Champagne, socialist, Porsche owner, HasanAbi. I've heard it all, even from the stands in my lobby. Single himbo leftist against a world of grifters. They try to cancel me, but only manage to lift us. Last bar's coming up, but you'll miss it, don't be sour, cause we're approaching the ad break at the top of the hour.
Segue.
Blammo! Blammo! Blammo!
I said it.
With an effing blammo.
That's what that is.
With an effing blammo. Blammo! Blammo! With an effing blammo! 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 That chest it up, that chest now, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, that chest it up, with an effing blammo.
There you go, dude. I did it.
What's going on, everybody?
Witness me.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic
gamblers, the
evening,
believers, and the
fantastic
doubters,
afternoon,
okay?
fantastic
Suck
pre-noon.
me. Y'all are benchod, madarchod.
You know what I mean? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive on fire, California, Los Angeles. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the 14th of January. Up next is Japanuary. But of course, before we get to Japanuary, there's a lot of craziness happening in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news before we get into all of that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Tuesday. It's freaking Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday, news day, and there's a lot to talk about. But first, personal news. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And not a lot has actually happened. I'll be honest. Not a lot has actually happened. Some stuff has happened in my world. You might know about it. I woke up in the morning after finally finishing the extended Lord of the Rings trilogy. After finishing the Lord of the Rings extended trilogy with my mom, I went to bed and I woke up to this insane thing. Kim Kardashian posted my interview with Kimbo, who was wonderful. It was fantastic. Like on her Instagram, which I think is crazy. I just don't understand how that happened. I don't understand how this works. I mean, I do understand it. She actually does hyper focus on recidivism quite a bit. So I was on Democracy Now. Hell yeah, look at that. They put my interview on Democracy Now. Let's go. That's amazing. Dude, this is journalism, baby. This is some real journalism. Remember when I told you guys I don't normally do journalism, but sometimes I do, and I like make new news? This is it. Lol, you were the only one in her corner when she met with Trump and left Kanye? I was in her corner because I've always appreciated her efforts to combat recidivism, efforts like I've given her props when props are deserving, you know? But in any case, NBC's title calls you a YouTuber. I don't mind it. I don't care.
Meanwhile,
but yeah, we were getting a lot of media hits on this, and it's great. I'm glad that people are paying attention. Not to me, I'm saying, like, I'm glad that people are paying attention to what's going on. You don't know how satisfying it is to see you in the mainstream media after years of my parents telling me you're a fringe conspiracy theorist. Yeah. In any case, you know, I'm working on some really cool stuff for Japan as well. I'm working on some really cool stuff for Japan. But yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on that stuff. But I'm trying to link up with the JCP, the Japanese Communist Party, so someone got your old Kim tweet? Wait, why? What is up with this? What is up with this font? Is this a real thing that I tweeted? Because this is something that I've said before, but I know I make fun of Kim Kardashian a lot, but let's be real, she has the power to do more for prison reform than the 500 columnists making fun of her combined. Are you meeting up with Connor? Yeah. What is this font? Like, is this a boomer font? Anyway, what the hell? Okay. I mean, if they're anything like the Taiwanese Communist Party, it's communist in name only to attract young people. Thinking that there's any sort of motion for communism amongst the Japanese youth is so funny. No, the Japanese Communist Party is comprised of like 95-year-old communists. Anyway. Yesterday was the day of mainstream media appearances, apparently. You on NBC and Linus on Jimmy Fallon. Yeah, I watched a TikTok of Linus on Jimmy Fallon and he killed it. He was very funny. Congratulations to Linus, making it to the big leagues. Respect. Anyway, but what else? Kohei Saito as well. I will also talk to Kohei Saito as well. But hopefully, if I can. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. We're gonna try to do all of that. So but yeah, Kaho Shibuya responded. I know I've been talking to her on Discord as well. But yeah, we're gonna get that worked up. We're gonna get that done too. Anyway, Oliver, stop linking me a Japanese quiz. There's a lot going on and I need to like get through it quickly. But Bernie Sanders is going to be on the broadcast. That's right. It's finally happening. It was supposed to happen a while back, but we had to push it back a couple different times. Scheduling conflicts and the like, but it's finally taking place today. I'm very excited about that, obviously. Bernard Sanders, the man, the myth, the legend, the GOAT. I will be talking to him. We have him on for, you know, not a super long period of time, but yeah. That's it. Have you met him before? I've met him in person one time many years ago when he visited the TYT studio, but I've never actually like had an extended one-on-one conversation with him. So yeah, we're feeling the burn. All right. Feeling the burn later. Will Trump push Israel to finally accept ceasefire? Wildfire updates as wind conditions worsen. What else? There's so much to talk about today. Oh, the Pete Hegseth grilling. Pete Hegseth grilled. Bernie's at 2 p.m. Yes, Bernie is going to be on at 2 p.m. chatters. I was on Kim K's IG. I'm more. Get in now. TikTok ban grows. Red note popularity. Dude, you should be so proud. What? What do you mean? Now that you're cool with Kim K, you can radicalize a white woman. Xiaohongshu. I just love saying words in Mandarin and just yelling them out. I don't know why. Anyway, Hasan x Bernie, greatest collab of all time. It's crazy. For many of you, Bernie Sanders is probably like a major reason as to how you found me, how you found yourself, how you found your political identity, you know? And I think Bernie Sanders is incredibly important in at least like the past decades politics. Like he's very meaningful, very important person. For me personally and for many of you as well. So that's why it's like kind of a interesting predicament where it's the circle. It's the circle closing, chat. You know what I mean? Is he joining in person or via video call? That'd be really funny if I had him in my house. But no, he's not joining in person. That would be incredible, but he will be joining via phone call. Chatters, don't be crazy now. Have a blast off meme. I already posted a blast off meme as well. It is kind of weird. I just realized it's kind of weird how much Bernie stuff I have. by the way. Like, I have a puppet of Bernie, like, back there. You know what I mean? I have so much Bernie stuff everywhere that is just a part of the background of the stream, and it's like a part of my life that I didn't even really consider. That's a wild thing. Like, I'm straight up interviewing the guy that I have the dolls of, you know? How do you prep for the Bernie interview? Brother, I've been prepping for the Bernie interview my whole life. Okay? That's how I prep for the Bernie interview, by just, you know, being an outspoken professional leftist political commentator for almost a decade. Yeah, for a decade at this point. We have a limited amount of time though, so I'm just gonna try to move through it as fast as I possibly can. Are you not having him at your house because you're afraid he'll be mad at your house is too expensive for a socialist? Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. He's gonna say, wow, this house is so big, you're so phony. No, he's not gonna say that. You want to know why? Because he's Mr. House owner himself. Do you not remember? Do you not remember how much people freaked out over Bernard being like, oh, he owns a house, how can he be a socialist? Virtually everything that people yell at me about, they've yelled at him about as well, because that's just like a common meta. And it's funny because, like, I really wish I could have gotten like a Lex Fridman style long extensive interview opportunity with him, because there's a lot more interesting stuff that I would love to talk to him about outside of just like what's immediately happening in the world of politics. And I'm working on that, for the record, just so you guys know. I'm working on that. I'm working on doing something more extensive and in person, but this is a great introduction. Something more long form, I think. Ask him if he balls. I know that will be a point of a conversation. But in any case, house guys are the new wife guys. Yeah. All right. Well, that's the blast off meme. We've blasted off. Playlist for later. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. We have a lot to talk about. Bernie Sanders interview is already at 2 p.m. Like I said. It's so funny that it's in the title, but no one cares. Absolutely no one cares that it's already in the title. Did you hear about Sam Cedar and Emma jokingly upset about you not inviting them over yet? Yes, I did. That was yesterday. I know there's zero it will happen, but I think you would do great. The Traders US. What is that even? Chatter, I don't have no idea what you just said, but thank you. I guess, or no. The answer is yes or no, maybe. Should I get my hopes up for the Israel-Palestine ceasefire? I think a lot more awful things are most likely going to happen in Gaza, and in Palestine in general, but for the time being, it does seem like there will be a brief moment of solace. We'll see. A brief moment of solace and maybe a brief moment of a ceasefire. And I don't want anyone, any person to be duped by the way that people have covered this. If you've been in here if you've been in here, and if you've been watching my coverage of Israel Palestine over the course of the past year or so, you already know exactly what was going to happen. I called it out ahead of time. Okay? And not only did I call it out ahead of time, I also told you how simple it was, how easy it was to deal with this from the perspective of an American government, how much power this any American government has over Israel. And yet the Biden administration didn't do anything about it. But we'll get to that in a brief moment. Before we do that, yeah, Kim Kardashian posted me, which I think is pretty crazy. I joked and I said, we need Kim Kardashian on Fortnite Friday. March got mad at me for not saying we need Kim Kardashian on Fear and. I just wanted to make sure, you know, that I was using this opportunity in the spotlight for something that she would do rather than something that she definitely wouldn't do. Also, in the upcoming days, I will most likely have HasanAbi Head Phineas on the broadcast as well. And also, March, don't worry, I'll have him on the pod too. So yeah, we'll work on that. Okay, bro, now you're just doing too much. Pff, just wait. Working on getting Adam McKay on as well. Will you apologize to the Polish people also on stream? Yeah, I want to start off by saying something, okay? I want to start off by saying something. We've all made mistakes, okay? We have all made mistakes. Who among us has not made a mistake from time and time again, you know, from time to time? I myself have made mistakes as well. I have disrespected the beautiful, wonderful nation of Poland far too many times. I have. And I'm here to apologize. And I'm here to tell you, my beautiful Polish chatters, if you are signing on from the one singular computer that you have readily available at your government location, I am sorry. I am sorry. I didn't know you bawled like that. I did not know that you had it in you like that. I was mistaken by your government. I was mistaken by some of your worst racists. And it made me feel as though there was just an overwhelming amount of racist dumbasses in Poland. Okay? I didn't know you had game like that. Real recognize real. Game recognize game. Why am I saying this? Because there's a protest in Warsaw against the Polish government allowing Netanyahu to attend the Holocaust commemoration despite the ICC arrest warrant. Protest organizers said that this is an insult to all the victims of genocide and a shameful betrayal of the memory of the Holocaust victims. As you guys know, there is like a Holocaust memorial commemoration thing that's happening in Poland, and Poland is under the Rome Statute and therefore has legal obligations to ensure that if an ICC warranted war criminal actually steps foot inside of its national boundaries, then they're supposed to get arrested and immediately sent to The Hague. Now, the irony, of course, is that like a lot of these international organs of justice have been created and developed in the aftermath of World War II, or became like, the versions of themselves. But the initial principle of international cooperation like this is a direct byproduct of some of these crimes that were committed during World War II. So the irony here is that, Benjamin Netanyahu, a person who's serially violating those things, is violating those things to go to a commemoration of the Holocaust. So truly an interesting juxtaposition. But like I said, once again, let me replay that Polish national anthem one more time for all the real ones out there. Poland has not yet perished so long as we still live. What the alien force has taken from us, we shall retrieve with a stabur. March, march, Dabrowski, I say, from the Italian land to Poland. Under your command, we shall rejoin the nation. That's right. I didn't know you had ball like that. I didn't know you knew game like that, Poland. I apologize. I was misguided. Pierogies are excellent. Okay. That's right. One more time. Anyway, any chance the government is lying to make Netanyahu feel safe going there? That's pretty funny. What's funny is the Polish government said they won't arrest him, and he said he's not coming anyway. So double L for the Polish government. No, all I'm saying is, you know, I apologize for my crimes against Poland. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Y'all are good. Y'all are good in my book. Okay, y'all are good in my book. Okay, understand something. I'm making amends for my anti-Polish racism. My crimes: making fun of Polish people, making fun of Poland, consistently saying that Poland only has one computer, repeating Polish people are dumb jokes. Okay. Making unfair assessments about the overwhelming majority of Polish people by, you know, judging the worst of the worst of Polish people. After all, those very same Polish people have to deal with the worst of the worst of Poland. So, you know, you don't need that unnecessary cruelty coming from me, a Turkish man. You know what I mean? As you guys already know, I'm always a big fan of Poland because of CD Projekt Red. That already was carrying the nation on its back, okay? Basically carrying the nation, creating soft power for Poland in ways that nobody could have imagined, okay? But outside of CD Projekt Red, now that I've seen so many wonderful Polish people on the streets protesting their own government for their obvious ridiculous ways in which they're defending war criminals in the eve of a Holocaust commemoration. I wanted to give respect where respect is due. Okay. What? People close to the Kardashians have told me the entire family watched our Patrick Bet Davis segment and now even have a game night where they play a new game called Iranian or Jewish based off my commentary. Stop it, Felix. Felix, no. Kim K is a friend of the show. She did send me Skims. I don't know why. I actually genuinely don't know why she sent me Skims. Like, I don't know where that came from or how it happened, but it was unique when it did happen. So anyway, like I said, just wanted to clear the air. Okay. I know a lot of people in r/Poland are not going to see me taking ownership over my past mistakes. Okay. I know you're not going to see that. I know many Polish people who already hate me because I'm a Islamic style sick man of Europe, neo-Ottomanist who wants to overtake Poland or never forgave Poland for playing a formative role in pushing back against the Ottoman scourge. I understand that. But to the Polish people who are here, who are listening to what I have to say, person to person, I didn't know you had ball like that. I didn't know You had game like that, real. Recognize real, okay? Respect. Respect. Polish people unironically hate you for all your Polish jokes. Apologize to Poland. I just did for the past 10 minutes. What are you talking about? I have not stopped apologizing. Also, shouts out to Xylax for the 100 community gifted subs. That was crazy. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. Yeah, pierogies absolutely slap. I say, kurwa. Bernie's going to be on the HasanAbi broadcast. As a person with Polish-ass last name, I forgive you. Yeah, I mean, look, if you expect me to be able to say your last names correctly, that's probably still not going to happen. But I'm telling you right now, it's not coming from a place of hate. It's just because I do not have the intellectual fortitude. I do not have the intellectual processing power to understand when so many letters sound next, like so many letters just like slammed into one another with nothing in between. You know what I mean? It's just like, kurwa. So they said you infected Bernie's PC. Okay, stop. Do you know what kurwa means? No, I don't. A lot of old wounds being sewn up today. Armenia, Turkish relations with Kim K, and now Poland. I know. Pretty crazy. Kurwa. It's a bad word. It means whore. Okay, I like it. It's got good mouthfeel. Don't give me that. If a word has good mouthfeel, I'm gonna say it. But yeah, as I was saying, Kim Kardashian posted, that was crazy. Don't know what to do with that. Don't know what to make of that. But I think it's because like I've stated before, and ironically have defended Kim Kardashian on before. This is something that she cares about: recidivism, and prisoners' rights, and a rehabilitative approach to criminal justice is something that she genuinely cares about. It's also something that I've ironically defended her on before. I said, I know I make fun of Kim Kardashian a lot, but let's be real. She has the power to do more for prison reform than 500 columnists making fun of her combined. That was in 2018. I said that. It's called precog, baby. Jakey Poo 226. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Can you share the IG? Sure. Where is it? I mean, it's just a clip, but yeah, here. Here it is. This is
like
the
it?
only.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's almost like a respite from being? Is it better than being in prison or no?
It's way better because I was in a prison yard. I'm seeing guys get stabbed, get jumped, get beat up. The cops treat us like shit. But here, we get better treatment, right? They talk to us like humans. They talk to us like humans. We got a job. We're underpaid, but we got a job.
Yeah.
You feel me? And then the community comes out and shows us all kinds of love.
Yeah, she didn't even repost, bro. She didn't even repost the clip off of something. She had it saved on her phone. That's kind of crazy to think about. That like I'm saved alongside my main man Kimbo here on Kim Kardashian's phone. Like, isn't that wild? That's definitely wild. That's a wild thing to
We never received that growing up. We never received that kind of love, that kind of recognition for anything we've done. So now, doing this kind of stuff and all this love coming, that's life-changing for a lot of guys. 'Cause that's all they be needing is a little bit of...
Imagine a job giving people purpose is kind of sad. I mean, that's perfectly valid. I don't know why you make it seem as though like nobody wants to work ever. The entire purpose is to make that work meaningful and offer you more autonomy in the workplace. But like, work is a good thing. It's not a bad thing necessarily.
recognition. With this, it's life-changing, and we get opportunities at careers.
How long was your sentence? You don't mind me asking?
17 years.
17 years?
Yep.
God damn. They're going to shave it off.
Yep.
They're going to shave it off now.
They're going to shave it off. They're shaving some.
What? What is this? Hasan the Hum you won't see this, but I just want you to know that I'm 20 minutes into this vid and I'm bawling. As someone who went through the system when I was younger, I can't describe how much it means to see someone with your reach shining a light on this. Yeah. I mean, look, this is it. This is how, I mean, this is why I do it. I think he meant bawling, like crying. Marx said that work was a fundamental part of human essence and that it can be creative and fulfilling. He believed that humans are capable of free, conscious, and creative labor, and that this is what makes us human. Yeah, labor is not a bad thing. What our relations to labor is what is absolutely busted under our current organization of the economy and must be fixed. But that's it. Like, you're coming into the broadcast of a person who is a real freak when you think about it. Like, if you were to come in here and tell me like labor is not a necessity, it shouldn't exist, it's like bad, ultimately I don't want to do it, this is the wrong place to say such things. I'm the type of person who never stops working. I love it. And the autonomy that I have, right? The autonomy that I have, the lack of alienation comparatively to my labor in comparison to the average working class individual is what makes this incredibly fulfilling. I can focus on what I want to focus on. I have a semblance of freedom. It's like that I know that if I want to make my own hours, I can. Now, having said that, I still work endlessly. I work nonstop, but that is something that I want other people to also be able to have in a structure where, you know, you're not like a independent owner of your own corporation or whatever. I'm not even talking about like every single person becomes a small business owner. I'm saying that even if you worked in a small business or even if you worked in any kind of business whatsoever, I think it improves. I think it helps a lot if you have more of a say in the productive process. That's it. So, yeah, I love work. Do you feel obligated to work a lot, or is it a genuine desire? I mean, there's definitely a sense of obligation. But also on top of,
he lives in LA. Is he okay?
Wait, no, we already saw this. We already watched this. I watched this yesterday when it first came out. But yeah. Labor under capital subtracts the agency. Feel like people get confused on which part they hate? Yes. if you had more of a say in the productive process, if you had more of a say in like how the output in the form of profits, like how that value that you provide is dished out and is used within the company or even outside of the company that you're a part of, then it would be an endlessly more fulfilling process for you. Look at March. He's in the chat right now. Okay? The most extreme version of this process that I'm talking about is obviously a cooperative corporation, a cooperative structure, right? Equal say, equal pay, especially in the way that we've designed it. Now, March works his ass off, right? But he has a say in that process. March is working in a productive aspect behind the camera. He's a part of the content creation process, but he's not like one of the hosts. And he works his ass off, and he's pretty open about it. He's pretty happy about the situation. It's not necessarily the pay that he gets from it, but it's also how fulfilling this stuff is for him. You understand? I think it's a great example of how these things work. I think that's the difference between having a sense of ownership over the means of production versus not, you know? Damn, bro, having Bernie during mealtime? Oh, that's funny. I'm not going to be eating. Well, Bernie is on. Don't worry. That'd be really funny, though, if I did that. Anyway, feeling the burn later. Pete Hegseth grilled. Will Trump push Israel to finally accept the ceasefire? Wildfire updates as wind conditions worsen. TikTok ban grows red. No popularity. I was on Kim K's IG and more. Get it now is what I said. But there's a lot to talk about today, so we're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into all of it. But yeah, I was on Democracy Now as well, apparently, or my coverage was on Democracy Now. It's so, this type of stuff makes me very proud. I'm very happy. Like I'm so fortunate, and it's so exciting that like every now and then I will actually contribute to journalism, and it makes me very happy that I'm capable of doing that. I'm very proud of the work that we put together on this one, especially considering that it's like an often forgotten and you know lesser an often forgotten and less known aspect of this process. You know, it's a type of person that normally doesn't get a camera, doesn't get a say, in a circumstance where you're just talking to them like real people, you know? This is not something that you ever get. Like, that's the thing. Think about it. It's very difficult to have prisoners in this like uncontrolled environment. Like, this is not something that the Department of Corrections is open to usually, but these programs are so good overall. And they feel so safe overall that none of the COs checked us for weapons or contraband. We just kind of rolled up to the camp. You know? How come you don't want to make your own media ecosystem like TYT? Maybe have like-minded people write or stream as well? Yeah, no, that's an entirely separate... Dude, look at TYT right now and understand exactly why I don't want to do that. That's an entirely different type of work. What I do right now, what I'm capable of doing right now is what I'm good at. I don't want to turn what I do into a network and then have to focus on management rather than what I do. Is the Oxford video coming out soon? Sorry for being annoying. I don't know, chatter. I reach out to Oxford Union. You understand? You understand? AFD in Germany are doing insane stuff. Yeah, I saw. Billy D went through that and hated it. He doesn't do that anymore. Yeah, I think that like having like a limited operation like the one I have is ultimately a good thing, because that way I can do all these like creative things and it's not, you know, taking up so much of my already limited, super limited bandwidth, the management side of things, because I can't do that. Like, I'm not a good manager. I don't want to ever manage anyone. Anyway, are you planning on grilling Bernie in this interview, or is it going to be more chill? Username Carl Barks. Yeah, I don't think I'll be grilling Bernie Sanders. I'm just, you know, if that's what you're excited for, look away. No, I will not be grilling a 900-year-old man who I have a lot of respect for. And I do have respectful disagreements with, but have routinely told my chat to be normal about regardless. It's funny when people say, why don't you turn yourself self into a network? Like I think they have capitalism brain rot to a certain degree. Or they're just oblivious to how those things work. But they're always like, why don't you scale? Why don't you scale? Why don't you scale upwards? Why don't you do constant growth, constant growth, constant growth? Meanwhile, I'm constantly downsizing without people recognizing, like downsizing in terms of revenue opportunities. You know what I mean? I stopped running ads at the top of the hour. Okay? I stopped running ads at the top of the hour. I no longer have a contractual obligation to do so. I can still run ads if I wanted to. I'm not doing them. You can still subscribe, however, if you want to support the show. Of course, that's the greatest and best possible way to do that. For $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You should sell a course. Yeah, exactly. Like I rarely ever take on advertisers. I say no to a massive amount of advertisers that come down. Right? Hex Babe 2, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I don't think people are telling you to create a network because they want you to make more money. No, I know. I think some people just like don't understand how this stuff works. That's why they're saying it. They're like, oh yeah, just become a network. Not realizing that would require, I mean, look at Mogul. Look at Mogul Moves, right? That requires a tremendous undertaking. That requires me to significantly scale back on all the stuff that I'm doing that I'm good at, and to hyper focus on stuff that I'm not good at, which is trying to manage a company. Like hiring people, firing people. Like, it's just an entirely different set of skills. It's not a set of skills that I have. It's not a set of skills that I want to have. And most importantly, it's not, you know, it's not something that I want to get better at anyway. I like what you said about it. If I listen to chatters at 3K viewers, I'd be stuck at 3K viewers. Exactly. So, I think it's also the case that a lot of viewers really look up to you and think you can do anything. They kind of forget that you're a real person with human limitations. Yeah, that also is true. Yeah. Did this really happen? What is this? I'm gonna show that to Bernie. I'm gonna be like, Bernie, what do you think about Emilia Perez? All right, let's get started with everyone's favorite drunkard, and alleged rapist, Pete HEGSETH. a Fox News anchor who is slated to become the next Secretary of Defense. Since the change of the Department of War into the Department of Defense, there has never been a Secretary of Defense that leads the second largest governing body on the planet, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon. There has never been a person who has not been tasked with like managing more than 3 million people, that has, adequate managerial background or at least like super high levels of military experience. This is about to be the first time in American history where we have someone who is truly unqualified for the position. Truly. And I'm not like a liberal institution defender whatsoever, but I simply look at this as a organization that hires as a jobs program, probably the most effective government's jobs program, even though the output is not great, as you guys know. I've criticized it many times. The very fact that the second largest governing body in the United States following Walmart is going to be managed by a man who has no experience running any business whatsoever is pretty crazy. For all the talks that Republicans have about DEI hires, it seems like this is also a DEI hire. The difference, on the other hand, for the Republicans is that their DEI is if you're a bad guy who has been alleged of doing sexual assaults and is known as a drunkard, then that's the type of DEI we like. We want to make sure we have old alcohol. Well, Pete's not old, but like we want to make sure we have white men who are alcoholics who are doing sexual assaults, Mad Men style. That's the DEI. From DEI hire to DUI hire, the Department of Defense is going places. Oh my Lord. I don't even want to think about what's going to happen in foreign American military bases like Okinawa and in South Korea as well, when Pete Hegseth makes it legal to run over people after drinking and driving on the base. Think about the American military and the sexual assault problem that they have internally, and also the sexual assault problems that they have on foreign military bases. Great guy to have in that regard. Anyway, that's just one of the most minor aspects of this. Let's take a look at the larger story now.
First Senate confirmation hearing for the president-elect's cabinet nominees is underway this morning. The man in the hot seat is Pete Hegseth, Trump's choice to be defense secretary. Scott.
This is one of the things, of course, that he wants to make. He wants to just completely stop is women in combat positions, which, of course, if you don't understand like what the military's major problems are, you're like, whoa, why are women in combat positions? It's like they don't lower the testing standards for women to be in combat positions. That just means you got a bunch of ladies who are capable of carrying 100 pounds of gear around. There's significantly less of them in comparison to the men in those combat positions, but that still means that they, pass the standards. So just cutting them out of combat positions is just cooking the military for no reason at a time when the American military has a significant problem getting new recruits. Yeah, of course men fail those testing standards as well. The standards are still the same, though. That's my point. It's just like I'm not making an argument for more female war criminals, okay? That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm simply stating is that even if the American military makes certain decisions as the largest governing body, the largest governing body, the largest hiring body in the federal government, they're doing that specifically because they have areas of need. Okay. They're not doing that because they want to market the military so that like people go, oh, the American military is woke, when they're actually executing 14-year-old brown children overseas. They're doing that because they're like, we literally need people to go out and execute 14-year-old brown children overseas. That's the reason why they do this. And ultimately, they don't actually lower the standards. They just have the same standards. Some women are allowed to, some women are able to qualify for said standards. And that's it.
McFarland is on Capitol Hill with the latest. Scott, good morning. What can you tell us?
There is no doubt this will be a long day of questioning. Pete Hegseth will be grilled about allegations of
Army eases fitness test standards for women and older troops. Yeah, this was, once again, done because of a recruitment crisis. But in terms of combat positions, they still have to do the jobs. The change, however, will only affect the regular fitness test soldiers take annually, qualifying for certain Army jobs, particularly more demanding combat positions or specialties such as Ranger School, will continue to require that everyone, regardless of age and gender, must pass the same fitness standards. Oh, wow. Wait, hold on. Did Chatter just come in here and hit me with the headline of a news story without reading the whole news story? My bad, dog. Yeah, you got real excited to be like, Hasan, I'm here to cook you. I know. If you can read the headline, you can read 2 paragraphs down from the headline, man. And also, make no mistake, if the Army does actually lower its physical fitness standards to let in more women or let in older people or whatever, they're doing that because they have a hard time recruiting. They're not doing that because they want to be woke. The military is not a woke institution. Please. How have we arrived at such a permanently identity politics focused brain rot in this country that people look at the American military and go, that's an institution that is woke right now? What do you think the major role and responsibility of the American military is? It's called American Empire, okay? That's what they do. There is no wokeness in this process, okay? It's like saying Jeff Bezos is a socialist. You're out of your dang mind, okay? It blows my mind. But yeah, across the board, they're easing fitness test standards because they're having a hard time recruiting. But when it comes to like Ranger positions, they're not going to be like, all right, yeah, you can just be a Ranger because you're a woman now. That's not how that works. You clearly didn't pre-watch the confirmation hearing. Apparently the military is woke now. Oh, nice. Can you mute Mike too? Oh, damn. Thank you for calling that out. I didn't even realize. All right, let's watch. I'm going to go pee real quick.
Unequivocally denied. But this first of many Senate confirmation hearings for Trump nominees could be the most contentious. Pete Hegseth, a war veteran and former Fox News host, got a show of support Monday from Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville and more than 100 Navy SEALs and veterans in Washington.
I'm 110% behind Pete Hegseth.
But he's going to get a much tougher reception at his confirmation hearing today from Democrats on the Senate Armed Services Committee, who are expected to question Hegseth about allegations he abused alcohol and engaged in sexual misconduct with a woman at a hotel in California in 2017. Allegations he's denied.
The matter was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared.
Democrats are pushing for access to the FBI's background check on Hegseth. So far, as is tradition, that information's only been shared with committee leaders.
I'm told that they may well not have interviewed his ex-spouses or the accuser. I think that is a gap in the FBI report, if true.
Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth, an Iraq war veteran, also intends to question Hegseth's experience.
My focus really is going to be, can he actually do this job? Or is this job far, far, far too big for this person?
And while Hegseth can be confirmed without Democratic votes, Republicans hold a slim 3-seat majority, meaning every GOP senator is critical. Republican Joni Ernst of Iowa, a combat veteran and survivor of sexual assault, will be among those asking questions today, who hasn't committed yet to vote for Hegseth. Hegseth's confirmation hearing could be a marathon. There are 27 members of the Senate Armed Services Committee, each of whom will get several minutes to question Hegseth. And there are more hearings to come this week, including for Trump's nominees for Homeland Security Secretary and U.S. Attorney General.
Scott, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Hegseth. I'm looking forward to this opportunity to talk. I want to return to the incident that you referenced a minute ago that occurred in Monterey, California in October 20.
It's even more funny to institute a new PT test, which is much harder to get people out, and unify the requirement. I got out right before that happened. Ultimately, the hearing is inconsequential to his appointment. Yes, this is just I mean, there was a point in time when these sorts of hearings could make or break a person and cook an appointment. But nowadays it's just, I mean, come on, we live in a post-Trump universe, and even before, even in a pre-Trump universe, it has these sorts of meetings have been relatively inconsequential. Clarence Thomas comes to mind. It's I would say it's more consequential for Democrats who will abide by norms and standards. It's just historically less consequential for Republicans who don't really care. If you remember the famous, Robert Bork, I guess, but also the famous case of Clarence Thomas is the famous case of Clarence Thomas is basically the exact opposite, right? Like, Clarence Thomas had a tremendous number of misgivings and misdeeds, including sexual harassment, bestiality, like enjoying bestiality and regularly explaining that he enjoys specific types of bestiality to other people around him. And yet he became a Supreme Court justice. How do people not know this still at this point? Clarence Thomas likes horse porn, chat. That's right. He also sexually assaulted and sexually harassed numerous people, very famously. Joe Biden actually kind of defended him when he was in charge of the Senate Judiciary Committee in his appointment and oversaw his appointment. So these are things to take note of, and it was many years ago. All right. Veterans, including Greg Stoker, interrupt HEGSETH session posted by Copink. Yeah, I saw. Anyway, let's continue with the Pete Hegseth talks.
2017. At that time, you were still married to your second wife, correct?
I believe so.
And you had just fathered a child by a woman who would later become your third wife, correct?
Senator, I was.
Communism isn't necessarily a good thing. Since World War II, we've consistently progressed as a civilization. We should be careful not to be blind to what got us here and what worked. Yeah, no, you're right. Totally. No, definitely. I'm so scared that big bad communism is going to magically happen. It's actually communism that ruined the planet, and certainly not finance capital and the fact that capitalism won the Cold War. America won the Cold War and destroyed the planet in the process, and continues to destroy the planet or supercharge that destruction. Yeah. Are you drinking a Monster Energy? I certainly am. Kaya, baby, you know what to do. Place. Place. That's crazy. I do love looking at I do love looking at the impending doom of complete climate collapse, wars all around the world, and a complete domination of capitalism. As Fukuyama once famously said, the end of history. Okay? The end of neoliberalism, permanent neoliberalism. as American capitalism is the global hegemon. And yet people still look to all of these problems and go, oh, that's the fault of, you know what? Communism. That's right. Yeah, you're right. For me, this is akin to saying it's actually wood elves that are responsible for all the failures in your life, okay? It must be the duendes that are responsible. Meanwhile, the duendes-loving person basically handed off his party and control of Mexico to his female successor, Claudia Sheinbaum, whose popularity has only grown. So maybe duendes are real, and maybe they're only doing positive things. But I digress. I've completely sidestepped from this conversation. Let's get back to everyone's favorite rapist drunk guy, Pete Hegseth, who will be running the military.
Falsely charged, fully investigated, and completely clear.
Bro, get over the duende shit. AMLO doesn't even believe in them that much is such a funny thing to say about the former leader of Morena and former leader of Mexico. Like, he doesn't believe in them that much is such a funny take to say. He doesn't believe in them that much, bro. Chill. He just believes in them only a little bit. Listen, I'd much rather have a guy who believes in duendes that also expands the welfare state, okay, than a guy who is hiring television personalities whose parents have openly said, you're a rapist and bad to women. I'm so upset with you. Get help, to run the American military, okay?
Cleared. So you think you were completely cleared because you committed no crime? That's your definition of cleared? You had just fathered a child 2 months before by a woman that was not your wife. I am shocked that you would stand here and say you're completely cleared. Can you so casually cheat on a second wife and cheat on the mother of a child that had been born 2 months before, and you tell us you are completely cleared?
Senator,
how is that a complete clear?
Senator, her child's name is Gwendolyn Hope Hegseth, and she's a child of God, and she's 7 years old.
And she's a child of God. She's a child of God. Owned. Tim Kaine in the membrane, Tim Kaine in the brain. Yeah. Put that in your brain, Tim Kaine.
She was, and you cheated on the mother of that child less than 2 months after that daughter was born, didn't you?
Those were false.
By the way, let's just say Pete Hegseth is a repeater of this offense. It's so funny because, like, look, as you guys know, I'm not exactly a firm and committed believer in any religion whatsoever. Okay, make no mistake. Although I was, culturally raised Muslim, grew up in a Muslim country. I have some of those cultural remnants. I am Muslim. Okay. I will say this. If God is real and Christianity is correct, virtually every single outspoken Christian is going to hell permanently. So at moments like this, I always think to myself, I cannot wait. I hope it's real. By my assessment, I have done very little to offend God by the rules of any of the three Abrahamic religions, with the exception of eating pork and drinking alcohol from time to time. But those are minor offenses, in my opinion. I think that, this sort of stuff, hurting people consistently, seems like that's a much larger issue, I'm just saying, you're going to hell, dog. You don't believe in any of the things that you espouse. You just don't believe in it. You must not. It makes no sense. I'm lame. I hope hell is a school where these people learn, not where they suffer for eternity. That is lame. But I get that.
False charges. Well, it was fully investigated, and I was completely cleared. And I am so grateful for the marriage I have to this amazing woman behind me.
You've admitted that you...
I think attacking him for his infidelity is not going to change anyone's mind. They should focus on his incompetence. I think that this is a full-throated, multiple angle attack, and that's why they're talking about his infidelity, because it pisses him off and it puts him on the back. It puts him on the back foot, and also, for the record, for a lot of people, that kind of stuff is what matters. In this day and age, it really doesn't, I guess. It is pretty funny that you're talking to a military man about infidelity, by the way, because I feel like you can't fully be a part of the American military if either your wife at home has not cheated on you, or if you haven't cheated on her when you're overseas. So infidelity is the name of the game here. What is this? Maximum penalty for extramarital sexual conduct. A conviction. Infidelity also leads. Oh, here's the counter argument. Okay, here's a relatively. Here's a normal argument you could make under normal circumstances, even though we don't live in a normal world, and I will tell you why. So infidelity is technically a risk. Okay, infidelity is a risk, just like alcoholism is a risk. It's a matter of national security because it opens you up to blackmail. Okay, technically, although it's laughable to assume that anyone will actually be penalized for infidelity and adultery or whatever. Wait, what? That's a stupid take. As adultery is a charge in the U.S. MJ law followed by all military and they're punished for it. Stupid ass take, bro. You are, oh my God, dude. I'm explaining to you what the reasons as to why they have such laws. And I'm explaining to you the reasons as to why they ask these sorts of questions. Okay? That's the same reason why Brett Kavanaugh's alcoholism was brought forth as well. And his gambling debt was also somewhat discussed, often not as discussed as it should have been, because they somehow went away, the gambling debt that Brett Kavanaugh had when he was in his Supreme Court appointment hearings. Now, you haven't even let me explain why infidelity is technically a crime that can get you dishonorably discharged. It is because if you engage in infidelity, you can be blackmailed. Okay? That's the number one problem. It is considered a security risk. Gambling is infidelity is considered a security risk. Gambling is considered a security risk. Okay? Alcoholism and other vices such as that are considered security risks for numerous different reasons. Someone could just like give you alcohol, have you spill stuff, state secrets or whatnot. Large amounts of debt is considered a security risk. I know this because I have immediate family members who have classified security, status. So having said that, does the military actively prosecute adultery? The military doesn't even prosecute rape within its ranks. Chatter. What the hell are you talking about? Come on. Be for freaking real. So that's number one. Number two, and this is perhaps the interesting question here, is it a blackmail opportunity if we live in the Trump world, where one can be as shameless as they want to be and suffer zero repercussions for it? Because blackmail only works if you have the capacity to feel shame. Blackmail only works on someone who wants to hide their crimes, on someone who wants to keep it a secret that he is a serial adulterer. Clearly, blackmail won't work on the likes of Pete Hegseth because all of his issues are laid bare as he sits there and openly takes it. This is one of the interesting dynamics, in my opinion, of the Trump world. This is literally a point the chatter was making. What are we talking about then? This chatter is right. This sort of hand-wringing about his infidelity, hypocrisy is a waste of time. Conservatives don't care about it, and liberals won't do anything about it. No, the other chatter I'm laughing at, who said like infidelity is a major issue in the military. You don't understand. Anyway, let's continue.
Had sex at that hotel in October 2017. You said it was consensual, isn't that correct?
Anything,
You've admitted that it was consensual, and you were still married, and you just had a child by another woman.
again,
How do you explain your
completely
judgment?
false charges against me.
You
Fully investigated, and I was completely clear.
You have admitted that you had sex while you were married to wife 2 after you just had fathered a child by wife 3. You've admitted that. Now, if it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
It was a false claim then and a false claim now.
If it had been a sexual assault, that would be disqualifying to be Secretary of Defense, wouldn't it?
That was a false claim.
So
Just
you
talking
can't-
about a hypothetical.
So you can't tell me whether someone who has committed a sexual assault is disqualified from being Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I know in my instance, and I'm talking about my instance only, it was a false claim.
But you acknowledge
And
you
it was
cheat, but
fully
you acknowledge that you cheated on your wife and that you cheated on the woman by whom you had just fathered a child. You have admitted that.
I will allow your words to speak for themselves.
You're not retracting that today. That's good. I assume that in each of your weddings, you've pledged to be faithful to your wife. You've taken an oath to do that, haven't you?
Senator, as I've acknowledged to everyone in this committee, not a perfect person, not claiming to be.
But no, I just asked a simple question. You've taken an oath like you would take an oath to be Secretary of Defense in all of your weddings to be faithful to your wife. Is that correct?
I have failed in things in my life, and thankfully I'm redeemed by my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ.
Oh, God. Dude, shut up. What is this Jesus Christ nonsense? I hate... Dude, I hate people who very clearly use this like aesthetics-focused, hyper-religious attitude as a shield when virtually no one cares. Who is this for, is what I think. Every time I see someone behave like this, I'm like, no, dude, this doesn't work. Like, who is this for? Like, you're a bad dude. You've cheated on your wife. You've cheated on wives, multiple wives, over and over again. That's like kind of your thing. You've sexually assaulted women. Like, I hate this. I hate this stuff where it's like, nah, God has forgiven me for it. It's like, no, man, you are absolutely, you're going to God jail, okay? You're going to hell, dog. You are literally going to hell. It works for my Jamaican conservative aunties, unfortunately. I don't want to, look, I don't want to come across like a annoying Reddit atheist here, but it's just like so frustrating when I hear stuff like this from people who have just like done awful things. Okay? Just say you've atoned, okay? Just say that you've done horrible things and then show your work on why you are no longer, that like those things don't represent who you are as a human being. But no, he's got to be like, nah, God has actually forgiven me for my sins. Oh, do you know that? Do you know that God forgives you for your sins? Do you have any, like, did he tell you? Who told you that? Did God tell you that? It's also weirdly, like, very, I don't know. It just comes across as, like, very self-aggrandizing. It's like, yeah, I got a direct line to God. Yeah, me and him, we're on speaking terms, dude. He's like, when I was cheating on my third wife, God was like, keep going, Pete. God was watching my stroke game. Like, anyway, that's how Christianity works. I mean, that's how a lot of people just like use and abuse religion.
In finalizing divorces from your first and second wives, were there non-disclosure agreements in connection with those divorces?
Senator, not that I'm aware of.
If there were, would you agree to release those first and second wives from any confidentiality agreement?
Senator, it's not something I'm aware of.
But if there were, you would agree to release them from a confidentiality agreement?
Senator, that's not my responsibility.
Did you ever engage in any acts of physical violence against any of your wives?
Senator, absolutely not.
But you would agree with me that if someone had committed physical violence against a spouse, that would be disqualifying to serve as Secretary of Defense, correct?
Senator, absolutely not have I ever done that.
You would agree that that would be a disqualifying offense, would you not?
Senator, you're talking about a hypothetical.
I don't think it's a hypothetical. Violence against spouses occurs every day. And if you as a leader are not capable of saying that physical violence against a spouse should be a disqualifying fact for being secretary of the most powerful nation in the world, you're demonstrating an astonishing lack of judgment. The incident in Monterey led to a criminal charge, a criminal investigation.
Yeah, here, I'm going to own Pete Hegseth. I talked to God. Okay, I talked to God. He said you're bad and you shouldn't be the Secretary of Defense. What now, Pete? What now, dog? What now, big dog? Yeah, that's right. Owned. You know what I'm saying? Checkmate. Ha, checkmate, God lovers. God, I'm turning into such a Reddit atheist when I just like the Christian dominionist attitude is really gross to me because it's like it is the American version of ISIS, basically. And we don't have the same capacity to understand when it's like when it's basically a Christian operating on that same mentality. Because there is a formality, a structure, a process. It's more systematized when like the American government is dishing out this kind of violence. This is akin to having an ISIS person lead the most powerful military on the planet. Like his Christianity is not Christianity in the way that you understand it, in the way that you see it in your daily lives, in the way that you know your immediate family members who are like kind individuals who just, you know, happen to be Christian. His Christianity is a violent one. It is a violent, false interpretation of Christianity, and that genuinely is frustrating to see. I mean, he literally has he has a Crusaders tattoo. It's a militant form of Christianity. He's very open about it. It's not something that he hides at all. It's actually part of the reason why I think Donald Trump wants him to be the Department of Defense lead here. So it's very frustrating. Yeah, he's got the Jerusalem cross. He's got the Crusader tattoo. Like, he is very much so a Christian nationalist. And normally I would say it's a LARP. For many people it is. But for Pete Hegseth, like, he's going to be in charge of the largest, most powerful military force on the planet. As a religious extremist, the invocation of God in this circumstance as a deflection, as a shield, as a defense mechanism to be like, oh, I'm a godly man and God has forgiven me for my adultery. It just rings hollow because I know what you think God is telling you. You know? Anyway.
Investigation, a private settlement, and a cash payment to the woman who filed the complaint. And there was also a non-disclosure agreement, correct?
It was a confidential settlement agreement off of a nuisance lawsuit.
Right. During an interview, you claimed that you settled the matter because you were worried that if it became public, it might hurt your career. Do you maintain that you were blackmailed?
Senator, I maintain that false claims were made against me. And ultimately,
your attorney
those
used
false
the
claims,
phrase,
I have the opportunity to attest my innocence in those false claims.
But you didn't reveal any of this to President Trump or the transition team as they were considering you to be nominated for Secretary of Defense. You didn't reveal the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement. You didn't reveal the cash payment. Why didn't you inform the commander-in-chief and the transition team of this very relevant event?
Senator, I've appreciated every part of the process with the transition team. They have been open and
Confidential settlement agreement off a nuisance lawsuit. I guarantee you had to memorize that turn of phrase. Yeah, it seems very coached. I mean, that makes sense though. You got to get a little bit of coaching. You know that's going to be brought up. I mean, yeah.
honest with me, we've had.
He's also a TV guy. I mean, he is. Make no mistake, as hoorah and as gung-ho as he is, and as silly as he is, and as stupid as he is, he's still media trained enough. He is quite literally a media guy, right? So he knows how to appear in these moments. Everything that people like this do is deliberate in that situation. Look, down to the pocket, down to the silly aesthetics of wearing like an American flag handkerchief as your pocket handkerchief, you know? And once again, remember, this man, regardless of how much he LARPs as like a doorbuster, I mean, he is Harvard educated, right?
Great conversations between the two of us, and I appreciate the opportunity that President-elect Trump has given me.
You chose not to reveal this, right? Because you knew it would hurt your chances. So you chose not to reveal this really important thing to the commander-in-chief of the transition team because you were worried about your chances rather than trying to be candid with the future president of the United States.
I know. Theology student, I know. You always chirp whenever we talk about Christian socialism. Everyone can be redeemed, but in our act of contrition, we pledge to amend our lives moving forward and never to sin again. He seems not to have done this. Plus, Pete is a heretic dominionist. That's what I'm saying. That's the part that like really is frustrating. That's why his invocation of God rings hollow, because he's a Christian dominionist. He is insane. He is literally the Al-Qaeda of Christianity. Like, and the wild part about it is you can be the Al-Qaeda of Christianity and no one bats an eye at that. You know? That's what's so crazy about it. Like, there is functionally, in the way that this man and his ilk, his kind, has bastardized Christianity, there is functionally no difference between that and ISIS. Okay? There's just nothing. There's no difference. The only difference is, I guess, it's dished out by the American state, so it's not seen in the same way. It's not a non-state actor. That's the difference between a drone strike and a drone strike wiping out an entire city block versus someone blowing up an improvised explosive device. One is an act of terror. The other one is, normal rules of engagement being followed in the field of war, in the field of battle, in the theater of combat.
Are there any other important facts that you chose not to reveal to the president-elect and his team as they were considering you to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, I sit here before you an open book, as everyone who's watched this process.
With multiple non-disclosure and confidentiality agreements tying the hands of many people who would like to comment to us. Much has been made of your workplace behavior as a leader of nonprofit veterans organizations and as a Fox News contributor. Were you fired from either of the leadership positions with the nonprofits?
I was the leader. I was the CEO of Concerned Veterans for America and the executive director of Vets for Freedom.
Were you fired from either of them?
And I was never fired from a veterans organization.
Do you have non-disclosure agreements with either of those organizations?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Many of your work colleagues have said that you show up for work under the influence of alcohol or drunk. I know you've denied that, but you would agree with me, right, that if that was the case, that would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense.
Senator, those are all anonymous false claims, and the totality
they're not anonymous.
The letters on the record here.
They're not anonymous.
On the record, people
we've seen records with names
Vets
attached
for Freedom,
to them.
Concerned Vets for America, and Fox News attributing to me working hard every day on behalf.
One of your colleagues said that you got drunk at an event at a bar and chanted, "Kill all Muslims." Another colleague, not anonymous, we have this, said that you took coworkers to a strip club. You were drunk, you tried to dance with strippers, you had to be held off the stage, and one of your employees in that event.
I love that he gets like country girl drunk. You know what I mean? Like, that's so funny. He's like, he's so obviously not the right guy for this task, okay? Not the right guy for this job whatsoever. And there are so many instances in his past where he will just get like white girl wasted. I think Felix had a really funny bit about it where, He's the type of dude who just gets absolutely wasted and is a problem around, you know, around his friends' daughters, like high school students, trying to get him, trying to play like Insane Clown Posse at the barbecue, just hammered at like 12:30. Is this a meeting about him getting rejected or just question? No, this is a question. This is supposed to be a job application. But he's going to get it anyway. Like, I don't think this meeting will be impactful.
Filed a sexual harassment charge as a result of it. Now, I know you deny these things, but isn't that the kind of behavior that, if true, would be disqualifying for somebody to be Secretary of Defense?
Senator, anonymous false charges.
They're not anonymous. And I'll just conclude and say this to the chairman. You claim that this was all anonymous. We have seen records with names attached to all of these, including the name of your own mother. So don't make this into some anonymous press thing. We have seen multiple names of colleagues consistently throughout your career that have talked about your abusive.
Yeah. One of those people was his mom. Like, it's not your mom, dog. Your mom was like, you're a bad person. You need to stop being a plague on women. I have failed you. I have failed this nation. Like, I mean, look, that's crazy. Like that is like, that's the one person that you don't expect to come out against you like that. HEGSETH wrote that he related to an online image of an Islamic State fighter saying the soldier is fighting for something greater than himself. He is fighting for his God, and continued by saying, I recognize that fighter. Even though I've never met him, I'm drawn to him because I relate to him. I deplore what he stands for, what he does, and how he does it. He's a soldier of hate, subjugation, and sheer evil, but I understand his passions. Well, seems like there's more evidence of my argument that he is just basically, you know, Christian ISIS. It's from this Politico magazine article, by the way, that scoured through Pete Hegseth's writings. Here it is. In his 2016 memoir, In the Arena, Hegseth says he relates to an online image of a triumphant ISIS fighter, a Quran in one hand and an AK-47 in the other. With God on his side and the wind at his back, he is a conquering warrior, Hegseth writes. He is fighting for something greater than himself. He is fighting for his God. In this photo, Hegseth sees a warped version of himself. I recognize that fighter, even though I've never met him. I'm drawn to him because I relate to him, he writes. I deplore what he stands for, what he does, and how he does it. He's a soldier of hate, subjugation, and sheer evil, but I understand his passions. There is fundamentally very little difference, very little daylight between Pete Hegseth and an ISIS fighter. Okay? If you were to remove yourself from, your understanding of the world as an American, okay, your understanding of Christianity, your attitude towards all that stuff, you would look to the situation and see virtually no difference. Virtually no difference whatsoever between an ISIS fighter and Pete Hegseth. That is what's so crazy. Hogs are universal, yes. And there are varying degrees of hogs. There are funny hogs, and then there are dangerous hogs. Okay? hog universality is important to understand. It's a principle that I abide by. It's a principle that Hasan, look it up. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Christ/ISIS from the guys who called the pirate a cool guy. I am, but Hasan, you're being a hippo about it. Wait, what? Like a hypocrite? Are you saying I'm a fan, but Hasan, you're being a hypocrite about it? My friend, do you think I like ISIS? Do you think I'm a fan of ISIS? If you're comparing a 19-year-old Yemeni teen who is not a part of the Ansar Allah movement, okay, to ISIS, I don't know what to tell you. A 19-year-old Yemeni teenager that is not a part of the Ansar Allah movement is not even remotely comparable to ISIS. And the Ansar Allah movement is not comparable to ISIS either, for the record. Okay? Having said that, I have also been very critical of the Ansar Allah administration's domestic affairs and their personal conduct in terms of religion, or even their motto, their credo, that has anti-Semitic statements in it. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah. Also, speaking of ISIS and Al-Qaeda, the former head of Al-Qaeda is now in charge of Syria. And we seemingly love that. So I think that Americans don't mind ISIS. The American government does not mind ISIS or Al-Qaeda or any number of different Salafists, as long as they are working in line with the American State Department and their interests and their goals in the region. Drip Lonnie, yeah, Zelensky. he got hit with the Zelensky ray. Anyway, let's continue. Warren reads multiple statements of HEGSETH and women in combat.
So if you're confirmed as Secretary of Defense, you will oversee our military, including about 250,000 women who currently serve on active duty in the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Forces, and the Marines. And I have serious concerns that your behavior toward women disqualifies you from serving in this role. Now, I've been trying to get answers from you for quite some time on this. You haven't wanted to meet or to answer any of my questions, so we'll just have to do it here and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senators Shaheen and Gillibrand and Hirono, and I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we've talked about it in 2024. You published a book, and you say on page 26 of your book, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. Page 48 of your book, you claim that women should not be in combat roles because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Ryan show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
I like that he clarified it so many times. He's like, no, I really, guys, drop everything. This is the one thing Make no mistake, I do not think women should serve in the military. Now, and we talked about this with you know, the trans ban in the military as well. There are many roles. The Defense Department is a hiring body. It's a government jobs program. It is the largest government jobs program. It's the second largest hiring body in the nation after Walmart. Okay? So when you make decisions like this across the board, when you're just like, yeah, we're just not going to have any black people in the military anymore, or we're just not going to have any women in the military anymore, or we're just not going to have any trans people in the military anymore. That's like, you have now eradicated tens of thousands of jobs, sometimes hundreds of thousands of jobs. Okay? In a way that is also unconstitutional, in a way that is also not allowed. Now, am I a firm and committed believer in, you know, making more female, gay, non-binary, or trans drone operators or whatever and make them do the war crimes? No, I don't care. But I also understand the current situation that we exist under. I don't like the military's output, but I do understand that it's still the second largest hiring body in the nation. I think he said combat, not military. I could be wrong. Yes, he has mentioned combat, but also military as well, when he says women should be in the kitchen and barefoot and pregnant and not in the army. Now, what's funny about this also is that women in combat positions still have to abide by the same standards. The military has lowered restrictions, as that one chatter tried to own me with that article, because the military has a recruitment crisis. Having said that, however, despite the fact that the military has a recruitment crisis right now, and that's a good thing, by the way, it's not a bad thing. If you want to get a combat position, or if you want to, you know, become a ranger or whatever, those restrictions have not been lowered for women. That's not a thing. Okay? So if a woman is capable of getting into that position, they have to undergo the same exact testing that men have to go through. That's it.
Roles. Now, I presume you recall making all these statements?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the article you're pointing to in 2013, but it underscores my argument completely, because in that 2013 argument, I was talking about standards.
No,
standards are what it's always been about,
let's not
Senator.
have this same fight again.
Always been about Senate
I've quoted
standards.
you directly. We've got the video. We're happy to show it.
Anyway, yeah, I was just going crazy. I was just saying things, Senator. You don't understand. I don't know what I'm saying.
Absolutely. 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from...
I think it's so funny because he just kept, like there is no defense here, because, like, it's a thing that he has repeated so much. Like, it is a thing that he has openly repeated and defended so much. So at that point, you just have to say, like, yeah, they suck. Women ain't shit, Senator. Like, there's nothing. Like, he wrote it in a book multiple times. Like, he defended it publicly multiple times. It's this thing that he believes.
10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat, period. Or your words.
It's so awesome. He's like, no, I don't even care if they can outlive me, okay? I still don't want them. Like, make no mistake, okay? Being a woman is disqualifying. I would like to discriminate based on gender in the second largest hiring body in the United States of America. Straight up, make no mistake. If this somehow if this somehow gets brought up in a congressional hearing later down the line in the future, 10 years from now, 5 years from now, who knows? I want the world to know I do not think women should be in the military. They should be in the kitchen instead. Like, that's crazy. It's like a meme almost. Like, it wasn't, they're not combing through his background to find like a badly placed quote. You know what I mean? They're not doing, they don't have to do the thing that my haters have to do whenever they like discuss my, crimes against women or whatever, where they'll just like clip something out of context. He just very clearly is like, this is what I believe. I hate them. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it. Like, it seems like he randomly would bring it up in times where it didn't even, it didn't even make sense.
Who was Senator Sullivan? Senator Kane.
Question of clear.
Anyway.
So quickly forget about that. And then Senator Kane, or I guess I better use the senator from Virginia, starts bringing up the fact that what if you showed up drunk to your job? How many senators have showed up drunk to vote at night? Have any of you guys asked them to step down and resign from their job?
Wait, what? What? I mean, they shouldn't either. What's going on here? Why is this? How is that an argument, dude? Hey, who amongst us isn't hammered? I'm hammered right now. You want me to step down? I'm out of my goddamn mind right now. Who amongst us doesn't enjoy the libations every now and again? Drinking on the job makes it infinitely more pleasurable. Closer to God, I say. What is happening?
And don't tell me you haven't seen it, because I know you have. And then how many senators do you know have got a divorce before cheating on their wives? Did you ask them to step down? No.
Well, there's a difference, right? First of all, I don't care. If we want to do adultery, like, I don't even care about Pete Hegseth's adultery. I just think it's funny that he claims to be super Christian and has done endless amounts of adultery. And the argument here for the appointment hearings is that adultery or proclivity towards adultery opens you up to blackmail, which, once again, I also told you is not necessarily the case for someone like Pete Hegseth, because it's very obvious. If you're shameless, it doesn't really matter. If you're not open to blackmail if you're a shameless man, okay? Stop saying adultery is illegal if you are in the military. I know the reasons for why that is the case, and most people don't actually follow through on that. Oh my God. It's so funny that people keep saying adultery is literally illegal. Yes, dude, I know you saw the statute. Go talk to any veteran or active duty service member. Please. What a hilarious thing, dude. Like, oh yeah, I know. Adultery is illegal in the military. Yes, so is rape, okay? Hasn't stopped military members from engaging in both, okay? My friend group is military children. 4 out of 5 of us have divorced parents due to cheating. Yeah. What's next, dude? Are you going to tell me that violating rules of engagement is a serious, comes with serious misconduct? I mean, serious penalties for said misconduct? What's next? You're going to tell me war crimes are crimes? Oh my God. I know. Yeah. Are you going to tell me that there is a law in the books in the United States of America called the Leahy Law which makes it illegal for the American government to actually keep giving weapons to a foreign ally that is consistently violating international human rights. You cannot be this silly. Laws don't matter anymore is also ridiculous. Laws have never really mattered. Okay? Laws have never really mattered. What matters is the goals that we have. A lot of this stuff is just aesthetic.
Oh, but it's for show. You guys make sure you make a big show and point out the hypocrisy because a man's made a mistake. And you want to sit there and say that he's not qualified? Give me a joke. I mean, it is so ridiculous.
When talking about the military, you have a blind spot. It's rare, but I have seen 3 people in my 10 years of service actually get prosecuted for adultery. I don't think I have a blind spot when it... I don't think this is a blind spot. I think it's laughable to say that, like, the military actively stamps out adultery when the military barely addresses rape amongst its ranks in its own bases. Give me a joke, I say.
That you guys hold yourself as this higher standard and you forget you got a big plank in your eye. We've all made mistakes. I've made mistakes. And Jennifer, thank you for loving him through that mistake. Because the only reason why I'm here and not in prison is because my wife loved me too.
And so did my second. So did Pete Hegseth's second wife. And so did his third. A pattern that is clear. They loved him so much. They loved him when he was in the marriage with the first wife. And then the second wife was in love with him when he was in the marriage with the first wife. And then the third wife was also in love with him when he was in the marriage with the second wife. You understand me? And hopefully a fourth one will come down the line.
I have changed, but I'm not perfect. But I found somebody that thought I was perfect. And for whatever reason, you love Pete, and I don't know why.
Senator Warren.
Thank you.
All right, we covered the Senator Warren heated exchange.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
4 cases of sexual assault within the local population of Okinawa within 6 months by American Marines. Oh, yeah. One of the victims was like, was a schoolgirl, a teenager, and another one was literally like, I don't know if this is correct or not, so I'm not going to say it, but one of them was a child. Okay? Yeah. That's also rape on foreign bases of like the, native population. There's also a major issue with sexual assaults within the ranks. Okay? Sexual assault where men sexually assault other men, sexual assault where men sexually assault other female colleagues. Like, this is a real issue within the military.
HEGSETH, I do want to thank you for your service, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve in this capacity.
Thank you, Senator.
I have many concerns about your record, and particularly your public statements, because they are so hurtful to the men and women who are currently serving in the U.S. military.
Wait, this is going viral?
To that, you could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreements, which essentially are security agreements. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of nations in that, but I know we have allies in South Korea and Japan and in AUKUS with Australia and trying to work.
That's crazy that he named the only countries in that region that are not a part of the ASEAN alignment. And he just dropped AUKUS too. He dropped AUKUS because he had to say Australia because he wanted to say AUKUS. But it's so funny that like he basically carved out the countries that are not a part of it. He circled around. He went there. He went to the region, okay, through name recognition, and basically chose the only countries that are not a part of this specific alignment. That's amazing.
On submarines with them.
Mr. HEGSETH, none of those countries are in ASEAN.
Across.
None of those 3 countries that you've mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare.
No, he literally chose the only countries that are not in the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. That's awesome. He's like, you know, there's countries. What, Senator, you mean Asian? Okay, Australia. It's close enough. I saw people on Twitter being like, well, it's pretty obscure. I had to look it up too. Yeah, no shit. That's why you aren't being looked at for Secretary of Defense. Yeah. He doesn't have a PhD in foreign policy. He's just that good. For all of his faults and failures, I feel like Joe Biden would know the nations. You know what I mean? Is there actually any chance this guy gets confirmed? I know we're in the Twilight Zone. Yes. 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 Yeah. ASEAN, you mean island China, anti-China Chinese, China that we bombed quite a bit next to the anti-China Chinese. It's like, you know, China light. Different kinds of Chinese. Excuse me. China that we bombed quite a bit. Now bomb China. This is just a humiliation ritual to get the seat. Yeah. So are Dems just running him through the mud for performance and optics, safe, and they'll fall in line and play ball? I think there are ways in which he can forcibly pass through. So it's more so about whipping up the ranks within the Republican Party. It's going to come down to like a couple of Republicans that might hold out, but all of this is a humiliation ritual at the end of the day. Trump has already said that he would get HEGSETH confirmed regardless. Okay.
Harmful to morale, harmful to good order and discipline. If you are saying that women shouldn't be serving in the military, and I'm going to read you your quotes because the quotes themselves are terrible. You will have to change how you see women to do this job well, and I don't know if you are capable of that. So I want to press on these issues that my colleague Jean Shaheen brought up because she said it so well. So first of all, you answered your questionnaire. Do you believe that any American who wants to serve in their country in the military and can meet objective standards set by the military should be allowed to serve without limitation? You've said yes to that question. But then in all of these other circumstances, you've denigrated active duty service members. We have hundreds of women who are currently in the infantry, lethal members of our military serving in the infantry, but you degrade them. You say, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. So specific to Senator Cotton's question, because Senator Cotton was giving you layups to differentiate between different types of combat. And specifically, As secretary, would you take any action to reinstitute the combat arms exclusion for female service members, knowing full well you have hundreds of women doing that job right now? And the standards, your 2-mile run, Tom, is about the Army Combat Fitness Test. It is not the requirements to have an MOS 11 Bravo, which is the infantry. These are the requirements today for people serving in the industry, men and women. They are gender neutral, and they are very difficult to meet. They have not been reduced in any way, and our combat...
Told you. But it is funny that he just like either doesn't know or doesn't care. It's awesome that so many Americans will just hear him say that and be like, I agree. I agree with him.
At units, our infantry is lethal. So please explain specifically, because you will be in charge of 3 million personnel. It is a big job. And when you make these public statements, and I get you were not Secretary of Defense then, I get you were on TV, I get you were helping veterans, I get it was a different job. But most recently, you said this in November of 2024, knowing full well you might have been named as Secretary of Defense. So please explain these types of statements, because they're brutal and they're mean and they disrespect men and women who are willing to die for this country.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your comments, and I would point out I have never disparaged women serving in the military. I respect every single female service member.
But I don't think that they should be in the military. I'm simply stating that they don't deserve to be in the military.
That has put on the uniform past and present. My critiques, Senator, recently and in the past, and from personal experience, have been instances where I've seen standards lowered, and you mentioned 11 Alpha, 11 Bravo, MOS, places in units, and the book that has been referenced multiple times here, The War on Warriors. I spent months talking to active duty service members, men and women, low ranks, high ranks, combat arms and not combat arms. And what each and every one of them told me, and which personal instances have shown me, is that in ways direct, indirect, overt, and subtle, standards have been changed inside infantry training units, ranger school, infantry battalions, to ensure that
Give me one example. Please give me an example. I get you're making these generalized
commanders meet
statements.
quotas to have a certain number of female infantry officers or infantry enlisted, and that disparages those.
I believe women can serve in the military. Do you believe that choosing who you serve with is a compromise? Just as in healthcare, you can choose your providers based on preference and religion. Wait, what? This is not. I don't even understand what this example is. What? A massive government hiring body cannot make gender-based discrimination. It is illegal. And also very consequential. Like, what are we talking about? I'm looking at this simply as a hiring body. I'm not looking at this as like what the military's output is. Yeah, if you ask me, I think the American military should never engage in war ever again. Get all of those people that have jobs to start building immediately, okay? Build bridges and buildings and stuff like that. The American military is a massive hiring body. It's the second largest hiring body in the country after Walmart, okay? We're talking 3 million people. And they have a massive problem with recruitment. So any kind of standard lowering that has taken place is an effort to combat that, for the record. Yeah, this is actually a funny point. Is this HEGSETH not aware he isn't qualified? He doesn't have imposter syndrome at all? Is crazy. Yeah, he's talking about women not being qualified to be a part of the military, while he is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. Only 19% of the public approved Donald Trump's nomination of Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense, but it doesn't really matter. 41% of Republicans approve of HEGSETH's nomination and 54% of Democrats disapprove. Many don't know enough about the nominee to have an opinion. I don't think that more Democrats are going to approve of him after this meeting. More Republicans might, though.
Those women
Commanders do
incredibly
not have to
capable
meet
of meeting
quotas
that
for the infantry.
standard.
Commanders do not have to have a quota for women in the infantry. That does not exist. It does not exist. And your statements are creating the impression that these exist, because they do not. There are not quotas. We want the most lethal force. But I'm telling you, having been here for 15 years, listening to testimony about men and women in combat and the type of operations that were successful in Afghanistan and in Iraq, women were essential for many of those units. When Ranger units went in to find where the terrorists hiding in Afghanistan or in Iraq, if they had a woman in the unit, they could go in, talk to the women in a village, say, where are the terrorists hiding? Where are the weapons hiding? And get crucial information to make sure that we can win that battle. So just, you cannot denigrate women in general, and your statements do that. We don't want women in the...
I'm in such a weird... What are you doing, Mom? I'm in such a weird position here because, like, it comes across like I'm defending the American military or, you know, its military successes or whatever. And I certainly am not. Okay. I'm just simply treating the American military, Department of Defense, Pentagon as a jobs program, a government funded jobs program. Okay.
The military, especially in combat. What a terrible statement. So please, do not deny that you've made those statements. You have. We take the responsibility of standards very seriously, and we will work with you. I'm equally distressed you would not meet with me before this hearing. We could have covered all of this before you came here, so I could get to the 15 other questions that I want to get to. So women, you have denigrated. You have also denigrated members of the LGBTQ community. Did you know that when Don't Ask, Don't Tell was in place, we lost so many crucial personnel, over 1,000 in mission critical areas. We lost 10% of all our foreign language speakers because of a political policy. You said in your statement, you don't want politics in the DOD. Everything you've said in these public statements is politics. I don't want women. I don't want moms. What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal. I mean, you're basically saying women, after they have children, can't ever serve in the military in a combat role. It's a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to say, beneath the position that you are aspiring to. To denigrate LGBTQ service members is a mistake. If you are a sharpshooter, you're as lethal regardless of what your gender identity is, regardless of who you love. So please know this to be a true statement. So you say it was a political thing. You say it undermined us, social engineering. I don't know why someone having to publicly say or not publicly say who they love is social engineering. I think having that policy in the first place was highly problematic. And as you said in your statement, do you agree anybody should be able to serve in the military if they meet the standards?
Senator, as the president has stated, I don't disagree with the overturn of Don't Ask, Don't Tell.
Great, because I don't want you thinking, can't serve if you're a mom, can't serve if you're LGBTQ, and then last, can't serve if you're a leftist. The statements you said about people who have views differently than you, that we're the enemy, are you saying that 50%?
He's heard Felix Biederman's famous bit about, not bit, but famous theory about having a military coup, utilizing the revolutionary sentiment and the only organized body in the American government that is still somewhat competent to be able to bring about a socialist republic.
of the DOD, if they hold liberal views or leftist views or are Democrats, are not welcome in the military? Are you saying that?
Senator, I volunteered to deploy to Afghanistan under Democrat President Barack Obama. I also volunteered to guard the inauguration of Joe Biden, but was denied the opportunity to serve because.
Yeah, this is like a big part of his anger and resentment because he had a Jerusalem cross tattoo and a Deus Vult tattoo. They were like, "Yeah, I don't think you should. You know, you're a bit of an extremist, Pete." Also, because of all the times where you were written up for saying you want to massacre Muslims. Or, I don't know, the fact that you think women are ineligible for combat positions and should not be in the military. Like, these are extremist positions. Make no mistake.
Because I was identified as an extremist by my own unit for a Christian tattoo.
Thank you very much. Senator Gillibrand, you held up a document and referred to it during your questioning. Would you like that entered into the record?
It may be one without my marks.
Okay, yeah, okay, we'll delete.
We'll submit a clean copy.
Without objection, that will be admitted at the point of your question. And I would like to enter into the record at this point a letter of support from retired Air Force Colonel.
He has two tattoos. One is a Jerusalem cross. The other one is just Deus Vult.
Melissa Cunningham. Colonel Cunningham supports Mr. HEGSETH and mentions his warrior ethos, combative.
Watch. HEGSETH says he supports Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas. I'm glad that Senator Tom Cotton and Pete HEGSETH could get together and talk about the important issues, you know? Killing more Palestinian children.
We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. HEGSETH. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing. As was my custom during the Biden administration, I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you
Dude. Like, I just don't like, imagine being a dude in Arkansas and hearing your senator be like, I'm a Christian Zionist. Aren't you a Christian Zionist? Jews have a holy land they belong to. They must have that holy land. It's the most important position of all time. Like, a random dude in Arkansas that already has anti-Semitic opinions, like, oh yeah, them Jews do, own a lot of stuff, huh? Isn't that weird? Like, when you hear your senator say stuff like this, like, that's just like you're supercharging anti-Semitism. Unless you're already an evangelical that is going to a mega church where you're constantly talking about how the Holy Land belongs to Jews. But it's crazy.
consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is a great ally.
Thank you. Because another protester, and I think this one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group.
I thought they were a socialist USSR cutout. What? Now they're a Chinese Communist front group.
These days, said that you support
Israel. Said these days. Never mind. They've changed it.
Israel's war in Gaza. I support Israel's existential war in Gaza. I assume, like me and President Trump, you support that war as well, don't you?
Senator, I do. I support Israel destroying and killing every last member of Hamas.
And the third protester said something about 20 years of genocide. I assume that's our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Do you think our troops were committing genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan?
Senator, I do not. I think our troops, as you know, as so many in this committee know, did the best they could with what they have.
Yes, Code Pink is a bunch of old Jewish ladies. Yes. It is they're like old school OG anti-war protesters. Tom Cotton and Nancy Pelosi doing the handshake emoji on hating Code Pink. I mean, yes, you need to understand something. That's why I always say American foreign policy is bipartisan, okay, with very, very few exceptions.
We're not the outcomes, and tragically, the outcome we saw in Afghanistan under the Biden administration put a stain on that, but it doesn't put a stain on what those men and women did in uniform, as you know full well, Senator.
Do you believe the military is a systemically racist or?
This is my favorite type of line of questioning when they're just like, you know, we got to talk about wokeness and DEI in the military. Again, all matter of DEI style conversations is just pure marketing for the most part. Like in terms of the military doing like any kind of initiatives, they're specifically talking about I mean, they're doing that to you know, try to combat the hiring crisis that they have.
Organization, and if confirmed, will you commit to defend, not denigrate our troops?
Senator, I was also offended by those comments because anyone who's been on active duty in the National Guard, man, woman, in units, understand that is fundamentally false.
By the way, there's 3 studies, to his credit, Secretary Austin put out one of them, that said exactly what you just said. Fundamentally false.
Senator, they knew it. Anyone who'd been in a unit knew it. One could argue that if not the least, one of the least racist institutions in our country is the United States.
And I'm going to work on that. I'm going to work to make that no longer the reality, okay?
United States military.
That's
Being
right.
a racist in our military has not been tolerated for a very long time.
One of
Never
the
in my
greatest civil
formations,
rights
never in other
organizations in
formations.
America. Would you agree the U.S. military is one of the most forward-leaning, probably one of the greatest civil rights organizations in American history?
No doubt.
Let me turn to another one. Last year at a hearing before this committee, I called on the Biden Secretary of the Navy to resign because he's failing in his ability to build ships. We are being completely outbuilt in terms of ships by the Chinese, and yet this Secretary of the Navy has been focused.
This is so funny to say because, like, how many aircraft carriers do the Chinese have? Okay, versus how many we have, and what the operational capacity and what the logistics that the American military has. Not the glaze, okay, but we have far outspent every other nation for far too long. It is virtually impossible for our foreign adversaries to even come close. People don't understand the full scope of American empire. They don't understand that a major part of this process, being everywhere all at once, requires a massively complex logistical chain, okay? You need constant refueling. You need constant resupply. You need Amazon deliveries that are getting shipped to the aircraft carriers in real time. This conversation about ships is already insane. We already don't have the manpower to man the ships that we currently have. Every sailor rolls their eyes at this because everyone is already overworked due to manpower. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. They're like, oh yeah, they're outbuilding us. It's like, dude, you don't have, there's not enough people, dude. Not only do we have more ships, but we have an incredibly complex web of logistics. We have a supply chain. We have a global supply chain that feeds these aircraft carriers and our military bases all around the planet. And we also have an incredibly complex web of constant spying, like constant surveillance that works effectively with all of our aircraft as well. These are things that no other foreign nation, adversary or not, will ever be able to achieve. I don't understand why these people are so invested in saying that the American military is woke that they're just like, once again, undermining the truth. China can't even achieve it. No, I think it's a matter of priority. I think China doesn't choose to spend its money on supercharging their military, on hyper focusing on their military might. They have defensive positions overall, and they want to have regional dominance. But having said that, they would rather build sick, infrastructure projects like the new dam that they want to build. It's like significantly larger than the Three Gorges Dam. It's stuff like that. China has more ships than us already. We still have more tonnage, but that's eroding too. Okay, but I'm talking about something more than simply ships. China has now more surface ships than the U.S. China is building at a rate of 6 destroyers a year compared to U.S.'s 2 destroyers a year. I don't, guys, and I think Elent News will agree with me on this. In terms of the Navy, he's probably referring to China now building at a capacity of 6 destroyers a year, and the U.S. builds 2. They are now the largest Navy in terms of ship numbers. The Navy doesn't simply operate on the pure number of ships. It's infinitely more complex than that. You also have to have a steady supply chain that is refueling and refeeding munitions into your Navy, no matter where you are in the world. Like America's capabilities in terms of America's military capabilities are I think so far more advanced than the Chinese military. It's not even, and I say this as a China glazer, like America currently has a capability to be anywhere around the world and deploy anywhere around the world, like an insane number of troops. China does not have that. America has 800 military bases that we know of. China has 2. 800 foreign military bases that we know of. This does not include the secret bases that we do not know of. The logistics is important, and the U.S. has a monopoly on allied ports and refueling for sure, although China is building a large logistics fleet. But you are correct, the U.S. is far ahead right now in terms of deployment capability. Exactly. The U.S. Navy can't even defeat the Houthis, though. See, that's the other part of this problem, because, like, no matter how mighty your military is, obviously, unless you do full tilt genocide and just, like, nuke a place, it's going to be quite difficult if you have an enemy that is resilient and refuses to give up. So there's also that aspect of this conversation as well. But that goes for China, too. It's not like you think if the American military can't defeat the Ansar Allah movement's efforts in blocking the Red Sea, you think the Chinese military is going to be able to do that? No, they can't. It's just there is a level of permissible violence that you can't go above. And, America, it keeps bombing these places, and so does Israel. But ultimately, You can't overcome a group of resilient people that have their own manufacturing capabilities and have allegiances with a regional superpower that is, you know, giving them arms. And when I say genocide, I'm talking about like more than what Saudi Arabia and UAE did in Yemen. I'm talking like straight up nuking Yemen, you know? Like nuking Sanaa, like just nuking it. Dropping a mini nuke or something. Bro, I hear that. And yet America never won a single war since World War II. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that this is not how, that's not how this works, is what I mean. Do you not understand? My point is, it doesn't really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how mighty your military or how powerful your military is either. Look at the dynamic in Gaza. Okay? These dudes are using bathtub rockets against one of the most powerful militaries in the region that is backed by the most powerful country on the planet with unlimited munitions. And they've dumped multiple nukes worth of munitions in a densely populated area, killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. And yet, according to recent reports by Charles Lister and many others, Hamas's numbers are back to the same place that they were pre-October 7. All they've done is endlessly recruit a new crop of people who have been recently orphaned. That said, I think you will be very surprised by China's capability in any war, particularly its ballistic missile, naval, and air force power projection around the Pacific. Yeah, no, I'm saying that their military activity is specifically for specifically regional. America's military might is global. That's what I was stating. Like they have the reason why they have such a strong emphasis on their own Navy is specifically because they're gearing up to protect their own backyard. Part of the reason why they went into developing nukes was also for that same reason. If you recall, when Xi Jinping sat across from Joseph Robinette Brandon, he very clearly stated that they would dial back their nuclear arms program if America didn't continue to arm Japan with long-range missiles. And of course, we know what happened there. I mean, Japan is still full-scale militarizing once again. HasanAbi, very bad guy. Russia, best country in the whole world. Suka bliat.
Focused on climate change, not building ships in lethality. Mr. HEGSETH, if your Secretary of the Navy ends up focusing on climate change more than shipbuilding and lethality, will you commit to me to fire him?
My Secretary of the Navy, should I be confirmed, sir, will not be focused on climate change in the Navy. Just like the Secretary of the Air Force won't be focused on LG-powered fighter jets, or the Secretary of the Army will not be focused on electric-powered tanks.
Let me ask,
we're going to be focused on lethality and defeating our enemy.
I do find it really funny that these guys think that like the initiatives being made like this, I don't even know how much emphasis there is on this, but like the initiatives in this regard are being done not to improve operational capacity, but instead because of woke. Like you have to be a complete moron to think that like the American government, I mean, look, I've listened to Mark Milley complain about how America's procurement strategies are actually kind of outdated in comparison to what Palmer Luckey could do, you know, and how tech should play a more formative role in defense. Okay, it's legitimately terrifying to hear guys like this talk about accelerating American R&D in the field of battle. And there are definitely a lot of pre-existing checks that I guess, slow down this process. Having said that, however, any sort of initiative made is 100% to improve combat readiness, and not because they want to be woke.
And I appreciate that. The other thing President Biden did, his first executive order as president, was to focus on transgender surgeries for active duty troops. This is all I'm describing the woke military here under Biden over the last 4 years. If confirmed and you issue an order saying we are going to rip the Biden woke yoke off the neck of our military and focus on lethality and warfighting, how do you think the troops will react?
Senator, I know the troops will rejoice.
They will love it.
They will love it. And we've already seen it in recruiting numbers. There's already been a surge since President Trump won the election of recruiting. The Army says
And do you think our military will
surpass its recruiting
and our military
goals.
will follow that order?
Our military.
Yeah, that's what was stopping people from joining the military. How woke it is. Bro, they're going to start drafting people. I swear to God. Oh, my God.
Military will follow that order, Senator. Gladly, because they want to focus on lethality and warfighting and get all the woke, political prerogative, politically correct, social justice, political stuff out of the military.
Okay. All right. Will the Bernie interview be on this channel? Yes. In 5 minutes, I will be talking to Senator Bernard Sanders. Okay. I'll just say this much. Okay. I'll say this.
Same time.
As one of the last things I want to point to before we get to our conversation with Senator Bernard Sanders. A lot of you have called me old for being 33 years old. Many of you youngins are going to be feeling the pain when that draft kicks in. Okay? Maybe age will be a virtue in the upcoming years when we go to battle with China. Okay? Yeah. Think about that. You are not considering the purchasing power and the differing market conditions, nationalized versus private contractors, and that close the gap in spending significantly, absolute spending versus effective spending. I wasn't even talking about that. I was actually talking about like the American deployment capabilities around the globe, and how many units we have, how much equipment we have, and also how much more advanced American technology is in the field, in the military specifically, in comparison to our foreign adversaries. Joining the war on China, on the side of China, yes. Oh, man. Any preface for the talking points with Bernie? We're just gonna freestyle for the most part. I have some questions that I sent over that I wanted to go through. Obviously, I'm gonna start the conversation. I'm gonna start the conversation by talking about my my own personal experience with Bernie Sanders and what he means to me. Am I nervous? No, I'm not nervous. We only have him for a very, very short period of time. No, nothing is off limits. U.S. Coast Guard ships can be refitted for combat, and the U.S. has close to 100 frigates in the Coast Guard that could easily be retrofitted if needed. Retrofitted if needed for what? It's my first time talking to the GOAT, yes. All right. Calling now. Okay, let's see. Okay. Hold on. Anne, I'm talking to Senator Bernie Sanders. Please be quiet. Over there. Hello? Senator Sanders, can you hear me? Okay, maybe not.
have audio.
I can see Senator Sanders and I can hear him as well. I don't know if he can hear me though.
I can hear you. How are you?
Oh, okay, perfect. 1 second. Let me just move this around a little bit. And okay. Hold on. I'm doing real-time production right now. I'm great, Senator. This is an honor. It's an honor to talk to you.
Honor to be with you, and congratulations on what you're doing. We need alternative media, and you're it. Thank you.
Yeah. We met many years ago when you actually visited the TYT studio, actually. Many years ago, and I've been a huge supporter and a big fan of yours for quite some time. All right, well, we're getting started on our end. So I don't know if you guys are ready to go on yours as well.
Bria, we good? We're good.
Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont here on the broadcast, a way to finally close the circle, a person that is endlessly impactful in American politics for especially our corner of American politics, a person that I believe is profoundly important in revitalizing the leftist movement in this country. Bernie Sanders, thank you so much for everything you've done. And also, thank you for coming on the broadcast.
Well, my pleasure to be with you, and thank you for what you are doing. You are part of a revolution in media today, which is talking to millions of people who are tuning out of legacy media, and thanks for what you're doing.
So we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to get right into it. As far as your impact goes, I think we should probably start off with where you foresee the future of the left movement going in American politics.
Well, what I am most optimistic about is a revitalization of the trade union movement in this country, a growth in class consciousness, workers beginning to stand up and take on corporate greed, stand up to the massive levels of income and wealth inequality that we have today. And I think the future of American politics is bringing young people, people of color, women together in a movement led by the trade union movement, which demands that we end oligarchy in America. And that's something I'd like to talk with you a little bit about, Hasan, and move toward not only a democratic political system, but an economy where all of our people in the wealthiest nation on earth have a decent standard of living. That is not a radical idea. We can do it, but we can't do it unless we bring people together around a progressive agenda.
Absolutely. Speaking of the oligarchy, we of course have the anti-corruption candidate, Donald Trump, who ran on draining the swamp the first time and then only seemingly worsened the conditions of the swamp, now aligned directly with one of the top oligarchs, the actual top oligarch, the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. And I feel like you've had some conversations about Elon Musk, especially in recent weeks. And I was wondering how you feel about Donald Trump cozying up to all of these billionaires, and these billionaires, especially in the tech sector, including but not limited to Elon Musk, cozying back up to Donald Trump and a resurgence of right-wing politics in the country.
Hasan, this is of enormous consequence. There's nothing more important that is happening not only in American politics, but in world politics. Let's think about it for a moment. What you got in Elon Musk is, in fact, the wealthiest guy in the world, worth over $400 billion. I mean, it's just astronomical, mentioning that. Along with Zuckerberg, Bezos, the three of them are worth almost $8 trillion. They're all going to be at Trump's side during his inauguration. Musk is going to play an active role in, quote unquote, transforming government. What is all of this stuff is about? What it's about is moving incredibly rapidly toward an oligarchic form of society, where the very wealthiest people will not only own the economy, not only own the media. I mean, Bezos owns the Washington Post, Musk owns Twitter, but also own the political system. One of the issues that we don't talk about enough is that during this last election, a small, tiny number of people, multi-billionaires, poured huge amounts of money into both political parties. And that is, to my mind, not what democracy is about. So you got control of the media by the few, control of the political system by the few, control of the economy by the few. And if that's not oligarchy, I don't know what oligarchy is. And our job is to bring our people together, the vast majority of the people, demand a vibrant democracy, getting rid of Citizens United, one person, one vote, limiting the amount of money big money can spend on politics, and creating an economy in the richest country on earth that guarantees a decent standard of living for all people. That's the challenge.
What do you think Elon Musk is going to do in terms of privatization when he is basically in charge of numerous government agencies now? Like, he's going to have control, or at least a tremendous amount more influence, direct influence over numerous government agencies, some of which are tasked with regulating his companies.
Exactly. And it's not just, don't look at it as him having control over this or that agency. It's the enormous impact that the wealthiest guy on earth, a very smart guy and a very dynamic, hardworking guy, what he's going to have over the totality of the government and the Trump administration. What does it mean? These guys do not believe in government. They aggressively believe in deregulation. They believe in more and more wealth and power people on top right now. You don't hear Mr. Musk talking about the need to provide health care to all people as a human right. You don't hear Mr. Musk talking about the need to make sure that all of our people have decent education or live in safe, affordable housing. That you don't need. What you're talking about is an expansion and growth in technology, which will benefit the people on top, and in my view, at the expense of ordinary people. And you know what else was kind of unique about Musk? A little bit different than other guys. This guy, increasingly, you may have noticed, talking about people with super high IQs. You heard that?
Yeah.
I haven't heard that kind of language in a very long time. You're talking about a kind of a superior aristocracy, who are all so smart and know all about technology, have all kinds of wealth, who are living these extraordinary lives, and they're going to be running the world for us. And the challenge of the moment is that with an exploding technology that has the capability of improving life for all, we've got to make sure that that happens and not see more increased wealth and power going to the people on top, which is exactly what Musk is all about. These guys are smart, they are aggressive, they want even more wealth, they want even more power. They are enormously dangerous. What's going on right now is unprecedented. This is not just, rich guys, oh boy, I'd like some more money, I need another 14th house. They want power. Power to go with their wealth.
What would you say to the growing resentment from the American working class against political institutions, the elite, and specifically our government? Do you feel like this level of deregulation and privatization and the erosion of government social safety nets and government programs have contributed to that resentment?
Absolutely. Look, you're the average guy out there. You're not into politics. What are you seeing? you're seeing that in many ways you are no better off, in some cases worse off than a worker in your place 50 years ago. You got that? Real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker, despite the huge increase in worker productivity and technology, all the computers, all the cell phones. An average worker in real inflation accounts for dollars, not making a nickel more than he or she did 50 years ago. And during that period, a massive transfer of wealth, bottom 90% to the top 1%. And you're looking around you, and you're worried that your children may be in even worse financial shape than you are. They may never own a home of their own. You look at a government, you're hearing all the political bullshit that's out there. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And yet, maybe your job went to China. It's likely that you have a high deductible. You may not have any health insurance at all. Maybe your kid made it to college and he or she is deeply in debt. And you're saying, does democracy really work for me? Does it really work for me? And a lot of people are concluding, no, it doesn't. And they're willing to move toward a more authoritarian type society run by Donald Trump. You know, what Trump said in so many words, he said, you know what, this system is broken. I'm going to smash it. Well, he's right, the system is broken. Problem is, his solutions are going to make a bad situation even worse. Our job is to acknowledge what Democrats don't. You know what? The system is broken. We need to rebuild the system. People together. We can do it. We should not be the only major country on earth not guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right. You think we can't build millions of units of affordable housing? You think we can't reach out to the world and address climate change? I think we can. Tough stuff. None of this is easy. We can do it. A lot of people are essentially saying, you know, I'm sick and tired. I've heard all of it over and over again. It ain't working for me. Status quo is not what I want. I want change. Trump may be crazy. He may be a pathological liar. He's going to bring about change. So that's what I think we're dealing with.
Do you feel like this was a crisis in communication from the Democratic Party in the past election cycle that led to the defeat of Kamala Harris?
No, I don't. I don't think it's a question of communication. I think it's what the Democrats stand for. So, you know, it's not messaging is art. So if the Democrats believe, does the Democratic leadership believe that the current system is broken? You tell me. Have you heard that? People go around saying, look, there's something wrong when we have massive income and wealth inequality, when we're the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people, when you got 800,000 people sleeping out on the streets, when we have an opioid epidemic, when our public schools are failing. You know what? Guess what? The system ain't working. Do you hear Democrats say? You tell me. I mean, I'm sitting in the Beltway. I don't hear it. Do you hear it on the outside world?
No, absolutely not. That's why I was wondering what your opinion is. Is it malicious? Is it incompetence? Is it because we are now seeing the likes of Chris Murphy, for example, come to terms with a more left-wing populist message that they want to adopt. Now, you say that it's more than just the message. It's actually about dramatically changing the policy, dramatically changing the direction away from this zealotry that they display in terms of defending third-way neoliberalism. And I 100% agree with that. But will there actually be a change in your estimation within the Democratic Party? Do they actually want to win elections? Do they actually want to change the trajectory of American politics away from the throes of fascism?
They want to win elections, absolutely. Are they willing to take on their corporate sponsors?
How do we build sustainable?
People who finance their campaigns in order to do what is popular and what the American people want, which is the way you win elections. Let me give you just many examples. I mean, I can throw it out. It is one thing to say, okay, we are opposing Trump's effort, perhaps, to throw millions of people off of the Affordable Care Act. And we all agree that should not happen. It's another thing to ask why it is that we're spending twice as much per capita on healthcare, 85 million people are uninsured or underinsured. Insurance costs are going up. The question there is our healthcare system broken or not? I think many Democrats are prepared to say, yeah, it's broken. We need a new system. We need to move toward Medicare for all. Are there some Democrats who are beginning to catch on that there is something wrong when they have lost a significant part of the white working class, and now the Latino working class, some of the black working class? Are people beginning to catch on that maybe we've got to address some of the issues that are impacting the lives of working people? Yeah, I think some are enough. No, I don't think so.
How do you feel about the Morena victory in Mexico, if you don't mind me asking? Because we did see a somewhat older figure in AMLO transitioning power away after seeing tremendous success with the expansion of the welfare state and social safety nets and trying to target to the best of his ability inflationary the inflation crisis that many other Western liberal capitalist nations faced, where we saw historically unpopular incumbent disadvantages. AMLO was able to transfer power away from himself to a younger female candidate, Claudia Sheinbaum. So clearly, even in North America, there is an example of a social democratic party becoming even more popular in the aftermath of this election.
Well, I would look, it ain't complicated. If you do what your constituents want you to do, you know what, they're going to vote for you. I mean, it's kind of basic politics. If you ignore their needs and say, well, you just don't appreciate all that we have done for you, you don't know how good you have it, well, you know what they say, well, screw you, I'm not doing well. I would also mention to you that when we passed in the throes of the pandemic, the American Rescue Plan, which provided direct cash payment, tens of millions of Americans extended unemployment, put a whole lot of money into childcare, kept people from getting evicted, lowered the childhood poverty rate through a child tax credit. At that particular point, after that bill was passed, guess what? Biden's popularity was the highest that it was throughout his administration. You tell me, just tell me, if the Democratic Party said, you know what, in the first 3 months of a Democratic presidency, a Democratic Congress, every American will have health care as a human right without having to take out your wallet, because it's a human right. We're going to fund it in a progressive way, publicly, no more in insurance premiums, co-payments, deductibles. If the Democrats pulled that off, how incredibly popular do you think they would be? You tell me.
Absolutely.
Am I missing something?
No, absolutely. Do you think that it's the impact of money in politics that causes Democrats to be afraid of taking the initiative on issues like this? Or is it more pervasive and unfortunately scarier than that? Because I'm a firm believer that aside from the lobbying dollars, I think that there is a crisis of like elitism, I would say, where you have immediate family members of Democratic Party officials and, of course, the Republican Party officials as well that go to work in these corporations. So it's a more complex web beyond even lobbying in terms of the conflict of interest, in my opinion, between members of Congress and the corporate elite.
I think you're right. I think it is both factors. Let us not minimize the role that money plays, period. Every American, I don't give a damn what your political views are, should be really frightened that 3 multi-billionaires in the Republican Party could put hundreds of millions of dollars into Trump's campaign. Democrats also had many billionaires contributing. And if you think those guys are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts, you would be mistaken. Obviously, they want to elect candidates who will represent their interests. And the second thing related to kind of what you are saying, Hasan, is that people live in a certain world. One of the crises of the corrupt campaign finance system we have is not only the impact of money. Many of my colleagues are spending 20-30% of their days. You know what they do? They're not out talking to their working class constituents. They're on the phone raising money from wealthy people. They're going to, house parties with wealthy people. When you surround yourself with folks who have come from a certain world perspective, I'm running a corporation. Let me tell you about all my problems I'm having. It's not, hey, I can't pay my rent. Let me tell you about my problems. You live in a certain milieu, I think is what you're talking about, and that becomes separated from reality. Does that take place? Is that happening? I think it is.
Yeah, I noticed that I was the most out of touch with the outside world when I was directly at the DNC, despite being online the entire time. That I definitely noticed that there is a bubble surrounding, I would say, the Rust Belt for sure, or not the Rust Belt. Sorry, the DC class and the media class. I think are certainly.
It really is. It really is. I mean, I've said
removed.
this. It really is. I've said this a million times, and it's not just the politicians, it's the inside the Beltway media. I cannot recall. I have done 12 zillion interviews in my political life over the years. There's nobody who's come up to me and said, Bernie, we have massive income and wealth inequality. What do you think we should do about it? Bernie, what are you going to do about the fact that 25% of seniors in this country living on $15,000 a year or less? What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about the fact that so many people are homeless? Those are questions that one is not asked. One is never asked about income and wealth inequality, for example. It's not part of the mindset of media or, for that matter, politicians. And we got to break through that. We have got to break through it because it is on the mindset of ordinary Americans.
So switching gears a little bit, but going back to the Democratic Party's performance in these past 4 years under Joe Biden, where would you rank Biden's performance across the board? Because there were certainly a lot of good things that occurred. I think pulling out of Afghanistan was a success, and it was the appropriate thing to do, even though it was not defended adequately by the Democratic administration, in my opinion, and the media definitely was very gung-ho about continuously punishing Biden. There were also initiatives, like you said, the expansion of child tax credit, and wonderful work done by the NLRB and many other regulatory agencies, like the FTC specifically. But it did seem as though, one, these successes and the impact was not seen as tangible things that the American working class could associate with. But outside of that, do you feel as though it didn't meet the standards that are necessary for improving the material conditions of the working class right now?
Excellent question. And here's the answer. Accomplished domestically.
Wait, you're cutting out. Wait, 1 second. Sorry. I don't know what happened. You cut out a little bit. What you said, excellent question. I didn't hear anything after that. Sorry, Senator.
Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
I think if you look objectively at what Biden has accomplished domestically, it is probably the strongest record of achievement since FDR in the 30s. What you're talking about is rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure and creating a huge number of jobs, making real progress in rebuilding manufacturing in America. First president really to take on big pharma and have some impact in lowering the cost of prescription drugs, most notably beginning to negotiate prescription drug prices under Medicare, investing very heavily in climate change and sustainable energy. A president who was unashamedly pro-labor, walked on a picket line with the United Automobile Workers. That is a strong record. That's only part of what he did. Problem is, the record is strong, but I think he was not been the kind of leader and communicator that made that record understandable to the American people. And second of all, even more importantly, well, that is an admirable record that he should be very proud of. I'm proud to have worked with him on some of those things. The truth is, given where the American worker is today, it is simply not enough. What the American worker is crying out for is, why are my wages today no higher than they were in real dollars 50 years ago? If we could have raised the minimum wage to, say, $17 an hour, it would have made a hell of a lot of difference in the lives of millions of low-income people. If we could have expanded Medicare, at least, cover hearing, dental, vision, home health care, would have made a real difference. I think also, while President Biden has accomplished a lot, he does not do what Trump does and identify enemies. Who are the impediments to progress? Well, Trump has his ideas, all undocumented people and it's transgender people, whoever it may be. He has a set of enemies, kind of change every day, but they're out there. I don't think the Biden administration is strong enough in saying, you know what, we've got to stop the greed of the corporate world right now, not just the drug companies, but the insurance companies, sectors all over. They talk about it, but not quite forcefully enough, and to present specific policies to deal with that. Alina Khan, who is, I guess, for the next few days, remains a chair of the FTC, has done a brilliant job.
Absolutely.
And is one of the heroines of that administration. I think you got to be clearer in saying, why is it that the rich are getting richer and so many other people are struggling? We need an explanation for that. I'm not sure that the Biden people were as strong on doing that as they should have been.
We don't have a lot of time, so I want to ask you something about the Green New Deal. In your Green New Deal proposal, you proposed $18 billion increase in national spending specifically to address the more frequent and severe wildfires plaguing the American West. This was, of course, widely panned by the media and also politicians that are backed by the oil and gas industry. And yet the $18 billion is marginal in comparison to the total damage that we've seen in California and Los Angeles this past week. Some estimates ranging from, the most conservative estimates ranging from $50 billion to upwards of $100 billion. How do we communicate to the American public that initiatives like the Green New Deal are an absolute necessity going forward in order to truly tackle the climate crisis that is going to seemingly increase these extreme once-in-a-lifetime natural disasters?
That's the problem. They're no longer, Hasan, you're exactly right. They are no longer once in a lifetime. They're no longer once in a decade. And by the way, while I'm here with you, let me just, I love LA. I get out there fairly often, and what's going on is unimaginable, and I know people are suffering, just so worried. And we're going to do what we can to help rebuild LA. Your point is, well, I think there are 2 points that need to be made. We have got to combat with every ounce of strength that we have people like Trump who think that climate change is a hoax. This is, as I understand it, the warmest year on record, followed by 9 preceding years, which were the warmest years on record. Climate change is real. What you're seeing in LA is part of what we're seeing all over the world, of massive climate disturbances. And it's going to happen. It's going to continue to happen. I mean, it's horrible to almost think of this, say that what's going on in LA today will become fairly common in years to come. But unless the global community comes together, recognize that we got to change our energy systems, we got to take on the lies and the greed of the fossil fuel industry. We have to do what the Green New Deal is about, create millions of good-paying jobs in energy efficiency and sustainable energy, and we can do it. We can do it. And yes, what the Green New Deal was about is saying, look, that in itself is not going to solve the global climate crisis, but it'll give states and communities better resources in order to deal with the crises that are definitely going to come as we try to transform the system.
Do you feel like the back and forth political conversations or even blaming the likes of DEI or whatever the new Republican thing is on any given basis is simply a misdirection away from the actual the actual reasons as to why anthropogenic climate change is accelerating these extreme weather events?
It makes me furious. It really does. Now, presumably what's going on in LA is all because you have a Democratic governor, a Democratic mayor, but then they're going to have to explain why we've had all this terrible flooding and other disasters in very red states all across this country. You got to be a moron not to understand that climate change does not give a damn whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. It is real. So yes, this is simply an attempt to deflate attention, much needed attention, on why climate change is causing devastating problems in LA, throughout our country. My small state of Vermont, in the last number of years, has been hit time and again. Floods which have wreaked havoc for hundreds and hundreds of homeowners, small business people. Our state capital is still impacted by the flood we had a few years ago. This is a global crisis. Those people who are still trying to deny it in order to protect the profits of the fossil fuel industry, I really don't understand it. Their kids are going to suffer. Their grandchildren are going to suffer. I don't know what they think they're gaining by playing a political game with an issue of such existential importance.
It seems like it's short-term profit seeking, which has absolutely eviscerated American manufacturing, as well as ruined even the consumer experience that Americans have in general over year. It's basically a race to the bottom, putting the interests of profits over the interests of people. I had another question about this in particular. Mike Johnson has made inferences to potentially offering conditional aid to the state of California in terms of recovery. In your experience, you've spent many decades in American Congress. Have you ever seen this level of politicization in the aftermath of any sort of natural disaster? And do you feel like Mike Johnson is doing this specifically because they want to potentially use as a way to pass through budget reconciliations without much problems down the line?
I think I have seen a little bit of this stuff in the past, but not to the extent that we're seeing it right now. It really is. Biden and Obama, I think if you check their records, they gave out disaster relief and other types of federal funding really to red states quite as generously or ungenerously as they did to blue states. They really did not discriminate. The idea that the largest state in our country, which has been just devastated by this terrible fire, that they are going to be playing politics with disaster relief is unconscionable. Between you and me, I don't think that they will succeed, because what goes around comes around. And you do not, I don't want to see if, God forbid, Idaho is hit by something, we say, well, it's a Republican state, we're not going to give them the help they need. This is America, We're a 50-state country and we have territories. We treat all people equally. When there is a disaster, what being a country is about is we all come to each other's aid. If Vermont gets hit hard by something, I expect the people of California to help us. If California gets hit, people of Vermont got to be there for you. It doesn't matter whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever you are. That has got to be the basic tenet of how we do federal disaster relief.
One last question I have for you before I let you go, and thank you so much for spending time with us today. I've heard from your team that you have been doing this this event in Vermont where you go and play basketball with some of your constituents. Number one, when can we ball? Because that is a dream of mine. And also number two, I've heard that you were that you had some wonderful experiences that made you feel like people are desperate for a sense of community right now and some semblance of community organizing.
Hasan, the reason we're doing this, we're paying this out of campaign funds, is I think in Vermont and all over this country, there is a desperate need for community. We did, during the holiday season in December, 4 events around the state in communities larger and smaller. It was just a fantastic thing, totally non-political. Just people coming out and doing Christmas carols and Hanukkah stuff, and just, having, eggnog, and kids are there, and we had local kids entertaining and people singing along with the kids. Beautiful experience. We've now done 9 basketball events, and what I want to do there is not only bringing people out, is I worry the kids are spending too much time on their cell phones. Kids are isolated. So we do these events, and we have foul shooting contests for the little kids and the middle school kids, the high school kids. And we give a free basketball, good basketball to all of the kids who come, with the hope that these kids will become more active, go out, play some ball, not sit home on their phones all of the time. We also do a chess tournament every year. We do a choir event every year. We do essay contests. We want to involve the kids, and many of these kids are really struggling. These are tough times for kids in high school, middle school. So we're trying to reach out and bring people together in what little ways we can.
All right. Well, I look forward to coming to Vermont and playing basketball with you, Senator. And
you shoot hoop?
Yeah, I play basketball quite a bit. I'm training.
All right.
I'm training to see you on the courts.
All right, you got it. Come on. I'd love to see you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on, Senator Sanders. Like I said, you're an incredibly impactful person for many people in my community. And I'm very fortunate that you wanted to come on. And hopefully, if I do come to Vermont, maybe we can have a much longer conversation as well.
Let's do it.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great one.
Cool.
Bye. All right. That was Senator Bernie Sanders, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't have time to get to every single thing that I wanted to talk to. They extended the time that we were supposed to talk to one another over an additional 5 minutes. But hopefully I was able to shed some light, on some of the pressing questions that at least I had, and maybe some questions that you had as well. All right. We're going to move on and talk more about what's going on in the world now. Go to Vermont. I love Vermont. Oh, I'm going to Vermont 100%. All right. Thank you, Hasan, for giving screen time to lesser known streamers. Yeah, I do what I can. But yeah, we're going to do that. The balling thing is not a joke. I am going to do that for sure. Anyway, all right. Ball with Bernie sounds fire. I agree. This is a way to close that circle, though. Because honestly, listen. For myself and many others in this community, I think, especially for a lot of the younger chatters, like Bernie Sanders was quite an impactful politician that caused many people to recognize what their own personal political perspective looked like. That, I mean, he showed an entire generation that there is an alternative way of looking at things, an alternative way of understanding politics. I think he communicated. He reinstilled confidence amongst many Americans that felt cast aside by Congress, by politicians in general. If you ever go to Cuba, you should try to ball with Castro's kids too. Yeah, there was so many more questions that I, of course, wanted to ask Bernie Sanders, but we definitely didn't have enough time to go through all of it. But I am going to hopefully do something like Theo Vaughn style, where I do a sit down with him, where we can cover other issues as well. Scott Manellis, thank you for the 50 get the subs. Okay. Is that the first time you've ever interviewed him? Yes. Police and also speaking of chaos and crisis all around the world. The police are advancing on the South Korean president's estate currently. Bernie Fearan special report? No, I probably would not do it on Fearan. I probably would do it on my own YouTube channel, like a sit down interview. They try this every week at this point. I know. Okay. Can you elaborate on how you feel right now? I feel pretty good. I don't know. I mean, how should I feel? Should we have asked clip channels to not clip before the interview? Yeah, don't clip this interview, clip channels. I'm going to be posting it, obviously. Okay. Let's continue. XBC stream title right now, 1,000 diaper cops are coming. Okay. Year of guessing collabs in 2025, starting off with a bang. You should feel proud. Yeah. I don't know how we did this, but we have a lot. Yeah, we have there's a lot going on that front. HasanAbi archive won't listen. We need to collectively destroy its watch time. Just if they upload it, I'll tell them I'll strike it down. Like, if I'm being honest, some of the questions that I would love to talk to Bernie about are totally irrelevant to like what's going on right now in the world, and more so about like presenting yourself as a socialist and what he thinks is like the future of socialism in the Western world, things of that nature. You know what I mean? Like, I think I would love to talk to him about that. Love to talk to him about like socialism as a poverty cult. Like, how does he feel about this? Does he feel like this is reactionary politics? And why do leftists also advance this kind of attitude as well? Sectarian infighting on the left. Has he experienced this in his life? But why not insert a few of those, brother? No, because I had 30 minutes to talk to him. I'm saying when we do a longer conversation, I'll ask him more about those questions as well. There was also I had some questions lined up about Gaza that I didn't have the time to get to either. Please ask serious questions. I did. I only asked serious questions, with the exception of the basketball one in the end. My point is, I wanna. When I have more time, when I have when I can have him as a sit down interview, I'm gonna ask questions like that. I wish you could do an interview with Jeremy Corbyn. I will be doing an interview with Jeremy Corbyn at some point. Don't worry, I'm talking to his team. Also, yeah, the basketball question was obviously a second day question. You know what I mean? What? The last question secured another longer interview because the vibes were great. Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. Protesters label U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken as Secretary of Genocide. Anthony Blinken and Joe Biden are on their actually our foreign policy wasn't bad tour right now, which is of course laughable because, as you guys know, there is a side deal that has taken place where Donald Trump is going to get all the glory of potentially facilitating a ceasefire deal. And it's not because he actually applied any sort of pressure to Hamas. Lo and behold, shockingly enough, it was actually because they had to apply pressure to Israel. So obviously, we're going to be covering that a little bit more extensively. But before we get to that, obviously that reality kind of puts a stain on the Joe Biden and Anthony Blinken media tour. But let's take a look at what happened.
We strengthened America's robust sanctions regime on Iran and delivered on President Biden's commitment.
You will forever be known as Bloody Blinken, Secretary of Genocide. You have the blood of hundreds of thousands of innocent people on your hands. We have spent
Thank you. I respect your views. Please allow me to share mine. Thank you.
appeal to your humanity in front of your house. We've written you letters. We've held car rallies. The blood of innocent civilians, of children, is on your hands. We will not forget. We will not forget. We will hold you accountable. We will hold you accountable. Bloody Blinken, Secretary of Genocide. Shame on you.
These are the goals that I've worked to advance over a dozen trips to the region since October 7th.
It's so good because it's like they know they're gonna get kicked out, so they're just like waiting one at a time. Anytime he starts talking about it, he's like, "Shame on you."
Oh, thousands and thousands and thousands. How do you break American law? How do you do all that and then sit here and tell these people, civilized people, that you are doing what? Kill your policy for the Middle East? Kill, and kill, and kill, just what the Israelis saying. You're a brutal war criminal. We sat in front of your house for a year. You have no compassion. You are a monster.
Is that hard to achieve? Yes. Peace in the region always has been.
For over 450 days, Israel has committed genocide against the Palestinian people. We have sent over $25 billion to Israel in the past year. That's $70 of all of our money. $70 that we are using to send weapons, send bombs, and genocide. Blinken, you lied on May 10th to Congress. You lied. ProPublica looked it up. May 10th.
All right.
If these
and in the heels of Anthony Blinken doing a failed media tour talking about how sick he is as a statesman, we are at a new stage in the Gaza ceasefire deal. And I will say this much, this is more hopeful than ever before. And it's not because of Trump glaze or anything like that. But, I mean, this is being reported on by the likes of Jeremy Scahill, whose reporting I definitely trust. Jeremy says the prospect for an agreement to halt Israel's war against the Palestinians in Gaza is at its most promising point in over a year. Sources close to Hamas's negotiating team tell Dropsite News that on Monday, Hamas agreed to the framework text, including an exchange of captives and hostages, and had not requested any significant changes or amendments. But the devil, as always, is in the details. Many of the obstacles have been ironed out, said Majid al-Ansari, the spokesperson for Qatar's foreign ministry, in a press conference in Doha, where the negotiations are taking place. There are many pending issues, part of which is related to the implementation. We believe we have minimized many of the disagreements between both parties, and current discussions are focused on the final details. And where is it? Yeah. We are closest than at any other time in the past to a deal. Ansari added, this war should have been over a long time ago. Palestinian negotiators told Dropsite they remain cautiously optimistic a deal will be signed, though they point to previous rounds of ceasefire negotiations that saw Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu insert new demands at the 11th hour, something that we covered extensively. Okay? As you know, something that we talked about quite a bit is the fact that Benjamin Netanyahu added erroneous clauses, poison pill amendments, and provisions into the ceasefire negotiation with the hopes of extending it, to the aftermath of the election to, I guess, reconsider how he will move forward, depending on whether it's Donald Trump who won or Joe Biden who won. That's the situation that we're facing. But it seems like it seems as though the American administration is not all that powerless. It turns out that they're so powerful that the incoming president could before he's even in power, the incoming president, who was the president before Joe Biden, is capable of forcing America's most important ally, most powerful ally, most moral nation in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East, to actually finally come to terms with an agreement that has been on the table since the 2nd of July. An agreement that was previously brought forth by Hamas all the way back in May. So how does that happen? Is Donald Trump an incredible statesman? Is he a fantastic diplomat? Is he Mr. Art of the Deal, Art of the Steal? Is that why he was capable of doing this? Wasn't Joe Biden Mr. Foreign Policy? I thought he was a foreign policy expert without a PhD. Devoid of a PhD, but he's just that good. Turns out Donald Trump is better. Is that the case? Or did Donald Trump actually successfully apply pressure to Benjamin Netanyahu, knowing full well the cards that America holds in this process? The same cards that Joe Biden refused to play, despite the fact that he had played those cards all the way back in 2021 when he stopped Israel's further incursion into Gaza. I will forever repeat that America holds all the cards. America says jump, Israel says how high, not vice versa. Okay? There's reporting by Israeli media claiming that Trump promised to allow Netanyahu to violate the Gaza ceasefire and resume the war after signing a deal. I would link, but I can't. It was reported by Ynet. Still trying to remain hopeful, but cautiously optimistic. Change title. What is the title? Oh, Bernie interview right now. Okay, calm down. Nobody reads the title anyway. That's so funny when people go, change the title. And it's like, dog, on my title, it said, I was interviewing Bernie Sanders at 2 p.m. Pacific multiple times. And people kept asking over and over again, when are you interviewing Bernie Sanders? Just click because I'm live and move on with your life, chatter. Calm down now. And also, while you're at it, subscribe for $6 or for free with the Twitch Prime if you want to continue supporting this broadcast. This is going to be a banger year, as you guys have seen so far. 14 days in, we've had incredible interviews, more on the ground reporting, actual real journalism, okay, on the ground journalism, and the like. Or don't subscribe if you don't want to. It's all good. I'm not going to serve ads regardless, but Sex Haver, thank you for the 10 gifted. But remember, Twitch Prime is free. Yams, thank you for the 10 gifted subs as well. Yeah. What is different this time, however, is that President-elect Donald Trump has made very clear his demands that a deal be reached before his inauguration on January 20th. The terms of the deal being negotiated are largely consistent with what was on the table last May when outgoing President Joe Biden first announced it. Biden allowed Netanyahu to steamroll him for months, rewarding Israel with billions of dollars in arms transfers of political support after rejecting that ceasefire deal. Since that time, tens of thousands of Palestinian civilians have been killed and maimed, and an unknown number of Israeli captives killed, either by their captors or Israeli strikes. All the while, the administration and its backers repeatedly assured voters in the U.S. that Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were working tirelessly around the clock to achieve a ceasefire deal, an erroneous claim elevated by the likes of even Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. That was probably one of the lowest points. The fact that Trump emerged as the decisive player in pushing a potential ceasefire forward is evidence that Biden never used the full powers available to a sitting U.S. president to seal the deal in the summer. While Trump has publicly repeated his threat that he will unleash hell on Hamas if the Israeli hostages are not freed, his pressure has not been solely focused on Hamas. Trump and his aides have made clear to Netanyahu that the president-elect expects Israel to comply with his demands too. What's really interesting is, considering that it wasn't Hamas that was spoiling the ceasefire negotiations, and it was always Israel that was spoiling the ceasefire negotiations, the only difference between Donald Trump and Joseph Robinette Brandon is who they chose to apply pressure to at all. And the party that Trump is seemingly applying pressure to is Israel. I understand there's been a handshake and they're getting it finished, and maybe by the end of the week, Trump told Newsmax Monday night. For sure, part of Trump's motivation involves humiliating Biden, claiming victory for freeing the hostages. I think what Trump is trying to do is clean house and start a new slate. And I'm sure that he has a lot of ideas about how he's going to reward Israel and Netanyahu once this is done, said Sami Al-Arian, a prominent Palestinian analyst and a director of the Center of Islam and Global Affairs at Istanbul Zaim University. You can never trust what Netanyahu says or does, but I think new factor here is that the new Trump administration does not want this headache, which would distract from higher priorities on Trump's agenda. For weeks, Trump's new Middle East special envoy, real estate tycoon Steve Witkoff, has participated directly in the negotiations. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz reported last weekend Witkoff forced Netanyahu to meet with him on Shabbat, despite objections from the prime minister's aides. Witkoff's blunt reaction took them by surprise. He explained to them in salty English that Shabbat was of no interest to him. His message was, okay, that's crazy. That is crazy. Witkoff has forced Israel to... That right there is old school gangster style that is ultimately very disrespectful but deliberate. That is absolutely something that you do, because Witkoff is Jewish, I think, isn't he? So he knows the importance of Shabbat, okay? He knows what message that sends to not only the entire nation state of Israel, but that message that sends to, Benjamin Netanyahu. Apologies, what is Shabbat? Shabbat is Saturday. It's a day of rest where some Jewish people, Orthodox Jews and some conservative Jews as well, do not work from sun up to sundown. Jewish Sabbath. It's a Saturday. So, and there's a lot of rules around it. There's a lot of rules around it. Like you can hire a Shabbos goy, but like you're not supposed to work at all. And by that, I mean, you're not supposed to operate any electronic equipment. You can't even change the channel on your TV. This is why Jewish hospitals in the New York metropolitan area will literally have elevators that stop at every single floor on Saturdays. Because you're not allowed to, get in a car or carry keys or even press the button on an elevator. So in any case, it's pretty significant. And this is a deliberate method of disrespect from the Trump team. Witkoff is openly saying, I don't give a shit about your religion. I don't care about like what your day of rest looks like. You only do that not because time is of the essence. You do that specifically to undermine the person you're talking to. It sounds something that Trump would probably do. Has Hasan given time for the Bernie interview? Yes, you missed it. The proposed ceasefire deal. According to the leaked draft of the three-phase agreement framework, Hamas will release 33 Israelis held in Gaza, some alive, some deceased. These will be women, children under the age of 19, elderly people, and injured or sick civilians. In turn, Israel will release 30 Palestinian children or minors or women. For the 5 female Israeli soldiers being held, the text says 50 Palestinian prisoners will be freed. The exchange will begin with the release of the 3 Israelis and then continue in small groups over the course of 7 weeks. Among the Palestinians to be freed would be 47 people who were rearrested by Israel following a prisoner exchange in 2011. Israel will also release all women and children it has detained since October 7, 2023. During this period, there would be a temporary cessation of military operations by both sides. Throughout this first phase of the potential ceasefire, Israeli military forces will gradually withdraw from various positions in Gaza, and forcibly displaced Palestinians will be permitted to return to their neighborhoods. This was a major part of the deal initially that Benjamin Netanyahu refused to come to terms with. If still standing, their homes. From the first day, significant amounts of humanitarian aid, relief trucks, and fuel will enter Gaza, 600 trucks daily, including fuel trucks. This includes fuel for electricity generation, trade, rubble removal, and operating hospitals, clinics, and bakeries, the draft states. After 42 days, the second phase would begin with the release of the Israeli soldiers held in Gaza. This is almost identical to the initial drafted proposal that the UN voted on that Biden presented as Israel's own proposal, by the way. It is also identical, damn near identical to the initial proposal that Hamas had suggested, that Hamas said that they would agree to, that Israel then claimed was manipulated in the negotiation process and refused to claim. That came even many months before then. Hamas had agreed to all of these. Hamas had agreed to this exact same proposal in July. Hamas had suggested a proposal very similar to this months prior to July. Joe Biden came out and stated this exact same proposal with almost the same details in July and claimed it was Israel's proposal. And then Israel refused to sign off on its own proposal, holding the Netzarim corridor with a permanent military occupation, and also the Philadelphia corridor that borders the Gaza Strip with Egypt. He refused to move from phase 1 to phase 2 in the negotiations. He said, we're not doing that. We're going to have a permanent military apparatus in the Philadelphia corridor, the southernmost point of the Gaza Strip. All of a sudden, it's no longer a point of consideration, apparently. A permanent ceasefire will take effect before further prisoner exchanges, and Israeli forces will fully withdraw from Gaza. The final phase, 7 weeks later, calls for a comprehensive reconstruction plan overseen by Egypt, Qatar, and the United Nations. During this period, the bodies of deceased captives would be exchanged. Over the summer, Netanyahu quashed a deal that President Joe Biden had hailed as a decisive breakthrough. On July 2nd, Hamas officially informed its mediators it agreed to a U.S. amendment draft that included the last-minute changes from Israel, but the U.S. joined Israel in falsely accusing Hamas of rejecting the deal. Yes. Netanyahu then intensified Israel's attacks in Gaza, repeatedly added new terms to the framework, and assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's political leader and lead negotiator in Tehran, on Iranian soil. Okay? A double Monty, if you will, of escalation. Among the new demands put forward by Netanyahu were the rights to continue occupying the Philadelphia corridor along the border in Egypt, to maintain control of the Rafah border crossing, and to keep Israeli troops in central Gaza along the Netzarim axis. There, IDF forces would have established checkpoints to search Palestinians seeking to return to their homes in northern Gaza. Wrong. It was the American signatory at the UN under Biden administration that declined the deal. No, that came after. The current draft of the agreement calls for a withdrawal of the Israeli forces from Gaza and does not demand the dismantling of Hamas or its exclusion from Palestinian politics, nor does it permit the open-ended presence of Israeli occupation forces in Gaza. Netanyahu had proclaimed he was fighting an existential war that would cease until total victory was achieved. On paper, this deal represents a major rebuke of some of Netanyahu's stated goals. Netanyahu, by not having his total victory, has been defeated, which by extension means that the resistance, because of its steadfastness, and until the last moment, it's been a war of attrition, said Al-Arian. The Qassam brigades and the Al-Quds force, the armed wings of Hamas and Islamic Jihad, have been able to inflict major tactical defeats in terms of the soldiers, in terms of the plans of trying to have an occupation without cost. Netanyahu hasn't been able to have them defeated or surrender. That's not happening, which means that Israel cannot claim a total victory as Netanyahu has been promising. It's a mixed victory for Netanyahu. Now, it's not only a mixed victory for Netanyahu, it's actually a major defeat for Netanyahu in terms of the more radical elements within his governing coalition and his war cabinet. You have Israel's far-right interior minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, calling on his fellow cabinet members and finance minister Bezalel Smotrich to join him in threatening to quit the government if Netanyahu moves forward with this deal. We succeeded in the past year through our political power in preventing this deal from going through, Ben-Gvir said. Since then, however, additional parties have joined the government which are supporting the deal, and we are no longer the decisive factor. Smotrich called the potential deal a catastrophe, posting on X, "This is the time to continue with all of our might to occupy and cleanse the entire strip, to finally take control of humanitarian aid from Hamas and open the gates of hell on Gaza until Hamas surrenders completely and all the hostages are returned." He's saying like we should, continue the full-scale genocide, ethnically cleanse the Palestinian strip. He is Gaza Strip. He has openly stated these desires numerous times, as Dropsite's very own Ryan Grimm also reports. The fact that Ben-Gvir can admit to having blocked hostage deals many, many times, and this isn't the end of his politics career, says a lot about the current politics of Israel. What is this article that the readers added context to? Who will be released first, and what will the idea of President Gaza Strip look like? The deal outline is being sorted out. Oh, they're doing a context note to what Itamar Ben-Gvir is saying. It includes the release of hundreds of murderous terrorists from prisons. This is not a hard choice that must be made to return the kidnapped. It's a conscious choice at the cost of the lives of many other Israeli citizens. Over the past year, through our political power, we have managed to prevent this deal from coming to fruition time after time. That is crazy. So why, after taking $100 million from Adelson, would Trump force Israel to not do what they are already in the process of doing? I'll tell you why. One, this is a major victory for Donald Trump, and that's important. Okay, that's really, really important. Two, this way, you don't let them permanently annex North Gaza, but you give a moment. You allow Israel to basically lick its wounds, rearm, and redeploy potentially down the line, and engage in a permanent occupation of the West Bank. Permanent annexation of the West Bank. Israel currently, with its military personnel and its internal conflict, is incredibly weak. Its economy is weak. Its politics are weak. There's a lot of crisis happening in Israel. So they're not militarily ready, I think, to permanently annex the West Bank. This is what Miriam Adelson wants. This is what Miriam Adelson openly communicated to Donald Trump and gave $100 million to Donald Trump to do. That's what I think is going on. Okay, that's what I think is happening. Now I don't know, because there are some self-inflicted wounds in the process of a permanent occupation and permanent annexation of the West Bank. The wounds would be that you would all but completely finalize the apartheid structure, and it would make it completely indefensible. Now, one might say, well, Hasan, Israel has conducted a genocide for the past year, and it doesn't matter if it's consistently indefensible. Like Western allies have repeatedly attacked Israel for doing this. They still kept doing it because as long as America has their back, they will be able to do whatever, and they've learned a very terrible lesson here, that they will get away with it. And to that I say true. Having said that, however, a permanent annexation of the West Bank basically comes with the recognition that it's just a singular solitary state of Israel, which accelerates, in my opinion, the demise of the Israeli apartheid in its entirety, not dissimilar to South African apartheid. That's what I think. But who knows? That is one of the reasons why I think Israel might not permanently annex the West Bank, is what I'm saying. Rather than keep stressing the areas that are still under the control of Palestinians and keep doing military incursions into areas that are under the control of Palestinians, as they've done consistently over this past year. And this way, they will be able to do that a little bit better, I guess. So, it's interesting that I mentioned that this was going to happen, by the way. Like exactly what has happened so far, I said was going to happen with Trump dealing with Israel if he wins. And now it's unfolding in front of our eyes. So once again, if you are taking a victory lap to own the libs, I guess, to say, because the liberals were taking victory laps saying Trump is going to be far more bloody and far more deadly to the Palestinians. Yeah, I hope you enjoy all of your Gazan relatives getting murdered under Trump or whatever. Because that's what liberals are saying, because they're disgusting cretins. But then there are also leftists, or even not leftists, but like Arab voters that voted for Donald Trump saying like, well, he delivered on his promise to us. I would simply state that, once again, I do not think Trump's ambitions in Israel are going to be all that different from Joe Biden. Foreign policy is uniparty. Foreign policy only goes in one direction, and that is more bloodshed and more war. And Republicans have a tendency to dramatically increase said bloodshed. Okay? So, while I am hoping that this will lead to a permanent cessation of hostilities, I don't know how permanent that those cessation of hostilities will actually be, if that makes sense. Okay? That's all I'm saying. It might seem like it is cast aside as Israel gets to regroup. It might seem like it's the war has passed, the genocide is done, and everyone gets to recover and try to rebuild. Having said that, however, I think the only rebuilding and recovery that will happen in this process will be Israel rebuilding its military capabilities as fast as possible in an effort to increase the pressure upon the Palestinians in the territories that it occupies currently, illegally enforcing its sovereignty over Palestinians, and will, I think, continue on the pathway of destruction. Do you think Israel will start again after next presidential election, especially with Democrats elected? Yeah. Jaubrey dropped his Tyler Hitler Vera video. Okay, we'll get to that later today. Calm down now. In advance of signing an agreement, according to Israeli media reports, Netanyahu would need approval from a security cabinet, but not a full vote in the Knesset, Israel's parliament. Israel's Ynet reported that Netanyahu has enough support to make the deal. Among the technical issues still being discussed among mediators Tuesday was the exact positioning of Israeli forces in a new buffer zone inside of Gaza. Netanyahu and his aides have emphasized this element in their campaign to sell the deal domestically by implying that they could resume the war at any moment with forces remaining in strike position until all hostages, dead or alive, are returned to Israel. Despite the waves the deal is making in Israel, Netanyahu will almost certainly claim it as a victory in his larger agenda in the Middle East, extending from Gaza to Lebanon to Syria and Iran. Many of Netanyahu's major achievements occurred after he rejected the Biden deal last summer. The killing of Hamas leaders Yahya Sinwar and Ismail Haniyeh, as well as the wiping out of the upper echelons of Hezbollah in Lebanon, including its leader Hassan Nasrallah. Netanyahu has also taken credit for enabling regime change in Syria and degrading Iran's regional influence. Trump and his advisors have not revealed any details on what they may have offered Netanyahu in return for his acquiescence to the Gaza deal. Trump has portrayed himself as the most pro-Israel president in history and has stacked his incoming administration with unbridled pro-Israel nominees, some of whom have said there is no such thing as a Palestinian or the West Bank. In his first term, Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner touted the Abraham Accords, a major push towards normalization with Saudi Arabia, and a return to the effort would have far-reaching implications not just for the Palestinian cause, but also for power balance in the Middle East. Trump and Netanyahu share a desire to see regime change in Iran, or at a minimum, to target its nuclear facilities and its capabilities. Israel could annex more Palestinian territory and further expand illegal settlements in the West Bank, as well as more land in the occupied Syrian Golan Heights, which Trump officially declared Israeli territory during his first term in office. Trump is very ardent and very Zionist and very supportive of the Israeli enterprise, the Israeli project. But I think he wants to help them in different ways rather than achieve what they call total victory over something that he could see is not attainable in the near future, said Al-Arian. Netanyahu could go back to his old tricks, and again, he could make up some excuse to resume his war so that he can stay more in power and basically shuffle the deck again, hoping that Trump would be exhausted and let him do what he wants. Al-Arian also believes that if the Gaza war remains stalled, Netanyahu will intensify its focus on the West Bank. That's what I think as well. Since October 7th attacks, Israel's waged smaller-scale war in the West Bank, engaged in limited ground invasions and mass arrests. There will possibly be an end to the Gaza war, but there will be now another war in the West Bank, Al-Arian said. It may not be on the same scale, but it would be as vicious from the settlers, from the Netanyahu government. That is in line with what my assessment is as well. But on that note, let's see what Channel 4 News has to say while I go pee.
Really are to be the final days and hours of this war. In Gaza, they still follow a familiar, merciless course. 9 people killed in an Israeli airstrike overnight on a family home in southern Khan Yunis.
They're children. My niece was 18 months old. My sister was 7 months pregnant. Her sister-in-law just gave birth 2 weeks ago. They didn't even name the baby.
Nearby, other family members mourning at a hospital morgue. Allah grieving for his brother.
We were saying, thank God, there will be a ceasefire and we'll all go back to Rafah, but he wasn't destined to return.
The emerging ceasefire that came too late for this family, seemingly little changed from the one that's been on the table for months. From the talks in Qatar, confirmation that the main obstacles had been overcome. Questions of implementation remained to be agreed. The catalyst, the impending inauguration of President Trump.
They have been involved fully in the talks, as I said, from the Biden administration and the incoming administration. They were working in tandem together here in Doha and beyond in the region to make sure that a deal happens.
Last week, Trump threatened hell to pay if a deal weren't reached before he took office. More emerging now about the role of his Mideast envoy, Steve Witkoff, who reportedly insisted on meeting the Israeli Prime Minister during the Jewish Sabbath on Saturday, exacting concessions and heading back to the talks. A copy of the agreement obtained by the Associated Press outlines a first 6-week phase during which 33 Israeli hostages, women, children, elderly and injured, would be exchanged for hundreds of Palestinians in Israeli prisons. Among them, 5 Israeli female soldiers would be swapped for 250 Palestinian prisoners, 150 of them on life sentences. Palestinian civilians would be allowed to return to homes in the north.
Palestine has voted for Hamas, a terrorist regime that attacked his neighbor. Aw, you clapped him before he could get his thought out. Man, there's no free speech in here. Hold on, let me read the rest of it. And kill thousands of people. What other country would stand for that? Certainly not America. That's really interesting. Now understand that Israel has voted for Likud, a terrorist regime that attacked its neighbor and has consistently occupied its neighboring state as a settler colonial enterprise, constantly dominating the lives of more than 10 million people. What group of individuals would stand for that? Certainly not America. Also, Palestinians have historically gotten refuge in bordering Muslim countries, but no longer given previous incidents. So how strange. So how to manage that situation? Also, Israelis came into the region from the Western world. What are you saying? This is literally carbon copy Nazi arguments. People who want to defend Israel routinely refuse to recognize that, considering that Zionism as an ideology is inherently a fascist one built around an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that constantly seeks to destroy its opponents, those who are lesser, those who are of a different religious background. Don't realize that this is the exact same argument that Nazis made about Jewish people. And neo-Nazis to this day still make the same exact argument about Jewish people. They say, oh, Jews have been kicked out of every country that they've been in. I wonder why. Think about that. Do you have no shame? No critical thinking skills? No way to understand the situation that you are quite literally doing the neo-Nazi argument when you talk about Palestinians? Yeah, Arabs should just go to a different Arab country, right? Like, I don't get it. That makes no sense to me. It is the exact same argument.
If still habitable, and aid would be increased to 600 trucks a day. Israel would withdraw troops from areas such as the Netzarim corridor, which it had wanted to retain to prevent weapon transfer to the north. It would, though, keep troops in the Philadelphia corridor on the Egyptian border. In parallel, negotiations would continue ahead of Phase 2, which would see mainly male soldier hostages exchanged for more Palestinian prisoners and a full Israeli military withdrawal, including from the Egyptian border, something Benjamin Netanyahu had long resisted. For Israeli hostage families, fresh from a meeting with the Prime Minister, the lack of full agreement on that second phase causing concern.
We are demanding from Prime Minister Netanyahu, from Qatar, from President-elect Trump to agree upon all the stages of negotiation and get all the hostages back.
Israel's Prime Minister also under pressure from an Israeli right that had expected very different things of a Trump presidency. His far-right National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir threatening to walk out of the coalition of what he called a deal made for Hamas. The third and final stage of that deal would see a massive reconstruction effort in Gaza. The US Secretary of State saying President Trump's team...
Yeah, imagine if the Germans invaded the US claiming it's their territory and they told all the Americans to just move to Canada because you both speak English. Yep.
Would take over work already started.
For many months, we've been working intensively with our partners to develop a detailed post-conflict plan that would allow Israel to fully withdraw from Gaza, prevent Hamas from filling back in, and provide for Gaza's governance, security, and reconstruction.
But here too there's huge uncertainty. Hamas, one party to a deal designed eventually to replace it as Gaza's governing entity. For all the skepticism about where this deal may end, one thing goes unquestioned by Israel's hostage families and Gaza's civilians alike. It must at least begin.
Well, in a moment, we'll hear the view of the Palestinians. But first, I spoke earlier to Israeli hostage negotiator Gershom Baskin. I started by asking what has led to the deal being potentially struck now.
The big difference between what we've seen over the past months and right now is January 20th, when the big T enters the White House once again. And all of them are putting the screws on Prime Minister Netanyahu, on the Qataris and the Egyptians who are putting the screws on Hamas. And all this pressure is working because we're really, really, really close to an agreement.
But hang on a minute. President Biden has at least told us that he's been putting the screws on the Israeli Prime Minister consistently over the last year and a half or so, or since October the 7th, and it hasn't worked. So is Trump's thumbscrew much more powerful than Biden's?
Well, it could also be that Biden wasn't really putting the screws on Israel, because we know at the same time that he said he's drawing red lines and Israel better do this and that, he was sending more and more weapons and more money to Israel. So there was no real pressure felt by Prime Minister Netanyahu from President Biden. And when there's a Democratic administration and a prime minister like Netanyahu in office, he can always go to his Republican friends. Now, Netanyahu has no one to go to complain about the president putting pressure on Israel when it's the president himself from the Republican Party.
And in the interim, waiting for this thing to get implemented, another 10,000 people have been killed.
Another 10,000 people have been killed. A lot of Israeli soldiers have been killed. A lot more suffering has taken place on both sides of the border, mainly in the Gaza Strip. It's really horrible.
Okay, if this deal now goes ahead, does that mean the end of the Netanyahu government?
No, I don't think so. Netanyahu has a majority in his government to pull off the deal. Even if the far extreme right wing opposes it, he will still be in power. The danger to Netanyahu's coalition or to his government is that when the war is over, the call for new elections will grow louder, and the demanding of the Israeli public for a national commission of inquiry to determine how Israel failed to protect itself on October 7th, what led to that, and the dysfunctional nature of the Israeli government since then will all come to a head.
But could he escape defeat in new elections?
Well, all the polls since October 7th of last year show that Netanyahu cannot win another election. The size of his coalition or the ability to form a new government with a majority in the parliament is not there since October 7th.
Finally, and briefly, if you don't mind, 6 months before the Oslo Accords were signed on the South Lawn of the White House, Bill Clinton was president, Yasser Arafat was there, Yitzhak Rabin. You know, the rest is history, as they say. But no one thought at that stage it was possible, and then it was. Do you think something similar could happen on the South Lawn of the Trump White House?
Precisely, and it's not only that example you're giving. We can talk about the Berlin Wall, we can talk about Nelson Mandela, we can talk about Syria and Bashar al-Assad, that no one predicted the day before the Syrian regime fell that it would fall. So yes, I think we're actually closer to a possible Israeli-Palestinian peace deal than anyone can even imagine.
Despite all the horror of the last year?
Because of all the horror of the last year, there are still 7 million Israeli Jews and 7 million Palestinian Arabs between the river and the sea. They're not going anywhere, and this has to be the last war. We can't keep doing this.
Gershon Baskin, thank you very much, as ever.
Thank you.
Well, I'm now joined by Mustafa Barghouti, the General Secretary of the Palestinian National Initiative and member of the Palestine Liberation Organization Central Council. Mustafa, it's good to have you back on the program. Let me start with that note of optimism from Gershon Baskin there. You know, although this has been the darkest hour for so many, he thinks that this, because of the horrors of the last year, something positive might come from it, both for the Palestinians and for the Israelis. Do you agree?
I agree that something good could happen, but
peace with the Nazis, brother. It don't matter if you are. Think about it like this: during the Holocaust, if at any given moment, if the Nazis were like, "All right, we've taken enough of a punishment, we're just gonna stop killing all of the people in our death camps," do you think the people in the death camps would be like, "No, hold on, keep fighting all the way through"? No, of course not. Yeah, for the Palestinians that are suffering, for the innocent Palestinians that are being ruthlessly slaughtered, this is a good thing. Think about what has happened thus far. Yeah, yesterday, Dropsite reported on how the PA is slaughtering West Bank Palestinians under the guise of eliminating Iran-backed outlaws in a bid to show the Americans that they can be trusted to run stuff. The report mentioned how the PA requested $600 million in arms to do so, It seems that Israel is using them as the initial force to weaken West Bank militants and displace and murder the residents prior to the annexation. Yeah, I mean, this is an escalation of what the PA has done as a mechanism of the Israeli security apparatus in perpetuity. This is the reason why the Palestinian Authority is literally the second least popular institution in the region, according to Palestinians. Number one being Israel, of course. Number two being, followed closely, the Palestinian Authority.
That is conditioned by a different American position in general and the different position of the Western countries. If these countries tell Israel enough is enough and you have to end your occupation.
Didn't even question, what are Arabic countries around Palestine doing to help? Why is the Western world seemingly louder? Right-wingers around me bring this up. I don't know how to reply properly. I mean, ask them who the most powerful military is. The most powerful country on the planet backs Israel unconditionally. The most powerful country on the planet uses Israel as an extension of its imperialist ambitions in the region, and therefore has cut out security contracts with every single vassal state in the region. Okay? Many of these other nations would not stand in the way that they currently do without consistent American dollars. Many of these countries would not have the necessary security apparatus to be able to stop their population from overthrowing them. Okay? The countries that do not actually play ball with American empire end up getting destroyed, even if they also aren't exactly great people either. They're not, like, Bashar al-Assad is a great example of this. Okay? Bashar al-Assad is a ruthless autocrat, terrible tyrant, okay? Not a good guy. And also incredibly incompetent on top of everything else. Like, not only was he ruthless, but he was also incredibly incompetent. That much is a 100% certainty, okay? But Bashar al-Assad also, in all of that incompetence, allowed Iran to utilize Syria as an important part of the logistical hub in weapons transfers to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Okay? So, he had to go. Do you understand? Like, even if you're not fully on board with Palestinian emancipation, even if you marginally represent a threat, to Israel, and by the way, there is perhaps no greater demonstration that Assad was not that large of a threat to Israel ultimately, because he had a freaking navy, right? And he had, I say, because he no longer has any sort of military equipment, because Israel blew it all up after he was overthrown. Okay? There goes another shitty Syria take. Okay, dude. Sure. You're right. That's a bad Syria take. Anyway, regardless of his incompetence, he didn't demonstrate enough of a threat to Israel that they actually actively undermined his military. Okay, except for the logistical hubs that existed within Syria that were being that were, you know, manufacturing weapons or transferring weapons into Hezbollah, into Lebanon, through Syria. Okay. HTS is better than Bashar. The PLO is a joke. Atheist fucks. The U.S. funds the Egyptian military. Without that, they will go bankrupt, and another Arab Spring will happen. Lord, forgive me. I'm about to get real Islamophobic on some of you. I swear to God. I'm about to go back to my old Turkish roots. Yes, everyone in Syria is a jihadist now, huh? Is that what I said? Is that what I said? I didn't even... You brought it up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just stay quiet. Hashtag Islam. I'm about to go back. I'm about to go back to my Turkish Reddit atheist roots. My man said former Al Qaeda leader is like not that bad, bro. What's next? You're gonna tell me Al Qaeda are doing are jihadists? Like, come on, bro. He reformed. I never said everyone in Syria is a jihadist or a hyper militant Sunni Islamist or whatever, or a Salafist. I never said that at all. I have long maintained the position that the people of Syria, we'll see what happens, but most likely the people of Syria will suffer as a consequence of whoever controls Syria, regardless. When you look at the way that these nations have been carved out anyway, they're deliberately designed to constantly create sectarian infighting. That's what happens when you are victim of colonial ambition. And the nation states that are designed for you are designed specifically with consistent destabilization in mind. He is a Turkish puppet. Me? If I was a Turkish puppet, Türk mü lan bu? Evet, ben Türk'üm. But if I was a Turkish puppet, I would be loving the HTS moves. What are you talking about? Turkey is the one that made out like a bandit in this process. They eliminated Assad. They cooked Russia in the process. They got virtually everything they wanted out of the Syria deal. Now they're pushing actively to remove any sort of Kurdish political power from the process. Anyway, that person didn't say I was a Turkish puppet. He was just he was talking about HTS. Yeah. Turkey killed it. Recep Tayyip Erdogan absolutely destroyed in that process. He won so big because it always pays well to be America's lapdog, okay? So the former RDF soldiers are also all of them terrorists or not? No, I live in the United States of America. I grew up in Turkey, okay? These are two countries where they have obviously they both individually have massive militaries. I understand what the military is as a jobs program at the end of the day. In Turkey, there's mandatory conscription as well. And while both of these militaries do an endless amount of bloodshed, countless amounts of displacement and the like, I ultimately do not fault people for the actions that they've committed or the actions that they've taken, as long as they can actually reform, unlike HTS. I'm not talking about HTS when I say the fake reform so that they're more, appealing to Western interests as they dominate the country. I'm simply talking about people who take on this position, take this role, and it's the same for the IDF as well. Okay? As long as after your experience that you understand that it was, unacceptable, wrong, and you work to atone, then you're good. Great. When I say the Israeli occupying force is a terrorist entity, what I mean by that is that the institution in and of itself is doing terrorism. And the same goes for American military members as well. This is a consistent position I've held in perpetuity. Okay? It's partially because I understand where people's starting position is. I understand where people come from. I understand how people make these decisions. America doesn't even have mandatory conscription, and yet I still understand that, like, for many people, the poverty draft is very real. So for upward social mobility and a chance to get a shitty communications degree and enter the job market with PTSD 5 years after all of your peers, you do an untold amount of violence all around the globe. And then you're permanently scarred and broken as a consequence of that. If you recognize that and then actively work to undermine it for future generations, then you're good in my book, because at the end of the day, that's just how people operate.
And end your system.
You're literally so stupid. Turkey's military is not that advanced. That's racist. You're literally defending genocide. What is Syria deal? Were you born in U.S. or Turkey? You're literally so stupid. Wait, what? What am I? How am I defending genocide? Turkey has mandatory army enrollment. Yes, it does. Turkey's military is not that advanced. Second largest military in NATO. Second largest standing military in NATO. Utilizing U.S. weapons doesn't mean it's advanced. Okay, brother. Or sister. Seemingly good enough. All right, let's continue with
of apartheid, and one genocide is enough. We don't need another one. Then yes, we can see a future of peace. It all starts with one specific act, ending the Israeli illegal occupation of Palestinian land.
So it's interesting that Gershom Baskin thought it was Donald Trump saying all hell will break loose if the hostages aren't released was aimed actually at Netanyahu and not so much at Hamas, or the Palestinians. Do you think that Trump is good for you?
Dem Socia, HasanAbi brother Ahmed al-Shara is different using the new name. His most recent interview showed a clear shift from his past, and now he has a nation-building mindset. If you say so.
Your cause or bad for your cause?
Look, all I'm saying is only time will tell, okay? I don't think getting a haircut and putting on a suit and tie automatically makes you, it might make you aesthetically appealing to Western sensibilities, but I don't think it changes what you are interested in doing. Syria is, at the end of the day, a very diverse country. And as far as I understand, HTS's regional operations in the past, regional governance initiatives in the past were less than desirable, let's say. Also, the crimes that we are reforming for in this process are crazy. Like, when you think about it, the crimes that you're reforming for that we're talking about are like beheading people. You know what I mean? It's not like, I don't know that. Call me crazy, but I feel like maybe this is my least woke opinion, but I feel like once you're in ISIS territory or once you're in Al-Qaeda territory, like when you have risen through the ranks of Al-Qaeda, I feel like that's a bridge too far for me. Like now you're in like serial killer territory. You know what I mean? I don't know. Am I not woke enough for this? Am I crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Like, yeah, sure, he looks like Zelensky now, but like I'm not immediately. I'm not going to be, ready to accept the premise that he's a changed man. Oh, that's why I say only time will tell, which I think is like I think that's a pretty understandable thing to say, right? So IDF that has literally killed hundreds of thousands of people is better than off-brand Al-Qaeda, Lamau. When did I say that? So pro-reform of Nazis. Oh, are you saying that I'm not in favor of like reforming HTS? Yeah, if, for example, Benjamin Netanyahu tomorrow turned around and was like, oh, don't worry, I've actually gotten woke. Like, I'm going to let the Palestinians breathe or whatever. I wouldn't be inclined to believe him either. If you're talking about like some random dude that rose up in arms or whatever, that's a little bit different, don't you think? My man, you're talking about like, You're talking about reform when you're comparing a commander of Al-Qaeda. It's like saying, I don't know, like Moshe Dayan was reformed later in his life or something. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, he wasn't. No, still a terrorist, still a war criminal, you know? It doesn't matter if he got government positions. Like, there's a difference between, you know, a random guy who was conscripted and then was like, this was inhumane. I can't believe it. I'm going to join Breaking the Silence now. You know what I mean? Versus Moshe Dayan or Benjamin Netanyahu. He was number 4 in Al-Qaeda after Bin Laden, Zawahiri, and Zarqawi. Then he was number 2 in ISIS after Baghdadi, but now he's finally realized his dream of being number 1 in Syria. Listen, stop. People have he read Darren Ajemoglu, Why Nations Fail, and that book changed his life. A good book can change one's life.
Pause.
Yeah, all you're telling me is he has leadership experience.
It depends on his behavior. I mean, it depends on whether he will allow Israel to annex the West Bank, for instance, which would kill completely the possibility of a Palestinian state. It depends if at this very moment he did something positive, which is to pressure Netanyahu, something that Biden couldn't do. And only because there is a pressure from Trump on Netanyahu.
Bro, you want Assad to stay in power? Just admit it. Assad is literally worse, bro. That's like about HEGSETH is a better player now. Assad's literally worse, and where proof Hasan he chopped people's heads off? Where proof he chopped someone's heads off? Dog, we are talking about an Al-Qaeda commander. What are you talking about? Are we now whitewashing Al-Qaeda? What is happening in this chat? What is happening in this chat? What's going on right now? Yo, the well of depravity is endless for liberals. I swear to God. My man's hitting the... Dude, Al-Qaeda is not that bad. What the... What? It's almost always like people who are seriously Islamophobic too. So that's what's crazy about it. It's like dudes will just forget about Islamophobia when it comes to American State Department interests, which is crazy. Like they become so woke. It's so funny watching NATO liberals turn into like the Londonistan Salafists all of a sudden out of nowhere, where they're like, Inshallah, my brothers, if your lady is breathing the air, she's no longer your lady. After all, there's other men out there also breathing the same air, bruv. She must stay in the house. Another man's penis, astaghfirullah, has been in that air at some point. Some of Al-Qaeda's old tweets have resurfaced. ... It's not looking too good. NATO liberals will be like, every child born on the other side of the Gaza security perimeter has the likelihood of becoming a rugged Hamas terrorist and must be eviscerated with the best weapons possible, and then turn around and be like, there is nothing wrong with being a Salafist and beheading a couple people. What's wrong with you? Okay. This man is reformed. You're being quite Islamophobic, sweetie.
That we are seeing this deal happening. This deal was there 6 months ago. The Palestinian side had accepted the deal. Netanyahu blocked it. Biden, instead of blaming Netanyahu, lied and claimed that it was the Palestinians who blocked the deal. And we lost in the course of the last 6 months 10,000 Palestinian innocent people.
Yeah.
And in that course, he also allowed the killing of many Israeli prisoners. So in reality, we are seeing now a difference, mainly because now Netanyahu understands he cannot play games with Trump. And that means there is an opportunity. If Trump takes the right position and not a position similar to what his
and on that note,
ambassador.
Indeed, and on that note, yeah, I was just going to ask you about that, Mustafa. I mean, his ambassador to Tel Aviv, to Jerusalem.
No, it's funny. From the people that brought you Hamas's ISIS also comes, well, ISIS wasn't that bad. But Hamas is still ISIS. Hamas is the real ISIS. ISIS, actual ISIS, that's neither here nor there.
Jerusalem, Mike Huckabee, it refers to the West Bank as Judea and Samaria.
Hamas supports HDS. That is also incorrect. That is not correct at all. Initially, there was inside of the Hamas Politburo, when they literally operated out of Syria, they actually supported the Sunni factions that rose up against Bashar al-Assad, partially because Bashar al-Assad is also, pretty not great, a very violent guy. This caused Hamas and Syria to completely cut ties with one another for a very long period of time. Okay? The notion that Hamas supports HTS, however, is also unfounded. It's not correct. HTS, on the other hand, has openly stated time and time again that they are not interested in fighting against Israel or doing anything to Israel whatsoever. And as Israel has basically destroyed all matter of Syrian army military equipment, because that's precisely what they immediately got involved in after the Assad regime fell. Okay. The Israeli government came in and just blew up all of the military equipment that the Syrian military had, further undermining any sort of Syrian national sovereignty. How can you have sovereignty in that region, especially without an army, without military equipment? HDS turned around and looked at that situation and said, "We don't want the smoke. We're perfectly fine. We love everything." HDS also then said that any sort of all matter of HTS adjacent groups that operate within all matter of HTS aligned groups that operate within the West Bank will now close their offices. They will no longer operate within the West Bank at all.
Samaria. There are other people in the administration.
Law, what should they do? Start a new war with Israel? Literally, Assadist talking points right now. Dude, who is Assadist? One, saying that I am an Assadist is really funny. But also, what is an Assadist? There's 8 people on Twitter. You're talking about literally 8 people on Twitter. You understand that, right? It's not even, at least there is Russia is a massive country. And there are people who are pro-Russia unapologetically. So, when you say, oh, you're pro-Vladimir Putin or you're pushing Z or whatever, that makes sense. There are a lot of people that are like that, okay? But if you're saying Assad is hilarious because, who supports him? His wife doesn't support him. Okay, but when it comes to Syrian rebels, you talk like Assad is. What did you expect? Woke secular people taking arms against Assad or Kurds? They work with Assad to form the new government? Yeah, Kurds. They worked with Assad to form the new government. Yes. I didn't realize that you were, Why is it that pro-FSD, pro-HTS and any matter of militant groups that Turkey armed, which also comprises of multiple different ethnic backgrounds, but many of them are aligned on Salafist ideology. No, he's not wrong. The Kurds did. No, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. There have been instances where Kurdish militias have actually worked alongside the Assad army. He's not wrong about that. He is correct. And yes, I still think that, they should play a role in the reformation of the Syrian government and not be kicked out. Syria is a very funny situation because, like, everyone who claims that I'm like pro neo-Ottomanist or pro Erdogan end up being pro Erdogan because they're pro America. No problem with the Turks taking a role, but who do you expect would take power after Assad? I expect democracy to happen after Assad. That's what I expect. I don't expect HTS to take power after Assad. That's ridiculous. I know. What a crazy assessment. Like, what do you mean?
Who want to see the annexation of the West Bank. Who do you believe? Do you believe Donald Trump? And we don't know where he stands on that. Or do you believe those people?
Well, as you know, it's very difficult to expect exactly what Trump would do. We will see. But judging what his appointees are saying, including...
Kuzey Amerika'da yaşayıp pro Erdoğan olan kaç kişi var ki? Allah aşkına pro Erdoğan olanlar zaten Türkiye'de değil mi? Hayır abi. Burada Almanya'da bir sürü pro Erdoğan adam var. Amerika'da da var bir sürü pro Erdoğan adam.
And including the new defense, the one proposed to become the Secretary of Defense. It's very alarming when Huckabee says that Palestinians don't exist and that we are simply an invention to take away land from Israel. And denies the Palestinian presence completely and claims there are no settlements and there is no occupation. Of course, this is a frank violation of every aspect of international law. And that means all these people who are around Trump are very dangerous. And very dangerous to the future, because that could mean not only the continuation of genocide that is happening in Gaza, but also destroying any potential for peace. One thing that has to be clear: if Israel kills the potential for two-state solution and for a Palestinian state, the only solution will be one democratic state for everybody. We will never accept ethnic cleansing, and we will never accept to be subjugated to apartheid.
Got to leave it there, I'm afraid. Mustafa Baghouti.
And Alan Fisher.
This is actually a fantastic new thing that the Brandon administration did on its way out. The U.S. has announced the lifting of the designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terror. What a laughable thing that existed already, for the record. What a laughable thing. What an... I mean, it's not even laughable, actually. It's incredibly cruel and horrifying. Now, of course, he did this, but Donald Trump, I'm sure, will immediately undo this in the next 6 days.
He's live for us in Washington, D.C. So, first of all, just explain to us why Biden is removing Cuba from this list of state sponsors of terrorism now.
Well, this is something that's been under examination since essentially the Biden administration took over in the White House. Donald Trump changed the designation as he was going out the door, in fact, on the 12th of January 2021. And the Biden administration criticized them for it, saying that essentially they were tying their hands for a while. Now, they said they would undergo a review. They've done that. In 2022, Antony Blinken said that was still underway. And here we are, almost 3 years later, and they said that's now done and they're removing the designation. So what does it mean? It means that Cuba is removed from the list that also includes North Korea, Syria.
We've done more terrorism to Cuba than Cuba has ever done to anybody. I mean, yeah, it's not even a question. That literally is not even remotely a question. The fact that we have a designation of Cuba as a state sponsor of terror is further terror upon Cuba. It is one of the ways in which we have continuously defended this inhumane blockade implemented for the crime of having a revolution against a brutal fascist dictator a brutal fascist dictator that happened to, be backed by the American government.
And Iran. It means that humanitarian organizations, church groups, and various human rights organizations can now move aid to help the people in Cuba without facing any sort of US sanctions. It also means that a number of political prisoners are going to be released by the Cuban government. That whole operation is going to be overseen by the Catholic Church.
I will tell you something. I will tell you something more about before we move on from the Palestine stuff. If this ceasefire is implemented, and I really, really hope it is, okay, you are going to see a lot more Americans recognize the full severity of Israel's cruelty in Gaza. It's going to be shocking for you because you've been here this whole time. So you see it. You've seen it. You've seen it every day. So for you, you understand it. But even for many of you, there will be new revelations if international human rights organizations are allowed to go in and conduct investigations to try to even tackle the full severity of Israel's violence. You'll start seeing mainstream outlets report on it a little bit differently. Okay? And they already have. That's why you saw the MSNBC coverage with Chris Hayes, who has, he's always been a better voice than the rest of than the rest of the MSNBC anchors in general. But also, you saw the 60 Minutes reporting on it. And even the New York Times is engaging in a little bit of ass covering. Okay? Death toll in Gaza likely 40% higher than reported, researchers say. More than 64,000 Palestinians may be killed by traumatic injury in the first 9 months of the war in Gaza, according to a new study. The peer-reviewed statistical analysis led by epidemiologists at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine used modeling in an effort to provide an objective third-party estimate of the casualties. The UN has relied on the figure from the Hamas-led Ministry of Health, which it says has been largely accurate, but the new study suggests that Hamas Health Ministry tally is a significant undercount. The estimate in the analysis corresponds to the 2.9% of Gaza's pre-war population having been killed by traumatic injury, or 1 in 35 inhabitants. The analysis did not account for other war-related casualties such as death from malnutrition. The 46,000 number coming from the Hamas Health Ministry is a very specific number. It is most likely an undercount. Previous estimates have always shown that the Palestinian Health Ministry, the Palestinian Health Ministry always undercounts. Okay? It's usually an undercount. It's the closest you can get to the truth, but it's usually always an undercount. Now, the real number of deaths are far larger than that. Death because you don't have access to medicine because your hospital exploded. Deaths because deaths that lead to being in warlike conditions. Deaths through famine. Deaths through dehydration. Deaths through numerous other ways in which Israel's siege has caused deaths in the Gaza Strip are not counted in this number. The Palestinian-run health ministry's numbers, 46,000, are very specific. Death by Israeli bullets and Israeli rockets. Okay? This does not count hypothermia, pneumonia, death by disease, and the like. Okay? Poisonings by contaminated food, not having access to medical equipment. Those numbers are not counted in these direct numbers. This London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine is saying that even the deaths caused directly by gunshots and directly by Israeli bullets and directly by Israeli ammunition and munitions is still an undercount, and that death number is probably around 64,000. The Lancet study And its estimations, the Lancet study and its estimations are significantly higher than the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers for that reason. Because historically, direct munition deaths, okay, traumatic injury due to war-related, due to Israel's direct bombing campaigns, like those are always going to be much lower than the much larger number of deaths that happen due to the war-related casualties, such as deaths from malnutrition, waterborne illness, or the breakdown of the health system as the conflict has progressed. Yes, Lancet uses excess deaths as their metric, which gets a much better picture, much like the COVID excess death number is getting us a better picture of COVID deaths. Exactly. I've already interviewed Bernie Sanders. But let's get back to Cuba.
It includes what we're told is a significant number of people, including those who were involved in the so-called food protests in 2021. Now, this is also political, because Joe Biden knows that when the Trump administration comes back to the White House, there are a number of Cuba hardliners there, not least Marco Rubio, a Florida senator who is earmarked to be the next Secretary of State and has spoken out many, many times about the situation in Cuba. So could this be easily flipped? Well, it's not completely easy to do, but certainly Donald Trump could make a number of executive orders in the first couple of days that would effectively nullify what Joe Biden has done. But it's interesting that the Biden campaign and the Biden team criticized Donald Trump doing this on his way out the door. And here Joe Biden has done exactly the same with just 6 days left in the White House.
And just to be clear, this doesn't have any impact on the economic embargo that's been on Cuba since the 1960s, does it?
Well, essentially, if you're designated a state supporter of terrorism, it means that you can't get arms sales. That was never going to happen. It also means that some things designated as dual use could actually make its way through to Cuba without the company providing them getting sanctions. But the biggest plus, of course, is the aid. That means that groups can send aid to Cuba. It can help the people who are living there and make things slightly easier, because we know that certainly Cuba has been struggling over the last few years. Remember, it was
dual use, by the way. Remember dual use? Americans that are even anti-Israel will often understand what that means when Israel does it to the Palestinians, but won't understand it when America does it, when we do it to Cuba. Oh.
It was back in the 1980s that Cuba was initially designated as a state sponsor of terrorism. That was changed by Barack Obama in 2017, flipped again by Donald Trump, flipped now by Joe Biden. Watch this space about what happens in the next couple of weeks.
You noted there that Biden left it to the last days of his presidency to do this. Many thought that he would do it in the first few days of his presidency. Do we know why there was such a time lag?
Well, they wanted to make sure that all the criteria for changing the designation were met. Now, there's no reason why it's taken 4 years. Certainly, as I said, Antony Blinken in 2022 was looking and saying that they were about to change it. It was possibly going to happen. Why the whole process is taking quite so long, no one is entirely sure. But given that just a week ago, Joe Biden changed the designation of the ability of oil companies to drill offshore in America, this is yet another attempt by Joe Biden, as often happens when presidents are handing over to a president of another party, essentially trying to tie him to some of the policies that are already in place and making things difficult if he wants to change things.
Yeah, good stuff. Giving Cuba 6 full days of freedom until very quickly this designation changes back. 6 days, chat. Like I said, you could have done this for the past 4 years. Not even a full week.
Alan Fisher joining us there from Washington, D.C. Many thanks, Alan.
First look at the top stories breaking today. We start with the millions of Southern California residents on alert as the powerful winds are returning. Of course, they bring the serious threat for new fire growth. I want to go back to our chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman in Mandeville Canyon. Good morning, Matt.
Hey, good morning, George. So concerned are authorities about this wind event today that they have these 15,000 firefighters poised in Southern California. You can see trucks behind me like these. They are tucked in at almost every block. But there's something that we noticed driving up here that kind of boggles the mind. Check out the roof of that house. Authorities taking no chances, plastering entire neighborhoods with that pink Phos-Chek. This is the driveway, also completely pink. Mailbox as well. That, as we've already seen, a new ignition, a fire starting about 30 miles away from us in Ventura County.
Overnight, firefighters racing to battle the first fire stoked by this latest wind event in Southern California, this time in Ventura County.
The wind is blowing this fire right along the riverbed.
It's called the Auto Fire, and dozens of firefighters rushing to the scene. Our station, KABC, right there.
That entire riverbed is now engulfed in flames.
This is more than 12 million people in the crosshairs of yet another ferocious wind event in Southern California, a week after the Eaton and Palisades fires killed at least 24 people. And firefighters working feverishly to prevent another disaster. Hand crews working through the night, lit by headlamps, hacking through the brush. And we were with them on the front lines.
Down below, there are hundreds of firefighters who've carved this fire break through this canyon, down to the other side, all the way up there.
Officials pleading with Californians to have a plan in place.
If you don't have a wildfire evacuation plan for your family and your home, please make one today.
Power companies already shutting off electricity to thousands as a precaution.
Oh my God.
Power lines at the core of the investigation into the Eaton fire, as SoCal Edison now faces 4 lawsuits in connection to the fire.
We have an approximately 10-acre brush fire across canyon underneath high-tension power lines.
SoCal Edison telling ABC News they've seen no indication their equipment started the fire, but they're aware of pictures and videos showing what appears to be a fire at the base of this electrical transmission tower. And they're investigating. Monday evening, ATF investigators blocking off a rural area of Pacific Palisades. Officials saying they're searching for the cause of the fire.
Officials tell me from the ATF that it could be a couple of months before they finish that report. One thing that authorities across Southern California are pleading with people is not to silence those emergency alerts on their phones. There have been mistakes over the past couple of weeks, but they are pleading with people to keep them on because it can save lives. Robin.
It truly can, and we cannot say enough how much we truly appreciate your reporting, Matt. Thank you. We're going to bring back Ginger, who is tracking those powerful winds. Ginger?
Yes, Robin, and I want to emphasize to people, this is going to be a roller coaster of high winds and then lower winds and then high winds again. So watch this pretty carefully here, because this morning we will see those winds pick up in the area that you see highlighted from the San Gabriel, the western there to western Santa Monica Mountains, right through much of Ventura County, up along I-5 and the Grapevine. This is the extreme fire risk, meaning that the winds in these canyons especially could be in the 40 to 70 mile per hour range. It's not going to be a constant wind. This is a different event than last week. The wind direction is different. It's more east to northeast versus due north. So different areas would have the worst of the wind. But I also want to just point out, it is not just the PDS or the particularly dangerous situation red flag warnings on that northern half that go through tomorrow, by the way. It's also red flag warnings all the way down into the San Diego County mountains. So this goes to the Mexican border. But the worst of it starts again this morning. It's happening now. We'll see gusts like Fillmore and Santa Clarita 40. But remember, those observations are in the valley, or those forecasts for the valley. You get up into a canyon, you easily gust. You converge those winds, and you can make them even do little eddies or little spins. That makes fires really difficult to fight. That's Wednesday, 8 a.m. So even though tonight you'll have, it's kind of calm out there, by tomorrow morning it picks back up. And then by Friday, not only do the winds go down into the single digits, so like 4 miles per hour, but we're going to invite more relative humidity. That makes a huge difference when they're fighting the fires too.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org.
Welcome to The Daily Show.
tonight. I didn't even want to tell you this before. Economist Mark Carney is here.
I'm in the, I don't want to watch Jon Stewart either. I have no idea what all these Dream videos are.
Typically,
I know that there's like a lot of drama happening with Dream and Tommy in it, and I have no idea what's going on, and I'm probably not going to learn about it at all. But instead, we're going to move on to YouTube's worst journalist, Tyler Oliveira, from friend of the show, Jabri.
been posting on Musical.ly and Instagram. However, I think with this new camera, I might just start posting the pranks on YouTube. Might be pretty interesting, and I think you guys would enjoy it quite a bit.
Tyler Oliveira is a YouTuber turned investigative journalist.
I didn't expect to play journalist today, but I guess I am.
Is this something that an investigative journalist would do?
He's a profiteer of human misery, a poverty tourist, a parasite.
Come, please, cancel me. Try to be as balanced as possible. We try to cover both sides to the best of our abilities, and sometimes we fall short. I'm not probably the best professional to note on this.
The year is 2025.
They're eating the dogs.
We live in an increasingly divided and polarized world.
I believe we should have a military presence on the southern border.
And with the next 4 years now on the horizon, flagrant disorder shows no sign of slowing it down.
Anti-immigration rioters at Muslims hotel
In a society where misinformation is rife, we need hard-hitting truth tellers to cut through the noise now more than ever. Journalistic powerhouses willing to ask the real questions.
Have you ever rodeo railed a cousin?
To veer away from propaganda.
Twitter is saying the Haitians are eating cats and can't drive.
And to lead by example. This is Tyler Oliveira, the man who claims to offer journalism that covers cultural decay with the incisive honesty so desperately needed right now. But is he really offering an accurate picture of today's landscape, or do his formulated narratives cause more harm than they do good? Let's find out.
A news station cannot make 10 million people care or watch an opioid crisis and be aware of it at a broader scale. We can. Every YouTuber I know has stumbled upon the skill set to get attention at scale. That attention is used for meaningless, mindless, dumb things. What if you could combine the attention-gathering skills of YouTubers and attach them to anything that meant anything? Why not try to make it mean something? Because we're all gonna die so quickly. I feel like I'm on the verge of death. We're gonna die, Tyler. I don't even know where I'm going with this.
Tyler Oliveira's story begins the same way many other budding influencers do. Rejection.
Today, guys, we're gonna take a little look as to why I think I got rejected from every IB I applied to.
Launching his channel in 2018, Tyler mostly focused on assisting hopeful undergraduates in their college applications. However, rather than showing them what to do, he reviews his failed applications and explains where he may have gone wrong.
Related to your competitive advantage, your niche.
His first few videos cover the subjects of how to perform well, even if you're not particularly smart. His simple advice: sell yourself as the person they want you to be.
You need to sell yourself as that person to that college.
But this endeavor onto YouTube wasn't his first. In fact, earlier that year, Tyler had started a channel that focused on informing people how to make large amounts of money. This tweet indicates he was doing such a good job that the Federal Reserve called and was really pissed about his channel giving away all these lucrative secrets about money. We won't ever know these secrets, unfortunately, as the channel has been removed for violating community guidelines. So I guess the feds really meant business.
Today, I'm gonna be asking moms if they'll let me date their daughter. And she's like of age, she's like 21 years old, let's say, right? And she met a young man who's addicted to eating Tide Pods. Like, what the fuck?
When he wasn't disclosing exclusive trade secrets into financial management, Tyler Oliveira could be found writing books that get 2 stars on Amazon.
This man tried, oh my God. He tried everything. I didn't realize he was like a, initially I thought he was just like a Mr. Beast clone that turned into this guy. I didn't realize he was doing a how-to self-help shit before then. This makes so much more sense now.
on and making Musical.lys or Twitter videos, going Super Saiyan in a supermarket, or playing donation roulette with a homeless person.
Today, I'm going to be offering a homeless person food, money, and condoms. Which one would you like? That's fair. Okay, yes, sir. Good? Yes, thank you.
As you can see, Tyler's talents knew no bounds, and clearly aware of his limitless potential, he decided he was going to take on the content creator.
That's literally Squid Games, by the way. What he did there is straight up in the second season of Squid Games.
Grind with a passion and one dream: online super stardom.
I'll not be attending Pomona College. I'll be attending the University of Southern California. Heck, folks, I won't be attending any college. Major in making cash money, and a minor in stealing your girl.
There was no genre Tyler Oliveira wouldn't try, no matter how shameful or embarrassing. Hell, in 2018, as his channel was just starting up, he even stooped to the lows of commentary content. God, can you imagine doing that?
Which I think gained him around 130,000 plus subscribers, almost the same number of people that die each and every day. Ironic, isn't it?
Granted, it was pretty atrocious commentary, but I think these eclectic attempts at creating content, from vlogs to pranks to ripping off Michael McCrudden of all people, to just flat out embarrassing himself, showed that there was nothing that Tyler wasn't willing to do for attention. And naturally, it wasn't long until someone took the low-hanging fruit.
I love you so much, it hurts. You make me so happy. You are absolutely...
Although now known for an altogether different genre of content, in 2018, Ryan Trahan was an up-and-coming commentator on the platform. He made videos covering a wide variety of people, who you probably don't remember now, providing commentary and opinion-infused narratives about what certain influencers were up to. His style clearly inspired one Tyler Oliveira, who made a video titled "Ryan Trahan is Lying Proof," where he employs the old trick of name-dropping large creator to garner response. Of course, the video itself does not definitively prove anything that its title promises, more just serving as a showcase for Oliveira's complete.
Oh my God. It's so wild that these guys try like everything. It's always shocking to me.
Complete ineptitude in creating original, meaningful commentary.
The video that launched him into fame was titled "Lauren Gray is Lying Proof," which inspired the title of this video and more or less the content. And the entire video revolves around Mr. Trahan comedically critiquing Lauren Gray and her flaws.
Oliveira merely seems to be mirroring other commentators. Here, ironically, he's most similar to Trahan himself, but he seems to have no grasp on the actual groundwork. So what you see is fundamentally pretty shallow. But then again, he doesn't need to say anything if his goal is just to bait a response, which in the end is exactly what ended up happening.
Tyler Oliveira, the man of the hour. I watched just one of his videos, one of them, and I got hooked. Just check this out.
On July 2nd, 2018, Ryan Trahan released the video "Why Ben Phillips Belongs in Jail," a video on the controversial British YouTuber known for his extreme stunts and pranks. However, the first 7 minutes of this video are dedicated to someone else, someone much closer to home.
You know your boy's on pussy patrol. You can see some fresh pussy in the vehicle.
This dude's definitely never seen a boob in real life.
It seems Tyler had spammed Trahan to the point where morbid curiosity overcame him, and he got to experience what...
So Ryan Trahan is responsible for this demon? This is why I have a no free cloud policy. A lesson that it took far too long for me to learn.
We all unfortunately experienced a few minutes ago. Trahan does observe the obvious too, that Oliveira is obviously just desperate for views.
He's collecting a paycheck, or he's burning it after he gets it, but we're just gonna let him do his thing.
Be that as it may, Trahan did give Tyler the view baiter exactly what he wanted, but he probably didn't care. After all, most internet gremlins that creators shine lights on don't exactly ever make it out of their weird little niches. Unsurprisingly, Oliveira made another response farming this interaction, offering insight that I'll summarize for you in one sentence. Moving on, this only brought a few thousand views to the channel, and likely even fewer subscribers given the grounds that many came to his videos for. However, for Oliveira, it was enough to set his sights on a different, peculiar little creator you may or may not have heard of. Mr. Beast! I don't have to tell you that Mr. Beast is someone who has drawn a lot of controversy as of late. However, few are really brave enough to acknowledge perhaps the worst thing he's ever done: jumpstart Tyler Oliveira's career. In 2018, Jimmy was still in the early stages of building his YouTube empire, sitting at a meager few million subscribers. Imagine, right? Pathetic. Yeah. This was at a time when he was still in touch with a lot of the YouTube community, one of his adoring fans being Tyler. It's not hard to see why our man would idolize someone like Mr. Beast so much. After all, he had always been the master of exciting premises and clickbait, and was finally garnering garnering a lot of attention for it. Tyler was likely aware that Mr. Beast regularly did giveaways and fan interactions with the intent of promoting his down-to-earth image, and had been releasing videos where he awarded one lucky landmark subscriber the number equivalent in miscellaneous items. This in the past had been pennies, cookies, and popcorn, and who knows what could have been next. With this in mind, Oliveira hatched a genius plan, deciding that he would become one of Mr. Beast's landmark subscribers and use the attention to promote his own channel. But don't take my word for it, he literally says it himself.
I can be his 6 millionth subscriber.
Like the true hustler he was, Oliveira slept through the milestone and missed the opportunity to collect his winnings. But always making the best of a bad situation, Tyler decided to make a video regardless, and used the time that he had left to become Mr. Beast's ultimate Glaze Master General, explaining why he was oh so epic and wonderful.
Mr. Beast understands, like no one else, the power of a viral video.
Mr. Beast, ever possessing the fragile ego, we all saw what happened with Jacksepticeye, obviously lapped up the positive attention, even leaving a comment complimenting Oliveira on his ability to slop him off. However, Oliveira wasn't finished, and with Mr. Beast's growth only becoming more rapid, the opportunity to join him at another milestone would come around soon enough. And it did.
This time, Mr. Beast, I decided to come prepared.
On August 4th, 2018, Mr. Beast hit 7 million subscribers, and as previously stated, needed to anoint a 7 millionth subscriber. I don't know exactly how this process is decided. I'm pretty sure you can't actually tell who specific milestone subscribers are, but who needs a formula when you have someone with irrefutable evidence that they were that lucky subscriber, right? Tyler Oliveira had been tweeting it frequently at Jimmy just before he cracked 7 mil, explaining that he was paying close attention to his sub count. Shortly after Mr. Beast reached the milestone, Oliveira tagged him once again, claiming that he was 99.99% sure that he had timed his decisive click perfectly, and that he was looking forward to being a part of the next video. But that's a pretty bold claim, right? There's no way that Mr. Beast would actually fall for something like that. Oh man, God help us all.
Your generosity has no bounds, Mr. Beast. A truly kind soul and a talented content creator.
Tyler Oliveira actually uploaded before Mr. Beast, so you can see exactly how our overcommitted brown noser pulled this off. And as always, the trick was just blindly...
Sneeko is right there, dog. Oh my God. That's crazy.
Declaring you won and having people believe it, because there's no way that anyone actually believes this was evidence.
50.
Okay, well, hopefully I got it there.
The dude clearly subscribes after Jimmy passes 7 million. And look, this is trivial, okay? I know. There's no way it was ever accurate, but anyone who announces they look forward to being on my next video before it's confirmed would never even be allowed within a mile of my next video. I can tell you that. Tyler Oliveira is standing there screaming, "I won the lottery," holding up a ticket that has the wrong numbers on it. Like, I'm sorry, Mr. Beast. You should have given this guy 7 million restraining orders instead. You know what? Actually, I'm sorry. Fuck you, Jimmy. Look at what you unleashed.
7 million sheets of toilet paper.
Yay! I'm having the runs lately, so this should work.
So as the story goes, Jimmy flew Tyler out, he was given a toilet roll, Tyler did challenges, yada yada yada. I couldn't give less of a shit. But unlike other Mr. Beast milestone videos, Tyler Oliveira claimed the rights to the title on his own channel, while Jimmy went for something else entirely. Although Tyler's video didn't draw the same number of views that Mr. Beast would, he pulled enough of a viewership to actually have an audience. And unlike Tyler's previous exchange with Ryan Trahan, many audience members came across from Jimmy's channel with a positive impression of Mr. Oliveira. So now he was picking up a few more subscribers. This was exactly what Tyler Oliveira had wanted, and now with the help of some attention brought over from larger creators, he finally had the proper platform to unleash his coveted brand of content out into the world. Oh, Jimmy, what have you done? With some of Mr. Beast's viewers invested in his content, Tyler Oliveira had exactly the kind of audience he wanted, and soon enough, he'd begin working on the content he knew they would enjoy.
And as the loyal subscriber that I am, I decided to take matters into my own hands and help Mr. Beast surpass T-Series, allowing him and PewDiePie to end the war once and for all.
Setting aside the Mr. Beast entitled videos, Oliveira's content often worked off a simple formula. He would test out a few different genres, and then when he had a hit, he'd milk it, and milk it, and milk it, and milk it until the cow had practically dried up and withered away. In that time, he'd also experiment with a few other types of content.
Mr. Beast is the Oprah of the internet. If instead of you getting a car, you get another freak. Another freakish right-wing YouTuber. Like, I'm not saying he's doing it deliberately. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that at all. But oh my God, the amount of people. It's like between him and the Young Turks, who is responsible for more, I would say more impactful right-wingers? Probably the Beast himself. I guess Oprah did give us Dr. Phil, so there is that. Yeah.
Content that he can transition into once the subject had overstayed its welcome. Examples of this could be his selling to GameStop videos, training like other people for X amount of days, spending 24 hours, Tesla challenges, and what I like to call the implausible challenge content, such as swimming across the entire Pacific Ocean, which he gives up pretty fast, the running for 24 hours straight, of which he spends most of his time walking, and my personal favorite, the digging a hole all the way to China video, which I'm sorry, but it's so funny to imagine 11 million people seeing this thumbnail and thinking, well, maybe.
You think that perhaps with the help of machinery we'll be able to reach China?
I think we're almost there. I can see it. I can smell it.
We'll be there tomorrow. Tomorrow? Maybe a week.
And look, as much as it pains me to hand it to Tyler Oliveira, in these early videos, there is some kind of entertainment value, particularly through a narrative that paces videos with a degree of poeticism, and that at least presents the guise of a personality for the man, and maybe, dare I say, a degree of respectability? It wasn't an uncommon style, but I guess you need to give him some credit for making it seem like real content.
Amidst my unexpected psychosis mid-swim, I wanted other people to experience the fear I had endured, so I decided to simulate a shark attack on my cameraman, Josh. And of course, with my luck, I soon encountered a flock of tempestuous whales.
The truth was that YouTube was absolutely infested with this type of content by the end of the decade. Mr. Beast clones and countless other variants seeing if they could build the Taj Mahal out of toothpicks. It was all worthless, but seemingly inoffensive. However, even with content that appears to not serve a great purpose, there is such a thing as too far. And this often separates the sincere content creators from the fraudulent interlopers, the people who can read a room and tell when a video probably shouldn't be uploaded, and those who can't. You can guess which one Tyler fell into. On January 10th, 2020, Tyler Oliveira uploaded a video titled, "Can 1 million paper towels absorb a swimming pool?" Which honestly would have been better if it was clickbait. In this video, Oliveira throws countless rolls of paper towels into a pool in an attempt to soak up all the water. Unfortunately, or fortunately in my case, I've been unable to find any real footage of this video, but the backlash came thick and fast, with many people and media outlets criticizing its wastefulness. Now, plenty of YouTubers have gone too far, and it may have been a good time for him to just hold up his hands and admit that this was a bad idea. But our boy Tyler had other plans, and in a pinned comment decided he was going to use facts and logic to defend himself on the battlefield of ideas. First opening with the fact that these paper towels would have existed whether he used them or not, which is a firm defense against anyone arguing the Schrodinger's paper towel point of view. He then goes on to deliver some truth bombs, some epic truth nukes, that these paper towels would have been used to wipe up trivial spillages anyway, and that the environmental impact was also very insignificant when you consider the fact that the wood used in creating paper towels is negligible when you consider the fact that many of his critics live in a house which is often made of wood when you consider it, and that everyone uses more toilet paper in their lifetime than Tyler used in this film.
Dude. One thing that is like struck me about Tyler Oliveira is that he is legitimately stupid. Like he tries to masquerade as a much more intelligent person than he actually is, but he fails spectacularly at it. Like, this is a person communicating in a very specific debate lord style. But it's really bad. Like, the arguments are like of a child. He said, "Oh, you're criticizing my waist for a YouTube video? Well, you live in a house." Like, he compared shelter to just straight up wasting toilet paper. Like, that argument, I feel like a child would probably go, "That's too childish for me. What are we, Google Gaga level? Like, what's going on? Are you in 4th grade? I'm already in 6th grade. This doesn't work on me." You know what I mean?
Video, and that none of these people are actually doing anything for the sake of environment, and although the video may be bad, most people criticizing it are probably also bad, so I guess two wrongs make a right. It seems that in spite of the fact that Tyler Oliveira had learned the skill of articulation, his skills were still limited. While sure, it goes without saying that production costs for Tyler Oliveira's single video could never rival the pollution contributed by large manufacturers and corporations, nobody's really saying that. They're just calling you a dick, and rightfully so. All Tyler's response seemed to demonstrate was that he didn't really understand why what he did was so poorly received. After the negative response to this response, he eventually relented 6 days after the video initially went up, admitting that it was a bad and insensitive positive idea in hindsight and stating that he had donated $1,000 to the Australian Red Cross, who were combating wildfires ravaging the country at the time. He announced he was also setting up a fundraiser in case anyone else wished to join him, with a total aim of $10,000. The target was ultimately not met, with a little over 10% of the goal raised, but it's better than nothing. And I'm not going to hate on another creator donating to charity, but it never really felt like Oliveira understood why what he did was wrong. It's more that he just wanted to throw some money at the situation to shut people up, which it did, so at least it was effective. Nevertheless, the timely backlash was a sign that the tides were turning on YouTube culturally, particularly with regard to the many humanitarian disasters that would soon follow. First with the COVID pandemic, and then with subsequent military conflicts that many companies used as an excuse to price gouge. That contributed towards a cost of living crisis.
1/3 of these children live in poverty. That equates to 1.3 million under fives.
They say that more than 70 people have been killed and a further 138 injured in this latest series of airstrikes.
Started before dawn. Ukraine woke to explosions around the capital, Kiev.
Suddenly, people were being told that we needed to be mindful of resources, as we weren't sure how they were going to be affected by a worldwide pandemic and everything that followed. Although Oliveira performed better than many other creators in this time, by the end of 2021, he was losing momentum, and by the end of 2022, his channel had effectively ground to a halt. Although the numbers may not look bad, by Tyler's standards, these were catastrophic, as he operated on a high-risk, high-reward model that required hefty returns on investment. For someone as performance-oriented as Tyler, it was a sign that he needed to change. Maybe he just needed a little help.
Asha and I were too scared to come alone.
I don't believe a word of it.
Tyler's attempt to diversify was a venture into the supernatural, a subject that has long performed well on YouTube. The plan was that he would visit haunted places and see just how spooky they were. This style represented a departure from his usual shtick and an approach more reminiscent of live journalism.
Killers, rapists, serial killers.
A lot of people refer to this particular spirit up here as the creeper.
The creeper?
There isn't too much interesting to say about these videos. I don't think you're going to be leaving this video questioning your beliefs.
What was that?
Is that you?
What was that?
No way.
Holy shit. Who heard that?
I heard it.
You guys heard knocking, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In fact, probably the scariest thing to happen in this video is a confrontation with the Slop King himself, Brent Rivera.
What's up, little sis? I've had it with you for
To be honest with you, Brent Rivera is more than deserving of his own video, but to do so would actually require viewing any of his content for longer than 5 seconds. Content that looks like it's catered to kids or people on watch lists, so I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Either way, one of the haunted places Tyler Oliveira was scheduled to visit was the Stanley Hotel in Colorado. As luck would have it, Brent Rivera was also filming a video there at the exact same time as Tyler.
I remember this, dude. And at this point, I remember when this became like a big thing. And it's so strange that like this guy, had he made videos at this point that were like weird? He had, or hadn't he? I can't remember. I'm sure I covered it at the time on Twitch, so we can find out if he had made those videos or not. Like, I don't know when I soured on this guy, but it was pretty quick. Like, I know. I think it was, yeah, I watched his Epstein Island video. That's right. I watched the Epstein Island video, and in that video, I was like getting some weird vibes. I think that might have been the first video of his that I watched. And at first I was like, guys, I'm not going to dive into this and be like, I'm not going to dive into it and be like, oh, this guy sucks from the jump. But I think he might, like, I don't know. There was just something a little off about it. This sparked his love drama, and then drama fed him into being a sociopath.
And with such two large influencers in the same hotel on the same night, there was no way such a small space could ever contain both of their massive egos.
Do you fake your videos?
No. Do you fake your videos?
No.
Alright. Have fun, guys.
Asking Brent Rivera if he fakes his videos is like asking the CIA if they've ever interfered with foreign governments. You may not receive a straight answer, but you already know.
Hey, go have fun with your 100 subscribers.
We get that louder.
You don't have a directional mic on my camera? But if we were normal
guess.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Normal guess. You think you're elevated beyond an average human being? You've ascended the human. Wait, what are you? Wait, who are you?
You're harassing our tours.
No.
You need to back up right now. Come on, dude. Get moving. Come on, guys.
We're not harassing. I want to say hi to my favorite YouTuber, Brent Rivera. Totally doesn't fake his videos, and it's totally awesome.
Bye. Why are you having trouble speaking?
In spite of this, Brent was still offended by the inference in Tyler's line of questioning and becomes hostile and confrontational pretty quick, with snide comments escalating in security being called, who asked Mr. Oliveira to leave the premises, with police arriving shortly after.
Can I ask you that for stuff? For sure. Can I suppose compromise? No. No. The SSPD's on the way, so you have until they get here.
For sure. Unfortunate.
The footage shown by Tyler obviously makes Brent look like an insecure jackass, and Tyler makes the most of this idiocy by uploading the video and presenting the narrative in its entirety. This was then reported on by large YouTubers who provided their takes on the situation, mostly siding against Brent.
Brent Rivera got confronted in the real world, and I'm using that word loosely because it wasn't really confronting. He got trolled in real life, and just for some reason acted far stronger and more badass than he is. Like, bro, you make videos eating gum off of a child's shoe. Like, why are you going to try and pretend to be like this fucking man's man when met with controversy or when met with conflict in the real world?
With the coverage the clips were receiving and the mounting pressure on him, Brent decided to take to TikTok to post his response.
If you recently saw a viral video of two YouTubers arguing in a hotel hallway, well, one of those YouTubers was me. Things quickly get taken out of context, so here's the full picture. Also, this isn't me defending the things that I said, but more so giving you guys my perspective of what happened that night.
In this video, Brent apologizes for any insensitive comments, but affirms that Tyler was attempting to provoke them by making inflammatory comments of his own, following and harassing them, not vice versa.
As the night went on, he continued to approach us with his camera, saying awful things about me, my friends, and my sister to try and get a rise out of me for his video. At a certain point, it bubbled up so much that I did what he wanted. I stooped down to his level, and I said something that I should not have said. Later on, he came up and started filming again, this time while we were on a tour. His actions toward us and other guests on the tour caused the hotel staff, not me, to call security. And after several warnings, the hotel chose to call the police to get him escorted from the hotel.
This response wasn't well received at the time, especially with the footage available, which clearly showed Brent acting in a more hostile capacity in
I can't believe in a situation involving Brent Rivera, he was actually not the worst person involved. That's truly shocking.
front of Tyler and making more than just one antagonistic comment. There's little doubt that Brent downplays his role in this confrontation, but I do think people tended to overlook the fact that Tyler was clearly looking to get a rise out of him. We know by now that Tyler Oliveira does have a talent for poking the bear, and we don't know how much content he cut out of that interaction to present an image that was more favorable towards him. I could imagine being annoyed if someone kept coming up to me in a hotel, pointing a camera in my face, and asking me provocative questions, even if I did make bottom-of-the-barrel slop content, but we all know better than Brent Rivera why Tyler did that. If it's something worth talking about, people will give it attention. And although the views garnered from this coverage of the situation didn't quite galvanize his channel in the way he may have hoped, it did seem to put a light bulb in his head that he could scale up his investigative efforts from here. But first, it's a new year. That means new horizons, new opportunities, new habits. Whether those habits are good or bad is really up to you to decide, but I'm here to tell you how you can break bad habits and start 2025 off on the right foot. All thanks to a personalized debt solution from today's sponsor at PDS Debt. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, PDS Debt strives to understand your specific scenario and can help provide alternative solutions to becoming debt-free. If you feel like you've been throwing endless amounts of money at your debt every single month and aren't seeing the balance go down, it might be time to contact PDS Debt. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personalized loans, collections, or medical bills. In fact, everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there is no minimum credit score required. Make this the year.
Look, we're doing ethical reacts, all right? Shouts out to Jabri. I love Jabri. I love his content. He put a lot of thought and effort into us, so we're just going to keep watching the ethical debt react.
You finally take control of your finances and stop letting yourself get crushed by debt. See if PDS Debt is right for you by getting a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/Jabri in just 30 seconds.
I think this is a sign of the times becoming worse, by the way. Like, YouTubers doing Ads for debt relief is crazy. We're entering a new era. An application for debt relief.
Huge thanks again to PDS Debt for sponsoring this video and helping people get back on track with their finances. On February 28th, 2023, Tyler Oliveira uploaded the video, "I Went to the Incest Capital of America." It features Oliveira going to the beautiful state of Alabama to interview some Southerners about their relationships with, well, their relatives. In the video, he does interview some people who quite brazenly admit to kissing their cousins, and even features a bit of kissing at the end. This one's to all the gooners out there, I guess. It seems Tyler took Brent's advice to heart, as we can see here that he is equipped with a more professional apparatus, including a directional microphone and a simpler goal of just interviewing as many kooky characters as possible.
I interview you for $5. Have you kissed a cousin?
Yeah.
Yeah? Is she hot?
Yeah.
Hot as hell?
Oh, yeah.
Did you smash?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be honest with you, I ain't gonna lie to you.
As entertaining as this video might be, Oliveira's commitment to journalistic integrity seems a little questionable. The video itself is paralleled with an overarching narrative of him trying to find the Smurf family, something that was mentioned to him in an interview early on. However, a quick fact check would have told him that the Smurf family, or the Fugates as they're more formally known, were a family from Kentucky, which, if my memory serves, is not Alabama. He was searching in completely the wrong state. When talking about them, he also shows a picture of Paul Carrison, whose skin turned blue after trying an alternative medicine and is of no relation to the Fugates whatsoever. But at this early stage, maybe you could defend him given it was his first venture into this style of content.
So I drove to Blue Mountain and I wondered to myself, is this where the legendary Smurf family lives?
In spite of these inaccuracies, people were still entertained, and it quickly became Oliveira's best performing video in a while. And any longtime follower of Oliveira could tell you that meant there was more to come.
Oh, we're filming a documentary about obesity in America, and we're showcasing the tacos here as a prime facilitator of obesity and in turn premature death. We'll be quick.
Over the next few months, Oliveira uploaded videos that featured him going to various deprived and sometimes dangerous locations and carrying out interviews with the apparent mission of presenting some insight from ground zero. Many of these videos were very well received, and commenters heaped praise on Tyler for presenting harrowing stories from the front line and raising awareness for issues that had long been overlooked. And hell, I wouldn't disagree that some of this content can actually be pretty illuminating into overlooked communities.
You guys used to live here?
So I didn't live here. My family grew up here a lot, but I work for Co-op Nation.
Okay.
And they're basically the ones that are handling all the cleanup.
Apparently, the original Native Americans that had this land taken from them got it back and is now responsible for cleaning up this mess. So I got in the car and wanted to see the cleanup in action.
Could it be possible that a creator like Tyler had grown from the clout-chasing, milk-bathing, can I date your daughter demon that he once was, and was now making important, productive content? Well, you know the answer to that, and it's not fucking yes.
When did you start disliking black people, if at all?
I just like being around them. I think they're fine around themselves, but why in America, formerly a white country, current political paradigm says there can be no all-white countries, no majority white countries. Why does that have to be enforced?
At first, this content largely flew under the radar, though there were the occasional red flags. For example, there's one video where the dude goes down to what is clearly a Confederate memorabilia shop, calling it an antique store, which is a little redundant.
Saying America's formerly a white country is so funny. Like when, dude? When was America a formerly white country? Bro, you can't you can't want to bring back slavery while simultaneously getting mad about the fact that it existed. You know what I mean? Before Americans arrived, it wasn't a white country at all. And then the white people arrived and they brought black people with them as slaves. You know? So there's no point where America was like a white country at all.
Productive, then gifts one of the items he buys there to a notoriously racist man who has appeared in other videos, with YouTuber Vince Vintage doing some digging of his own into this particular store and finding a barrage of other heinous items they had on display, uncovering how the local population has tried to get it shut down for years. The store, Wildman Civil War Surplus, is described in one 2015 article as containing shrines to the Klan, to white power. But Tyler seems to leave out that context, instead giving viewers the impression that this was just a normal southern antique store, apparently worthy of his hard-earned money. According to him, it's basically the same as going to a Civil War museum.
This is a Civil War antique store that sells all sorts of artifacts and memorabilia from the Civil War time period. It's literally an antique store with a Civil War theming in the deep south of Georgia. I bought rocks, a piece of paper, and a plate with guns on it. It's almost like saying if you pay admission to go to a Civil War museum, you're somehow supporting slavery.
You know, this.
Wait, what? No, it's not like that at all. No, you didn't go to a civil... It's like going to a Klan rally and being like, excuse me, this rally also features anti-racists. Oh, I'm sorry. I went to a BLM rally before and nobody got mad. And then I went to a Klan rally and everyone got mad. It's just a racialized rally. It's a racial gathering. What is happening?
Civil War museum filled with swastikas, a famous symbol of the Civil War. One glance at the reviews will tell you it's not so much the historical institute its owners may want you to think it is. It's caused so much controversy over the years that it's pushed neighboring businesses to relocate and prompted city council members to resign in protest of its license being reinstated. As I've often found to be the case with Tyler, sometimes the narrative lies in what he doesn't let on. People weren't given any of this context about the store, so they didn't think anything of it. They didn't care, just as they didn't seem to notice he was ripping off better creators like Nico Omalana, but soon that would begin to change.
How easy would it be for us to get like fentanyl right now?
Yeah, but keep walking by.
Next person?
Yeah.
How long have you been out here, sir?
I've been here about 4 years.
On November 2nd, 2023,
like, think about the way I covered Skid Row when I went down there and what I did down there. And then think about what Tyler Oliveira's slop is. Like, part of my goals this year is to be like the reverse of what he's doing, basically. Of course, his style of content is endlessly more popular, especially on YouTube, because it's so slop focused, where he's not above faking stuff as well. Like, he just fakes shit all the time. But my goal is to humanize these people, not put a microphone in their face and just like exploit them and make fun of them and undermine them, you know?
A few months after switching to investigative content, Tyler Oliveira uploaded the video I Investigated the Country Where Every Drug is Legal, in which he takes his equipment to Vancouver in British Columbia. Not a country, but that's clickbait for you. In January of 2023, the Canadian province decriminalized the possession of up to 2.5 grams of hard drugs for public use. It was a move that generated controversy and criticism from those who thought this would only worsen the situation.
Proper harm reduction, it's been shown in European places, you know, Switzerland.
The whole argument is that they have institutions to rehabilitate these users and not just facilitate the drug use, right?
That's one thing we've told in this regard.
This seems to be a point of concern from Oliveira at points in the video, even having a conversation about its supposed shortcomings in comparison to European countries like Portugal, which I'm not saying is an unimportant conversation to have, but ultimately any movement toward productive discussion is derailed immediately by Tyler's own addiction for large-scale events and sensationalist media.
We're just wondering if we can hear your opinion on what's going on out here in Vancouver.
This very second is not a great time.
Okay, got it. Should we get out of here?
No, it's just I've got somebody who's just OD'd outside.
For this video, Tyler brings along independent journalist and self-proclaimed Portland homelessness czar Kevin Dahlgren, who had already appeared in past videos featuring people living rough.
No, that's the other thing. I work with actual organizers and actual activists, and not people whose sole purpose is to undermine these people.
Dahlgren was already an interesting choice, given he had resigned from his position earlier on in the year following rumblings of financial misconduct, with Oliveira's release of this video actually coinciding with Dahlgren's arrest for multiple counts of fraud and theft. Though this case has yet to be resolved, it makes his inclusion seem more politically motivated, given that he's been vocally critical of, quote, progressive administrations, which is a narrative that becomes apparent in this video very quickly.
Little did I know, Kevin snuck into one last night, and here's how it looked.
At one point, it's claimed Dahlgren had snuck into an injection center and filmed people on trips. It's meant to be an expose of the failings of the center to attend to its patients, but feels very intrusive and uncomfortable to me. It's very telling that Oliveira censored the drugs, but not the actual people's faces. This wasn't the first video that Tyler had done investigating drug abuse in major cities. Earlier on in the year, he had covered the decriminalization in Portland, Oregon, with Kevin to broadly positive reception. It seems more respectful and involves more censoring and thoughtful discussion, yet after his video investigating Vancouver, Vancouver went live, footage was disputed by local advocates who claimed that this was actually filmed at a homeless shelter, leaving question marks over why Tyler would ever involve someone with such questionable credibility and why Tyler would actively worsen his content when he clearly knew better. Practically, the remaining runtime of Oliveira's Vancouver video is just filled with drama and chaos. Multiple people are filmed either overdosing or just completely out of it without any real content.
Let me guess, it did much better numbers-wise.
Text other than, wow, this is bad. This is really bad, right, guys? There's just some strange assumptions that show Tyler's lack of understanding on drug-related issues. Tyler points at multiple people hunched over and suggests that they've been nodding out too much. And although it may be the case for some, there are plenty of other conditions that could also cause hunchback. And leaving people uncensored with the implication that each of them is a drug addict is kind of insane.
Now, what was the objective in decriminalizing those drugs?
The point is, what are they going to do? You know, what is a homeless person going to do? They're never going to see the video, and they have no means of legal recourse. That's what I hate the most about this process, is like you're taking advantage of and further dehumanizing people that quite literally have been destroyed by the systems. And you know they're weak. You know they have no means of fighting back. And you are absolutely, you're dehumanizing them for clicks. It is one of the grossest, most predatory things you could do. Quite literally preying on the vulnerable, dude. Tyler Oliveira goes to goes to an orphanage, dunks on the children.
That their idea was that this would reduce stigma. They cite other countries in the world that have had some success with decriminalization. They talk about Portugal, Uruguay, Germany, but there's a huge difference between...
By the way, the Tyler Oliveira method. Tyler Hitler-Vera method. Go with a quote-unquote local activist that's like a right-wing charlatan, okay? A disgraced person who on paper deals with these issues, but deals with it from a right-wing perspective, and then talk to a right-wing politician to further solidify the narrative that it's like, yeah, homeless people actually are bad across the board. And yes, financialize the misery in the process. It's really, really bad.
Between what they're doing and what's being done here. Fortunately, the government is only telling half the story and they've only put half the work in.
The only attempt at any further depth is an interview at the end with Vancouver-based politician Eleanor Sturko, who again makes some points regarding the implementation of the program. Yet after the video, she also denounced Oliveira, said that she never consented to being recorded and that her comments were taken out of context.
Oh my God. No way. Nah, I bet she was doing ass covering.
Sturko has also received criticism for her handling of this matter, and as a professional politician, she should probably know that some people will tape her statements whether on or off the record. However, the fact that Oliveira didn't ask for her consent is also telling, that maybe if she knew what the video was saying or what it was about, she wouldn't be happy participating in it. This didn't stop Oliveira from responding, calling her spineless, which I assume is Tyler's way of continuing the conversation. Not too soon after another person who was featured in the video spoke out about it, a man who was filmed overdosing on the street claimed there were some ethical boundaries Oliveira should have at least considered.
It's terrible to think that someone in distress who was having a difficult time was being filmed and put on the internet for likes and clicks. And it's disgusting that people think they can come down here and...
Like, think about the impact that we had. We interviewed incarcerated firefighters. How did I do this? I did this by, one, going to a local community organizer, Scott Budnick, and working with his organization, ARC, Anti-Recidivism Coalition, okay? We got unlimited access in the process. We got prior consent and prior authorization from literally the governor's office and the officers there, okay? And in the process, we highlighted the plight that incarcerated firefighters go through. We talked about their conditions. We talked about some of the benefits of the program, some of the positives of the program, a broader point about America's carceral state. And simultaneously, in the aftermath, we've fundraised thousands of dollars. Not sure what the exact number is, okay? But also, we ended up sending too many video games. One of the things that one of the prisoners asked for was video games to be sent. I talked to a lieutenant who's a CO tasked with the program right then and there during the process. It was filmed live, so there's no like editing trickery going on either. And then we sent so many video games to one of the facilities that was mentioned that they literally are like, we have too many video games. Like think about the impact of this community and think about the direction of the content, think about the purpose of the content versus what Tyler Oliveira does. Yeah, same with Skid Row. With Skid Row, worked with a local organizer, got prior consent, prior authorization, went and got much needed items, purchased them, offered them, didn't show anyone's face if we didn't ask for express consent ahead of time. And in the process, raised $20,000 for Water Drop LA, a fantastic organization. It's crazy how you can look at the same problem, right? The same problem. Because like I went to Skid Row. I'm sure he's gone to Skid Row, or at least he went to Vancouver's very own version of Skid Row. It's the same exact issue. Look at his coverage over it. Look at the popularity that kind of coverage gets, by the way, as well. And look at the framing of this issue versus the ethical way to do this. It's very, very frustrating. And I hope people can understand it's not the same when you know, there's a difference between sticking a camera in the face of like someone very clearly overdosing and then being like, oh yeah, this guy's overdosing. Yeah, concern trolls when Hitler Vera, I sleep. Concern trolls with LS7 Hasan. Yeah, exactly.
Film people when they're having a difficult time in the downtown east side.
They have family members. They have names. They're people. They're not just throwaways of society.
They obviously taught me at my worst, and yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen to other people. There should be some type of, I know it's illegal to kill people out in public, but at the same time, there's got to be some ethical boundaries.
Oliveira responded to this with his textbook empathy. Wait, this guy who is overdosing on meth on a public sidewalk works in or at the Overdose Prevention Society? Yeah, wow, sick own, Tyler. This guy with a drug addiction problem is volunteering to help other people with drug addictions? Wow, yeah, talk about a conflict of interest. High fives all around for Tyler and his bros. Tyler Oliveira's video is the perfect representation of
Tyler's like, not me. I would never do that. I would never volunteer at an overdose prevention society. I would never do that. I would instead come in and find you at your weakest moment and put a camera in your face.
Observing society's problems, but not actually suggesting we do anything about it. The title of the video implies that Tyler is criticizing decriminalization, but even his video seems to acknowledge that British Columbia already had a problem, and other countries have successfully implemented similar programs with the right infrastructure. Yet, rather than actually exploring why it may be falling short here, Tyler just gawks at people with serious problems and profits from filming their struggle, because he has nothing of actual substance to say, and relies on other people to make those points for him. I think the video and his subsequent responses paint a pretty clear picture that when the narrative serves it, Tyler is all about helping people. But as soon as someone provides even the mildest critique of his content, he goes right back to being that same old petty, egotistical.
Could you please maybe not film people overdosing without consent, please? Wait, this guy who was overdosing on meth on a public sidewalk in and at the Overdose Prevention Society? I am very smart.
Tyler Oliveira that we've always seen. It shows that this transition isn't really growth, it's just a move of convenience, and that when it's no longer convenient to him, he'll throw all these people that he claims to care about under the bus for his own personal gain. In spite of the criticism that Oliveira faced for this video from people within these communities, the upload became one of his best performing on YouTube, netting nearly 20 million views. It sent Tyler a clear message that people wanted more drama, more politically charged narratives, and most importantly, more chaos. So what was Tyler
right-wing chaos too
gonna do? Respond to those who said he was sensationalizing homelessness and start treating journalism with the respectability it deserves? Don't be silly. Tyler was much more interested in turning public anger back at the people who question.
Why is this content allowed on YouTube at all? What are you talking about? YouTube is infested with this. Tyler Oliveira, for all at this stage in his career, not where it is now, but at this stage in his career, was far from the most right-wing content creator. You understand?
His methods.
It was like yesterday, man, where you had protesters, literally up against the faces of police officers as they formed a human wall trying to protect East Precinct. But we all know the story.
This guy's another right-wing grifter that he linked up with. It's always a guy like that. It's always like the Andy Knows of the world. You know what I mean? I'm only using Andy Ngo as a substitute here because he's a very notable figure in Portland for basically doing this for years and years and years and becoming like a famous right-wing grifter.
Story. City leaders allowed the activists to take over this entire city block, and it was just chaos.
On Christmas Day 2023, Tyler dropped a video titled "I investigated the city that banned police," referring to Seattle's short-lived Capitol Hill occupied protest CHOP, or Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone CHAZ, which prohibited law enforcement officers from entering the area. Tyler appears here with another independent journalist, Jonathan Cho, who was fired from his job for his coverage of a Proud Boys rally, which many considered was a little too generous to a fascist organization.
I got fired because I covered a Proud Boys rally, and I was accused of promoting this group.
I can't believe it. I can't believe the soy libtard cucks fired this man for doing exactly what they claimed he was doing. How dare they?
When that wasn't the case. And afterwards, people just started harassing me and doxing me.
In case anyone thinks this was a one-off, on his Twitter, Cho now regularly uses the term Trump derangement syndrome unironically, quote tweets "end wokeness," and flagrantly
Wait, who was it? Wait.
Regularly uses the term Trump derangement syndrome unironically, quote tweets "end."
Dude's getting fact-checked. End wokeness schooling Mehdi Hasan.
Wokeness, and flagrantly promotes
The elections are rigged in Arizona. Does anyone care to do something about this? How is this being allowed?
allegations of election fraud. So you know you're in for a real thick slice of...
Oh my God. Oh, I hate the right-wing network. I hate the right-wing media ecosystem so much. They will literally elevate the grossest losers to the top of the pile. All you need to do is it's so easy to grift. All you need to do is just say, like, gay people are responsible for wildfires. Undocumented migrants are the reason why inflation happened. And the next week, you will be on Jesse Waters to repeat that talking point over and over again. They will give you endless money to do this.
Unbiased journalism with him.
They don't like my style.
Cho is such a fraud. He literally just comes to protest now to harass people and try to get them to attack him. He's literally the most annoying ever. When I was reporting at a protest recently, he started screaming at random pro-Palestine protesters on the UW campus. Oh.
They don't like the fact that I'm exposing them, and they feel as though they are vigilante security guards and that they're protecting this BLM garden and this homeless encampment. How is this being allowed in a public park in a world-class city like Seattle? This is a takeover, Tyler.
The implication of this video is that there is some relationship between the 3-week period when Seattle banned police on Capitol Hill and the rise in criminal activity. Despite the fact that they present no evidence that this was the case, and trends of crime in Seattle will show you that this has been a growing problem long before the developments in 2021.
Isn't this literally how Steven Crowder got started? Yes, the answer is yes. All of the worst villains in contemporary American society basically came out from this starting point.
They're done. They don't want to work anymore. They don't want to pay taxes. They don't want to pay their bills. You've got the activists saying, oh, if you just give everyone here housing, we can solve the crisis. Well, the problem is you've clearly encountered there are people who want to stay out here. What do you do about them?
After it is safe.
There's urine, there's human feces, there's drug dealing going on. Is that safer than this shelter that's allegedly unsanitary? Look,
why do you think they're choosing to be out here?
Because they don't want to follow the rules.
Okay.
Do you deserve an apartment in Seattle when there's so many others who are working 2-3 jobs?
Throughout the video, there's also this advocacy against giving homeless people housing. This narrative that people who expect it rather than going to shelters are entitled. The only places Cho seems to promote are Christian-run organizations, which feels...
Yeah, by the way, that's my favorite. It's just like the homeless people love being homeless. It's their favorite thing. You know who's the most privileged, entitled people? Not the YouTuber exploiting homeless people, but like the homeless people themselves. Those are the real. They're exploiting the earth, dude. It's really messed up.
It's a little bit loaded in itself. There are also strays of people advocating for the homeless, most notably Mark Horvath, head of the nonprofit Invisible People, who criticized Oliveira just 20 days before, in case it was unclear how petty our man is prepared to be.
Directly in front
of
a criminal network, a criminal camp.
Talk to me.
For my safety.
Okay.
You're in front of the camel tent that's in drug free.
At one point, Cho and Oliveira are met by a woman who claims that a drug tent is a criminal syndicate's headquarters, and they take her completely seriously, despite the fact that she reveals herself to have no knowledge of it whatsoever, and just wanted an opportunity to complain about the homeless situation again.
There's unmitigated shoplifting. The laws have to be changed because they're actually, the police hands are tied. We're spending vast amounts on Narcan. The firemen are coming out all the time. Overdoses. I'm sorry, if you're not a teenager, you don't get Narcan. You don't get a sedative. I am not some crazy conservative, but things cannot end unless there are laws.
What'd you get us?
Yeah, what? Because if I was going to have some idiotic progressive thing like, oh, these poor homeless, poor people, you know, they're the poor entitled.
This video is particularly funny because Tyler offers so little substance that it just devolves into Cho's personal vendetta at the liberals for having him fired from a job where he tagged his news corporation and said that the Proud Boys would be around to answer questions on their cause and mission. Yeah, I wonder what that mission could be.
I'm asking if you're doing fentanyl in there because bathrooms are being used for drug use.
That's everywhere in the United States.
Is that a yes or no?
No.
Would you like to share your thoughts on what's going on here?
I just did. It happens everywhere.
But to Oliveira, Cho's just a useful idiot, someone to stir up controversy and draw conflict for the sake of content, and a tool to make the opposition look reasonable. At some point, Cho disappears, and the video actually starts to become interesting when he talks to people who were involved with the protest, but by then it's too late to really leave any other impression. A narrative around homelessness that boils down to just finger-pointing at anyone or anything progressive, and commonly those who are hostile to Oliveira's own methods, which at that point, can you blame them?
I got put in jail for jaywalking, but I did a year.
Did you do anything else? Well, that seems pretty atypical, right?
Right.
For point of proof, shall I jaywalk? A few cops are there. I'm just curious. Okay, we're trying to prove a point.
From bringing on controversial figures to serve as his expert consultants, to filming multiple people struggling without their consent, to making broad, unsubstantiated assumptions without even basic research, it's clear that Tyler sees his job as one to stir the pot and create the conflict that he can reap interaction from. To his many critics, the verdict was clear. The dude still sucked, he just found new ways to hide it. But why would he change if he was only going to be rewarded? Oliveira is using his content to wage an ideological war with his critics and those who worked in these places, but how long would it be before he bit off more than he could chew? Over the next few months, Tyler continued to move into more politically charged territory, even covering the US-Mexico border crisis with the usual Tyler finesse.
Oh, we got WAP?
Cardi B's got some other meaning for that.
Cardi B means by that?
Yeah, you know, here we go. Dementia and quid pro Joe and crackhead hunter. I gotta go.
However, in March, Tyler decided it was time to return to his roots. In the video, I investigated the poorest region of America. Tyler goes to West Virginia, walks around poor towns, and interviews people. Throughout much of this video, Tyler isn't accompanied by a local or right-wing journalist, so the narrative kinda just goes from one interviewee to the other. Other than the mandatory Trump supporter interview, of course. Of all the videos, it'd be hard to see how this one would draw any controversy, but then Tyler goes to visit a family known as the Whitakers.
I'm sorry, who's this?
His name's Ray.
Ray? I remember Ray. I photographed you, Ray. Do you remember? Years ago. And your name is?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? And Timmy.
The Whitakers are a family commonly dubbed America's most inbred family. I don't really know how you measure the degrees of inbreeding in a family, but they pivoted to the center of public interest through the coverage of Mark Leda, a photographer who creates videos covering the poorest in society. On his channel, Soft White Underbelly, Leda regularly takes the Whitakers on various trips and holds interviews where they're free to express themselves. In 2022, Leda started up a GoFundMe to raise money for a new house, as the Whitakers weren't exactly living in luxury. So you might be wondering, what does all of this have to do with Tyler?
A couple of years ago, I saw...
Wait, this dude worked with Tyler Oliveira?
This video on YouTube titled Inbred Family, The Whitakers, where this guy, Mark Laida, records his interaction with a family suffering a long history of inbreeding.
Well, Tyler reached out to the Soft White Underbelly team and asked if they could help put him in contact with the Whitakers. A representative responded and said no, citing that they have an exclusive contract for all content creation and that they're in the process of filming a TV show.
Wait, what? Wait, I'm sorry, what? I just got whiplash. Like, at first I was like, oh, nice. He's like a nice guy. He's protecting this family. And then he's like, no, actually, fuck you. I'm making money off of them. What is going on here? No, this family that like legally cannot. I don't even think a member of that family legally could enforce a binding contract, like could sign off on a legally enforced binding contract. Is there a single person in the family member that's like, that has, you know, their mental faculties in order? I don't know what the proper term here is. There's still people, bro. No, I understand that. But my point is, they don't have mental capacity to sign a legal document. Most likely. Ableist? Wait, what? No, that's not what I'm saying, dude. Like, how do you not understand? Kind of ableist, bro. Not gonna lie. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is why it's so much easier to grift to the right, dude. Why would anyone grift to the left? It's the stupidest thing to ever even encounter. It's like, have you ever met a leftist person? Have you ever met a leftist person? You must have never met a singular leftist person if you think like there is such a concept of grifting to the left, okay? Every damn day of the week, I find myself directly at odds with people closest to me ideologically. Every damn day of the week. Okay, I despise them.
Tyler takes this response and decides that he's going to film anyway, so the email was just a formality. He also attacks Leda for seemingly hypocritical responses, which, I mean, they kind of are.
Intrigued, I reached out to Mark Laida to see if he could introduce me to them, and he responded with this. Hi Tyler, Soft White Underbelly has an exclusive contract with the Whitaker family for all content creation. We are also currently in talks about a television series with a broadcast network. Thank you so much for thinking of us. Noel, Soft White Underbelly. 9 days later, he uploaded this to his YouTube channel.
This is not I'm not trying to create a TV show where we're doing follow-ups on people, because I could easily do that. I try to resist doing that, you know, because you know, people, like, I see the comments sometimes, oh, you're just exploiting these people.
Now, assuming this contract even exists, it immediately raises a red flag when you consider that Mark has made 13 videos with the Whitakers with a combined total of 89.13 million views.
Oliveira then goes on to observe the fact that Leda has multiple GoFundMes set up.
That's so funny that Tyler Oliveira is like uncovering this guy grifting simultaneously and then goes, I'm gonna grift as well.
And a PayPal and Cash App for donations, which seems awfully impractical and confusing given the multiple subjects of these videos. From his point of view, Leda should have more than enough money to buy these people a fairly affordable house, which would be an upgrade from their previous living situation. Before we go any further, I just want to say that Oliveira, for the first time in his life, might actually have come up with an original point that's worthy of discussing. An exclusive contract is absolutely ridiculous to have on any basis, let alone with an impoverished, mentally challenged family. You shouldn't be—
I don't even know if they have enough mental competency to sign on to a legal contract like this. But it's funny that Tyler Oliveira, in the interest of like exploiting the mentally exploiting people with these issues, ended up uncovering another person doing the same and then still turned around and exploited them regardless. But that's crazy.
Setting up GoFundMes for any of your channels. If you feel that indebted to these people, just pay them. And it definitely is weird that you claim not to be trying to make a TV series a week after saying you were working on a TV series. However, observing a problem was probably what Tyler was always best at. Can he actually draw a productive conclusion?
The minimum of $77K raised directly for the house, in addition to however much was sent to Mark directly via Cash App and PayPal, and however much money generated from, let's say, just the first video he made with the Whitakers, an extremely conservative estimate of $82,000, assuming a $2 RPM. We have a minimum of $159,000 in the home fund here. And there just so happens to be a house for sale right now in Odd, West Virginia, where they live, currently listed for $139,000. So why don't they have a new house?
Rather than talk about the potential exploitation within this sort of content, which would obviously bring into contention many of his own videos, Tyler instead chooses to focus on the implication that Leda is defrauding the Whitakers, using one of the family members, Betty's, words against him.
What else? How's the house coming along?
What house? I don't know what house. We didn't have to Mark about the house.
What did Mark say about the house? Paige wants to get an update.
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think he's...
Mark told we ain't got no more money in there. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, no, we told us.
Oh my God, Tyler Oliveira accidentally stumbled across real investigative reporting on an exploitative YouTube channel. Oh my God. Oh my God. What? Oh my God. In the process of being a dickhead, he accidentally did good journalism. That is so crazy.
From my understanding, there's like, I don't know, $50,000 or $60,000 in there. Has Mark given you guys an update?
No.
Okay. When's the last time you guys talked to Mark?
I talked to Mark the other day.
Even though he doesn't outwardly state that Leda is keeping the money, it's about as close as you can come to actually accusing it without being legally liable. It's a little thing we like to call plausible deniability, which Tyler is all about. It's not really a sensible argument either, because if the money hadn't been raised yet, why would Leda be sending it over?
I feel good. They were super sweet. They were groceried up. It is cold. They were in the middle of nowhere. And Mark, where is the house? I started a GoFundMe linked in this video's description and donated $10,000 of my own money. If you feel moved by these innocent souls and want to help them live their elderly years in peace, feel free to donate below. Mark, if you have any honor, let's combine whatever my viewers and I raise, your 2 GoFundMes, and let's get the Whitakers a new house for real.
Tyler then decides that the solution to all of this is to set up his own competing GoFundMe for the Whitakers, which is almost hilarious in its absurdity. Oliveira couldn't even think of an original solution, and although he had evidence to imply that maybe Mark Leda had some questions to answer, the undertones of financial misuse were a step further, which were only really substantiated by one person's testimony. If that testimony wasn't accurate, Oliveira might end up looking kind of bad.
Hey everybody, this is Mark. I thought I'd address something that a lot of people are have questions about. This GoFundMe that I've had for years, since I've been interviewing the family, has generated a lot of money for the family. It was always designed to help them with their living expenses, and then like end of last year, we changed it to...
Are they doing, instead of going band for band, they're going griff for griff? Is that what's going on right now?
We started a new GoFundMe, and I tried to start a new one so it would look like this is how much.
Thanks for this how-to video. I'm off to just start my own YouTube channel. Stop it. Don't do it. Okay? Please don't do it. Please. It's already a saturated market. I promise you will not be successful if you go right wing. Please. Please grift to the left. Look at how successful I am. Please. I'm a grifter. I hate the left. I'm a capitalist and I love exploitation. And look at how successful I am. You can be successful too. Please start grifting to the left. Please, please don't grift to the right. It is an endlessly fortuitous enterprise. I promise. I promise you, they will love you. Please just make left-wing content. It'll be so successful financially for you. Oh no. Just interviewed a homeless person. They said they wanted to be homeless and we should actually eliminate homeless people. Not political, by the way, just doing independent journalism. This is real. But grifting to the right gets you free guns? No, dude, no. No, I promise. Okay, now you're finally spreading real misinformation. Please grift to the left. If you just grift to the left, guys. Come on. What can you lose? Bro, if I grifted, I'd be so rich. Middle Eastern, Muslim, Kurdish, perfect for the grift sphere. Yeah. I mean, if you're Muslim, like the only thing you need to do is just cut like anti-Muslim content. Just say the most Why am I giving you the tools? Okay, I'm going to stop saying these things now because there's already enough of these guys out there.
Money we're going to get for the house.
The day after, Mark Leda uploaded a video titled Whitaker's GoFundMe, the problem with social media. In the 17-minute...
I thought Software Underbelly was like, all right, you know? What is this? This is a collection of short clips of people who I've interviewed who have passed away since Software Underbelly started in April 2019. It's difficult to keep track of the 8,000 people, so I'm certain there are some that I've missed. The causes of death include fentanyl overdoses, automobile accidents, being chopped up and put in garbage bags, being shot and thrown into a dumpster, and suicide. RIP to all. You literally said White Soft Underbelly was your favorite YouTube channel. I didn't say it's my favorite YouTube channel, but I said it was a good YouTube channel because I thought it was a good YouTube channel that like worked. I didn't know all this. What the hell? I've watched like 10 videos 5-6 years ago. Or not 5 years ago, 6 years ago, like 4 years ago. Because it makes fun of dumb whites. What? Dumb whites. Do you think Soft White Underbelly only features white people? Some of his interviews of victims of incest are a bit gross. Sometimes he discusses it as if it's consensual. Always gives me the ick. Oh my God. More collabs incoming? Oh, with Todek? Nah, he's not going to live with me, dude. I wish he would. SWU is not even as bad as it looks. Finish the video and it'll probably
Video
explain.
later explains that although the GoFundMe was set up with the intent to help buy the Whitakers a house, he would constantly be contacted by the family asking for financial support from the GoFundMe, of which he feels he has to oblige. He provides receipts showing many of these transfers and stating that he has also been paying them out of his own pocket.
But the problem has been that Betty and Larry will call me every 2 weeks, every 3 weeks, and say, hey, we need money for a car. Larry wrecked his car. We need a new car. We need food. We need this. We need that. It's always an emergency, and they need money. And it is their money. But this money is, you know, all these donations are for the Whitakers. And when they tell me they need money, what am I going to say? No, you can't have it. We're saving it for a house. So I give them the money. These are all going from my account to Betty Whitaker's account at the, I think, Chase Bank.
Dude, I thought that, bro, I'm not going to lie. I thought that these guys, Soft White Underbelly, was like doing a decent job humanizing some people that like literally never get heard. You know what I mean? Literally never get a voice, and talking to them like they're human beings.
Bank, I think it is in Beckley, West Virginia. Because I've gotten these weekly, not weekly, but every few week calls from Betty or Larry asking for money, the money that's in these accounts gets depleted. It's always happened with them. Where it looks, you know, you look at the GoFundMe, it's generating money. All of a sudden there's 55,000. Oh, we're getting closer. No, you're not, because they took out 5 and they took out 6 and they took out 8 and then they took out 14 and they took out 3, and it keeps it low. It's 0 right now. It's been 0 for a few months. Larry and Betty have called me to ask me for money. I've given it to them out of my own personal bank account, not out of their GoFundMe donations, because I like helping the family. But without the ability to stop spending and start saving, we're never going to get close to that house.
Leda also seems to imply that the exclusive contract was more of an excuse to try and protect the privacy of the Whitakers from everyone who may try to contact them.
He didn't ask me. He never called me. He did call me once to ask if you could give them my contact info, but I don't want to give out the contact info of everybody I interview. You know, how many requests for the Whitaker contact info did we get back then?
So many. It would have ruined their life if all the people got their
yeah.
address
So we have to figure out a way to keep everybody from just going to the house and it becoming like a problem for them. Yeah. So I made up excuses why I'm not going to give out the contact information.
The narrative of Leda's response tends to harp on the fact that Oliveira is looking for drama, which is supported by the information that Oliveira did not ask him about the GoFundMe, despite already having contact with him and his team.
This is what these people do. He's just one of many that create these scandalous stories and say, ooh, you know, he could have easily contacted me. He says, hey, Mark, my name's Tyler. I'm doing a video on the Whitakers or on the GoFundMe. Tell me what's going on.
I just don't understand why he didn't just say like, yeah, we're not giving out random people's contact information. That's crazy. Like, I don't know you. I don't know what you're about. A cursory glance at your content makes me feel uncomfortable about the prospect of you, you know, exploiting this family for your own personal gain. Once again, Tyler's still coming out as the bad guy, even though I now have a different opinion of the Soft White Underbelly as a consequence of this as well. Even though I don't know, maybe he'll fix this by the end of this segment. But despite Jaubrey's opinion on the matter, I still think it's a little off. There's some a little off about it.
With that, I would have said, yeah. I mean, I give them money. That would have killed his whole story. Because what he wanted was to make me look like I'm not giving them the money. They've gotten every single cent of any money that was ever donated. I have to pay the taxes, and everything else goes to them.
Yet, in spite of this, Leda states that he is intending to discontinue the GoFundMes, and he probably won't do any more videos with the Whitakers in the future.
But between her and Larry, there's a lot of money flowing out of that GoFundMe, and it's down to 0 now. So I'm actually gonna discontinue my GoFundMes for the Whitakers. I probably won't even do videos with them anymore. It's just like it's left such a bad taste in my mouth after all this.
I don't think that you should set up a GoFundMe that provides the impression that people are donating money for a house with a specified target when it's actually going towards a bottomless pit of miscellaneous expenses, as that may have an effect on whether or not people donate their own personal income. Throwing money in chunks at people probably isn't going to help them if they don't have proper financial management, and it's hard for me to say that Leda didn't consider that, especially as someone who has specialized in documenting the lives of the impoverished. I can't say I really came away with a good impression of Mark from—
Okay, respect. Jabri also smelled it. Okay. I trust his nose as well. All right, good. There's a bunch of stuff here that's a little off, Chad.
This video, just out of virtue of how he talks about himself and his mission.
Look at the Whitakers' lives. Their lives are so much better since I came into it. Their lives have improved greatly since I came into it. And the reason for that is because I'm kind and generous and I'm helpful.
Would it be better to have been patriarchally tell them that they can't have their money? No, it'd be better if he actually fundraised to buy a house like he said he was going to, and then just gave them at least permanent shelter, which would have immediately improved their material conditions. And then the rest of it is like there's an ethical way to do this. The most ethical way to do it is most likely to like link them up with any organization that directly works in the region. And I'm sure that there are. I mean, West Virginia is in a dire situation overall, but like I'm sure that he could have engaged with a local organization that already works in housing people like this, or improving people's and giving them like the proper medical care and attention that they need. And then not setting up a trust fund, chat, just addressing the immediate and most significant needs that people have is the name of the game. Okay? Like, constantly giving them money over a GoFundMe that's built to like buy them a house is definitely not the appropriate method. Yeah, if a charitable organization did this, it would be considered fraud. You cannot mislead donors on a basis of how donated funds are to be used. You're 100% correct on this, by the way. Like working with a mutual aid organization on the ground would be infinitely better and more sustainable in terms of like improving their lives, especially because you can't always be there. It's unreliable. You can't get the people used to just like a steady flow of funds coming from you directly. And then also on top of that, you're constantly filming content with them. And then there's that expectation. And I still haven't figured out if there's anyone in the family, I guess the mom maybe, that has enough mental competence to figure out what's happening as well. So there's so much, I mean, these people are very desperate, it seems, and I don't know.
And when they needed help, I came through for them every single time. The fact that Betty comes on stood in front of his cameras and said, when he asked what happened with the money, she goes, I don't know. Come on, Betty knows exactly where that money went.
Nevertheless, it was clear that Leda was not keeping the money for himself and wasn't defrauding the Whitakers. His perception of the GoFundMes wasn't unreasonable. He explains his rationale pretty well and states he does pay his interviewees regardless. Oliveira was an idiot for even implying that he might be taking GoFundMe money for his own purposes, and in doing so, he actually derailed productive conversation into a lopsided scandal piece. He was embarrassed and a day later hurriedly released a video himself, attempting to respond.
So I uploaded this to my video, and I open-endedly asked Mark, what's going on with the GoFundMe? Where's the money? I did not accuse him of doing anything. I did not call him names. I merely asked the question I myself was curious about, and thousands of other people in Mark's own channel have asked him, and I would imagine that includes many people who have donated to the cause.
In this video—
I'm sorry, is he in the bath? Is he on the pooper? What? Is he shitting out of his dookie ass, his doo-doo butt? Is that what's going on? What's going on here? Why is he on the pooper?
Tyler states that he was just asking questions. Sure, man. And OJ was just taking the Bronco for a leisurely drive.
Any donor sending money to that GoFundMe is under the impression it is going towards the larger purchase of a home, not for random living expenses that Mark will send their way in the chunks of $4,000 to $5,000 every two weeks to a month. Now, this is a great update. Kudos to Mark for giving them the money they are in fact entitled, because the donors gave the Whitakers the money, not Mark. Many people are saying, I've basically ruined the relationship between them, when in reality, that's between them.
Other than raising the valid point I spoke about earlier regarding the transparency of the GoFundMes, Oliveira spends most of his time implying that Leda is fragile for ending these fundraisers, and continuing to insist that he was just asking a simple question through his video.
If me asking that question has elicited a response in which he cancels GoFundMes forever because it calls into question what? The timeline in which he intends on giving these people the money, his ethics? Genuinely, I'm asking a very basic update question of, hey, there's a lot of people that have donated to this GoFundMe. What's going on with the money? Pure, simple, cut and dry. Mark's frustration is that I didn't email him personally, which I asked him open-endedly on the video, and we now have this update.
I love this response in particular because you can see the cogs in his head turning as he realizes
I'm such a child. Oh, can you imagine? I was on numerous mainstream media outlets for the past couple of days. And I also interviewed Senator Bernie Sanders literally 2 hours ago. And this is what I'm predisposed with. God, what is wrong with me? 33-year-old man, by the way.
He actually doesn't have a valid response as someone who is supposedly meant to be a credible investigative journalist, and he just defaults to, well, I asked publicly, which was exactly Leda's problem, dumbass.
I just asked the question of what was going on. His response is obvious frustration and the receipt showing the transfers, which that's good. Thank God he's actually sent them the money. I think that's great. I think this easily could have been avoided if he just provided an adequate update here and there.
Yo, what's wrong with you? You need to be doing a lot more of this shit. Yeah, that's right, dude.
But the people are sending him their money with the expectation that it went towards a house. They were in the dark. No one knew how this was being allocated until I asked this question.
Though probably the funniest thing about this was Tyler's commitment to continue his own GoFundMe that he pledges will actually go to a house for the Whitakers.
With that being said, I currently have a GoFundMe in the link in the description of the West Virginia video.
They don't call him Tyler Shitler Vera for no reason. Oh my God, we won't move from Hitler Vera to Shitler Vera.
I donated $10,000 of my money personally. There's also a couple $1,000s in there currently raised for the Whitakers. The initial goal of combining whatever I raised with Mark's GoFundMe is now no longer obviously possible because he's given them all the money. I would imagine it's all spent.
This guy just doesn't learn. He obviously wants to use the success of the GoFundMe to prove Leda wrong, but his personal vindictiveness is clouding out the logical reality that this sort of fundraising isn't actually helping the people in this scenario. And 3 weeks later, Soft White Underbelly uploaded a video where he confronted the Whitaker family for lying about the death of a family member to siphon Mark's money for drug use.
All right. So BJ, I understand you got a drug problem. You've told me that. We all know that. That's not a secret. But for you to...
I'm proud of what I did. I'm not.
Yeah, you're telling me there's a funeral today at 3 o'clock?
In light of this, and the fact that the GoFundMe didn't even come close to the goal, Oliveira refunded everyone and stated he had found a couple good houses.
What is wrong with everyone involved? What is happening here, dude? Yo, did I misunderstand? Did Soft White Underbelly just go over there to be like, hey, you're a drug addict and you used up all the money for your drugs? Is that what he... It is a grift off, it seems. What the hell?
But the companies just weren't interested in working with him, still desperately trying to twist the knife into Leda and prove it wasn't that hard to find a good place. All the same, he then states that both he and Leda were lied to, and expresses that he has donated his $10,000 to Coalfield Development, an organization that helps build Appalachian infrastructure. It's a good thing that he decided to actually donate that money to a worthy cause, but it also came at the expense of his credibility on the matter. This isn't the first time he's donated money to charity to deflect from his own ineptitude at handling his poorly thought out decisions. It seems his inability to separate his personal sentiments were interfering more and more in his ability to carry out fair coverage of these social issues, costing him even more credibility. And like many who lose credibility, the only solution is to go further into fanaticism. Throughout this video, we've touched upon Tyler's nature to respond to criticism with a distinct lack of grace, particularly when it came to the Soft White Underbelly saga. But little can really emphasize how Tyler's journalistic mask slips when he's called out for what is often valid criticism. Well, little other than a well-placed feature from another creator. I think this is the perfect time to introduce my first guest for today. Allow me to call on the very talented and entertaining Ghost Gum to illuminate just how tragic Tyler's handling of even the most mildest backlash has been and what it may say about his character. The floor is yours, my friend.
You know, if you're gonna be a...
You went to confront them about lying about a funeral / money for the funeral when it was used for drugs? I mean, that also is like still kind of wild. Like, it's wild to film. It's not wild to get disclosure from them or something, but just like, it's wild to film and then post on your, I don't know. Maybe am I too woke? Maybe like publicly shaming literally a family that is designated the most inbred family in America, living in squalor in West Virginia. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too woke.
Degenerate, opportunistic, clickbaiting grifter who LARPs as a, quote, unbiased journalist, you need to have a thick skin because you're going to get criticized a lot. And Tyler's skin is thinner than tissue paper. Now, we've already covered the soft white underbelly situation where Tyler tried to destroy Mark's reputation just because he wouldn't give him the Whitaker's contact information. But another situation people forget about is this one here.
This morning, I woke up to a copyright claim, a complete video takedown, and a strike on my channel for a 4-second clip of a 33-minute documentary we made in Hawaii.
Now, for context, Tyler is having a meltdown because he claims that another YouTuber named Nick Johnson falsely copyright struck one of his videos because he used, quote, 4 seconds of Nick's footage from this video, which is complete bullshit, by the way. According to Nick, Tyler used multiple clips from his video.
About a week ago, I got a notification that a lot of my content was being used in one of his Hawaii videos. So I looked at his video and I was like, yes, there's my stuff all over your video. You didn't ask me. So I put out a claim on YouTube and said that he needs to take that out of his video.
So after getting the copyright strike, Tyler emailed Nick and tried to resolve the situation, but 30 minutes later, he sent another email saying, actually, go fuck yourself. I'm taking your ass to court.
Now, the YouTuber who copyright claims my video does very similar content. I've watched a lot of his videos. I enjoy some of them. There's no beef I thought we had. There's no beef I thought we had.
There's no beef I thought we had.
But this is not fair use in the way Tyler thinks it is.
Because it's fair use, and even he knew that. The piece we put out is journalistic in nature, it's educational, it's news, it's showing what's going on out there, and it's protected under the 1976 fair use doctrine of copyright law.
Which Tyler did none of these things. He claimed he transformed the clip, but just because you put a clip in your video doesn't make it
Yeah, you can't technically use it as B-roll, by the way. Like, that is, you can't use someone else's footage. You can't use someone else's footage as your own B-roll and portray it as your own. That's why when all these news outlets, like, when all these news outlets used my clips from the interviews with the firefighters, like, they would do proper accreditation. Now, I don't personally care regardless if people use my stuff, but in many other circumstances, like, a lot of other places would technically go after you. If they could, they have a valid reason to do so. Most people won't, for the record. Most people won't. Most people won't actually, what do you call it? Most people won't actually, like, go after you for using their footage for a B-roll. Just, you know, just so you understand. It's not good practice. You know, that's also March's stuff, kind of. What? March's stuff? What do you mean? Because he was holding the camera? Is that what you're trying to say? Is that what it is? Like, no, it's no, it doesn't work that way. It's like, I still retain ownership over the intellectual property. Not that I care. I don't know why you're even bringing this up. Yeah. Wait, what are you saying right now? Yeah, he was so proud of it on this morning. Yeah, he shot it. What are you talking about? Like, you're making it seem like Marge is going to copy strike me over the footage. Didn't Hasan steal from Palestine? What? Not too woke. Shabby journalism is literally my biggest pet peeve. Like, I hate these MFs. I hate when MFs think they're journalists having a camera and an opinion. We've now reached. Yeah, you know what? It's mine. I'm actually taking you down. I just, like, now the parasocials have gotten so out of control. They're being parasocial with me and March. They're gonna be like, Marat filmed some of the footage, and technically, therefore, it's his rights as well. Anyway, the point is, if it was a professional media company like a local news channel, if there was a local news channel that originated some kind of footage, and I use this all the time because I don't care, and most news companies would never come after you for this, but the reality of the matter is, if technically, if you want to be technical about it, using a professional news, like KTLA or whatever's news coverage in your coverage as B-roll is not allowed. That's not fair use. You would have to pay for licensing if you wanted to go through the completely legal route. Okay? But at the same time, no one would actually stress over that. Most people don't stress over that sort of stuff at all, especially online.
Transformative. He didn't actually transform shit. He just slapped it in his video and then pretended like he was the one who filmed it. I think one of the comments under this video sums it up incredibly well. While I think Nick's actions are very unfair and I do not agree with them, this might be a difficult case to win. If you used his footage without permission, that is a breach of copyright. If it was a 4-second shot that he spent thousands of dollars to get, for example, footage of a rare animal in an exotic location, then he would be pretty mad that someone just downloaded it and put it in their video. There are scenarios where people spend hundreds of thousands of dollars for a 4-second shot of very unique things. It is a very tough situation, and I think that's very well put. Now, would I file a claim over this? Probably not. Nick literally flew to Hawaii and spent time and effort to get this footage that Tyler just stole, slapped his name on it, and passed it off as his own. Like, I'm sure if
Chowder isn't wrong. Legally, he would initially own the footage, but if he's getting paid for his service and there's a contract, you would own it. But my understanding is y'all have a work for hire situation, which means you own the content. I work with determining copyright all the time for my work. This doesn't really matter anyway. Yeah, I know. For all intents and purposes, when Marge is holding a camera or when someone else is holding a camera on my stream, I'm still technically the copyright owner, but it doesn't really matter anyway. Okay? It doesn't matter because I don't even retain any sort of IP around my own content. But yes, you're right. Isn't there a case with a... No, it is true. What I just take photos saying is true. There's a famous case with like a monkey that took a photo, no? Like, wasn't there like a copyright case? Is that fake? Hold on. Yeah, the monkey selfie copyright dispute. Between 2011 and 2018, a series of disputes took place about the copyright status of selfies taken by Celebes crested macaques using equipment belonging to the British wildlife photographer David J. Slater. The dispute involves Wikimedia Commons and the blog TechDirt, which have hosted the images following their publication in newspapers, over Slater's objections that he holds the copyright, and people for the ethical treatment of animals who have argued that the copyright should be assigned to the macaque. Now he's calling me a monkey. Yeah, the person who pressed the button is the copyright holder. That is true, but that isn't a situation where the monkey was under contract by some other entity to produce photos for them. Expert opinions. Dude, this is crazy. A site that only accepts media available under a free content license in public domain uploaded the selfie photographs from the Daily Mail. Uploader claimed that the photographs were in the public domain as the work of a non-human animal, adding that it has no human author in whom copyright is vested. Slater discovered this a few days later and requested the Wikimedia Foundation to remove the photos. Easy to rail, much bait. I can't believe this is so far removed from the point of contention. My point is, regardless, Tyler Oliveira technically violated copyright because it's not his footage, because he did not actually he didn't change it at all. He just used the footage as B-roll. Okay, if you use someone else's footage as B-roll without proper accreditation or without like asking for it ahead of time, technically you're using it improperly. It's not protected under fair use. The reality of the matter is, and I've talked about this quite a bit in terms of copyright, and my principle usually is, copyright is in the eye of the retainer of said copyright, and it's entirely dependent on whether or not the copyright owner is interested in litigation, And in most circumstances, people would never stress over something like this. But because Tyler Oliveira is an asshole, I think this guy was like, yeah, you're misusing my video, misusing the videos that I shot. So I'm just going to, hit you with a copy strike, which is, I get where he's coming from. Okay.
Tyler put Nick's channel in the corner of the screen or some sort of watermark, this wouldn't be an issue. So yeah, I really don't think that whole crash out was necessary, but it's really not surprising. For somebody who makes such provocative and edgy videos, you think he could give it as much as he takes it. But this is maybe the most sensitive man on the planet. Look at how he reacted when random people, by the way, I want to emphasize that, criticized him for speaking Spanish poorly. To those bitching about my broken Spanish, how was I supposed to know that illegal immigrants don't speak a lick of English? I'm obligated to go learn their native tongue and they aren't obligated to learn mine? The fuck out of here. This is America.
Oh my God, that's so funny. He also literally spoke broken Spanish to a dude for like half of that video, and halfway through the video, the guy goes, I speak English, right? It was hilarious. The dude just let him go for like half the video. He's like, yeah, el gonchato.
Like, dude, these are just random commenters. I don't know why you're getting so mad. And this is far from the only example. I think this video has made it abundantly clear that Tyler is a shitty journalist. So naturally, he gets criticized a lot on Twitter for being a shitty journalist. And whenever someone criticizes him, Tyler uses this classic line or something similar to it. Actually, I go out and talk with people while you sit at home, which is just such Socratic logic. I don't even know if I should attempt to engage with this argument because it's so bulletproof. This is a tweet from the YouTuber Mr. Beat, who I think summed up Tyler's shtick pretty well. Based on all the videos of his I've watched, Tyler doesn't seem to care about finding out the truth. He's not even trying to find out the story. The story is
great take. I mean, straight up. Yeah, he goes in with a preconceived bias. And to a certain degree, I also do that as well. Like, I'll admit, I have, at least through a lot more research than Tyler has dedicated to the matter, I have a mindset, right? Like, I wasn't like, oh, let me go to Skid Row and figure out what's going on there. I already have an opinion on homelessness, how this problem starts, what are the most effective methods of combating homelessness. Like, Hasan, have you ever said you're a journalist, though? No, I don't also say that I'm a journalist, although I do say that there are instances where I do journalism. Like the firefighter video is a great example of this, right? I'm not a journalist. I'm a pundit. I don't create new, I don't create new reporting. But there are instances where I can, interview someone that was otherwise inaccessible. In those circumstances, I have the capacity to actually create a new story. But even in that process, like, I'm diving into the situation with definitely a lot more information than Tyler does. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going in with a lot more additional knowledge on what the problem is, what the solutions are. I might even have my own personal biases. The difference is he goes in there with a right-wing attitude, and I wouldn't even say blind faith, but just like a right-wing attitude and a way to just try to max out on the inhumanity of the people that he's covering as a subject.
It's already in his mind before he goes to film, and how he frames the story warps the truth. Your impartiality has been hijacked by your obsession with a particular truth existing. I went out for there and looked for it. You tweeted this from your couch. We are different. I don't think going to a place makes you an infallible authority on that place. Just for the record. And I think Tyler's proof that sometimes it's the opposite. You can go to a place and still have no idea what you're talking about and learn nothing. And I just want to close this segment with my own kind of personal experience with Tyler.
To be fair, Tyler has demonstrated that he can go to a place and just learn nothing. Tyler has shown the world that he can go to a place and learn less and teach others less than they would have known if they had never encountered the video at all. He's living proof of that.
Tyler. A few months ago, my brother Dantavius posted this hilarious based meme, which of course did numbers. Tyler wasn't too happy about that. He crashed out and made this long ass tweet calling Dantavius and Vince, two of my good friends, YouTube video essayists who tell you how to think and what to think. Do not travel the world talking to real life people. See what I'm talking about here? With different perspectives than them. They photosynthesize blue light.
Seed oils into 8-hour-long slop reviews of Garfield. Dude, Tyler, you are the most soy dude, brother. What are you saying? You know, people can see what you look like, dog. What is this like? What is going on here? Like, why is every right-winger so obsessed with acting tough and being so macho and just being like, oh, dude, I bet you eat seed oils for breakfast? It's like, look at you. What have you been eating? You look like you've been sucking on the receipt paper at grocery stores, if that's the case. It's not like you don't look like a soy jack yourself. You do. Like, it's so strange to me. I don't understand. When right-wingers have this, like, weird thing where they go, like, I'm right-wing now, so that means, like, everyone else is soy. I, on the other hand, am macho and masculine. I'm the most masked guy you've ever seen. And it's like, dude, you own a mirror? What the hell? The beacon of alpha dog masculinity, dude. Look at this man. Like, you're a YouTuber as well. I don't know why. Like, it's so funny when YouTube slop content creators will yell at other YouTube content creators for making slop as though your version of slop is better. Like, people say this to me all the time, right? Other YouTubers and other, like, Twitter accounts will say this. They'll be like, all Hasan does is sit at his home and yap, yap, yap. It's like, but so are you. That's what you do. We both are doing that. Like, what do you mean? I'm yapping. You're yapping about my yapping. You're not even yapping originally. You are yapping over my yap. You're doing the same thing, to be fair. Yes, I am. But there's a difference. I recognize what I'm doing. What? That's my point. My point is we're having a yap off. You are not yapping in a superior fashion here. Okay? Also, I don't look like Tyler Oliveira. And I often will never point this out unless it's like someone who's like, I'm a alpha dog, dude. I'll destroy you. You know what I mean? While also not fitting that profile, despite having no emphasis placed on being that way anyway. It's stupid.
And seed oils into 8-hour-long slot reviews of Garfield. They are the latest step in human evolution.
Yeah, if your job is posting, you're gay. As you guys know, I famously said this. If your job is posting, you're gay. I don't make the rules, except for that rule. I made that rule up. You're gay. You're super gay, okay? And yes, this means myself as well. And I have no issue with this, but you seem to have a chip on your shoulder about this.
Evolution, a humanoid mass born out of the hive mind of Twitter that echoes what they think their audience wants to hear. That is the most faux deep nonsense thing I've ever read. You think by phrasing it like this, you're saying a lot, but he's actually just saying nothing here.
Thank you, Ghost Gum. I'll leave his channel in the description below and would encourage you to check him out. He's an incredibly entertaining creator who always has something of value to say.
Putin's monkeys, yo, he better not have disparaged my boy Steven Seagal. He better not have disparaged my boy Steven Seagal. Bro. That is the national treasure that we lost to Russia. Okay? Do you understand? That's Mr. Steven Seagal to you. Multiple time award recipient Steven Seagal. That is a man who has invented his own version of fighting. That is a man who knows how to run very well, and his arms don't flap like a wacky inflatable arm man when he runs. That's all AI. The footage that you see of Steven Seagal running where his arms flap in the wind, that's all AI footage. It's a lie created by the CIA to disparage him because he is now a Russian asset. That's Mr. Deputy Sheriff of 35 years. That's Mr. Aikido Vision. Okay. Did you mean Sensei? Yes. That's Sensei. That's famous musician.
Mr. Steven Seagal, fly down to Jamaica and say one of the baddest y'all. So them send for Lady Stark, I don't know me raw. You see me? So girl, would you really run down there? Me want the body if you make me feel nice. Why? Tell me what you really want all night. Me want the bananas if you make me nice. Me want the body, him want the punani. I mean, know it nice. So when the girls start to strut, you could look at their butt, you shouldn't do.
The West fell the day Steven Seagal chose to leave it. Anyway, let's continue.
Hey. The same.
You want the banana?
Can't be said for Tyler Oliveira, who seemed to only be venturing further into partisan territory. The situation with Mark Leda and his responses to general criticism highlighted Tyler's own shallowness and inability to actually provide useful solutions for people facing hardship. If anything, it was a wake-up call for Tyler that hard-hitting scandal pieces don't really work when there simply wasn't a scandal, and that the people you sought to attack could respond and point out your own flaws and dishonesty. What was Tyler to do with this wisdom? Would he merely attempt to cater to a less critical audience who would look past his content shortcomings, or would he actually try to change? I don't need to complete this question. You already know exactly what he chose. And there was the perfect opportunity waiting for him to make the most of that evolution.
Bing, 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 bing. Minnesota!
President Trump? I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence.
The quadrennial U.S. presidential election is probably one of the most widely covered recurring events in international media, and probably the most covered event in America. And why wouldn't it be? It's only maybe the most influential job in the world. The last U.S. president to not win Time Person of the Year was Gerald Ford in the 1970s, and his bitch ass didn't even win an election. With so much at stake every 4 years, journalistic integrity is at the heart of the coverage of these elections. Given the increasing distrust in mainstream media and pervasive narratives of fake news and election interference,
You are fake news.
having reporters on the front line not afraid to confront these matters is more necessary now than ever. And with the recent scandals and criticisms behind him, Tyler Oliveira was ready to be that frontline journalist. But how did he perform?
Who are you voting for?
Suck my balls!
Well, friends, this is where I think I should introduce my second guest for today's video. He's been creating great content on infamous criminals over on his channel, but today he's taking a break from the stupidly morbid to talk about the morbidly stupid, as he looks at Tyler's use of the election and ensuing political tension to influence the masses with his representation of modern-day America. Take it away, Vince.
Excuse me for my congested sinuses. I live near LA. The wildfires are going on. I've gotten sick from it, so excuse my congested-sounding voice. Now, in the age of fake news and disinformation...
Oh, I feel that, brother.
Tyler Oliveira has taken the chalice to be the purveyor of truth in a world rampant with fake news and misinformation. Now, as a real journalist documentarian, you would expect Tyler to at least get the facts right. I mean, hell, that's the bare minimum of journalism, right? I mean, Tyler would never publish a story that he hadn't even done the most basic fact-checking on. Right? Now, in Tyler's investigative reports documenting the decay within these cities, oftentimes in the cities he visits, it's not as crazy as he would like it to be. While the crime does happen and sometimes they're not good places to live, when Tyler holds up that camera and films around, he doesn't see the violence and crime. So to amplify his videos and justify the claims made in them, Tyler will show news clips from that city to inform the viewer of the reality of this town.
That's me in the trenches of St. Louis, the most dangerous city in America.
And these news clips are always from that city, right? I mean, hell, if he couldn't even get the facts right just on that, I mean, could you really trust anything the guy's saying when fake news is running rampant? Now, in Tyler's video, I investigated the most dangerous city in America, St. Louis, Missouri. Now, Tyler's talking to a local, and he's saying how many fights break out and how there's some real bad people on the St. Louis Metrolink.
You feel safe out here?
You can't even ride the Metrolink direct.
You can't ride the Metro?
No, there's always trouble. Always they rolling weed, smoking and drinking, and there's some bad motherfucking Metrolink.
So then Tyler shows this clip of a violent robbery going down in the St. Louis Metro. But this clip isn't of a Metrolink. Hell, it's not even from St. Louis, Missouri. It's from Brooklyn, New York, 3 years ago. But maybe this is just a mistake. I mean, in the original video, Tyler clearly doctored the footage to hide the Manhattan sign right there. I mean, that has to be just a mistake, right? Totally not intentional. But let's just go later on in this video. Now, Tyler's talking to a local and he states how he has been robbed 2 times in the St. Louis Metrolink. Tyler then shows this clip of a guy with a gun getting robbed in the middle of a Metrolink, but this clip isn't even of a Metrolink. Hell, it's not even from St. Louis. It's from Chicago 5 years ago. But maybe this is just a mistake. Let's continue on. Now, in Tyler's video, I investigated the most violent city in America. Tyler goes to Memphis, Tennessee, and in the beginning, he shows the violence and the decay going on. And Tyler shows this clip to show us how bad Memphis is.
This is Memphis, the most violent city in America.
And it's a robbery at a gas station. Wow, that seems absolutely insane. But this clip isn't from Memphis, Tennessee. It's from Chicago, and Tyler even goes out of his way to edit out the Chicago Police Department logo in the corner. Now, normally this wouldn't really be a big deal, but when Tyler's calling himself a journalist, documentarian, purveyor of the truth, and you're doctoring footage to this degree, I would say that's not an accurate representation of what's going on. Now, beyond doctoring footage to amplify the violence, Tyler sometimes uses news clips to justify wild claims made in his video. Now, in Tyler's Oakland Where Every Crime is Legal video, Oakland, California, Tyler and his journalist friend state how Oakland is so bad that kids as young as 7 years old have guns.
I don't know why we're being followed when there's no doubt criminal activity left, right, and center.
A lot of the kids have guns now, so when I'm walking around, I'm not looking for some 25-year-old guy with a gun.
I'm 15-year-olds out here?
I'm looking for 7-year-olds with guns.
That's an insane claim. So Tyler then shows this clip of a teen in trouble to justify that statement that kids have guns in Oakland, and it's so bad that it's even on the news. But this clip isn't from Oakland. It's from Miami, Florida, 2 years ago. Maybe that's just a mistake. Miami and Oakland, that kind of sound familiar. Let's continue on. Let's go to a different video. New Orleans. I investigated the murder capital of America. Now here, Tyler's guide is talking about how the kidnappings and carjackings have gone up in a huge amount in New Orleans. Sounds pretty scary. So to justify this claim, Tyler then shows this clip, and it looks pretty scary. I'm not gonna lie, that looks pretty wild. But this clip isn't from New Orleans. Hell, it's not even from the United States. It's from Albania. And there are dozens of examples of Tyler doing this in all of his videos. Now, we could go through it all day long, but frankly, I don't want to bore you. But if Tyler can't even fact check at the most basic level, making sure the clips you're using of that city are from that city, what else would Tyler mess up? A journalist would never use Photoshop and AI-generated images to fabricate things that never happened and pass them off as truth, right? Let's go to Tyler's Germany video. Now here he talks to the AFD, he visits a peaceful protest, the counter-protest, it all seems very mild. But if you look at the thumbnail, you would expect there to be Klansmen in robes, Heil Hitler signs, swastika flags, which are illegal to fly in Germany, to be in that video. Now, if Tyler's claiming to be a journalist, why would he use things that have never happened in the video as the thing to get people to click on the video? Is that really documenting the truth? I mean, let's go to his Jamaica video. Now, in the video, it's pretty peaceful, nothing's crazy. Wow, Jamaica seems like a great place to go. But the thumbnail would give you a completely different image. We see a caricature of a Rastafarian man, mind you, a religion of peace and nonviolence, holding an AR-15 with spent casings on the ground, and the islands being set on fire. When do we see this in the video? Never. Once again, I would just say, is that really documenting truth, the reality? So if Tyler can't get the thumbnails right, and he also can't even get his own footage that he uses in his videos right, I mean, Tyler would never get the entire story wrong, right? Now let's go to his video, Inside the Ohio Town Invaded by Cat-Eating Haitians. Now, this was a
This is a condensed version of the video that we watched already with Vince, by the way. It's the same video. So I'm going to skip through it. We already saw all of this. Vince did a fantastic hour-long video on Tyler Oliveira, and this is like basically the condensed version of it.
The same can't be said about Tyler Oliveira, who, since recognizing that you can foster an uncritical audience if your talking points are extreme enough, is not even attempting to hide his blatant bias or lack of research. Whereas in the past, his content may have possessed occasional dog whistles to the far right, now it just contains whistles. It's hard to choose from all the content that selects various minorities to scapegoat, but I thought we'd head over to Britain for Oliveira's coverage of an unashamedly controversial figure. This is Tommy Robinson, a dude so far right that notoriously right-wing politician Nigel Farage once called him a thug. Robinson has incited—
Like, that's literally a fascist. Calling another fascist a bridge too far. Okay? Nigel Farage and the Reform Party are the modern version of British fascism right now. Okay? And even those guys are like, Tommy Robinson is so far out there that like our politically viable fascist party will look bad if we align with him.
multiple incidents of violence, some against children, and rioting through the misinformation that he spread, which isn't even covered under free speech in America. He's also stalked multiple people and literally turned up at their houses, just full-on sniper wolf style, and that is only scratching at the surface.
Is Tommy Robinson a far-right Islamophobic racist? Or is he a brave journalist speaking up on real issues the mainstream media refuses to acknowledge?
At the time that Oliveira uploaded this video, Robinson was in jail again for repeating provable false allegations he already admitted to, including a fake photograph against a 15-year-old refugee who faced vicious harassment following Robinson's libel.
The far-right activist was supposed to be at the High Court this morning, but failed to turn up. And now the government says he's left Britain altogether. The case involves a Syrian child refugee.
Yes, this is the guy that Elon Musk likes. Not likes, loves, as a matter of fact. Oh, God, it's so freakish. It's so bad.
Refugee Jamal Hijazi, who went viral in 2018 after being attacked at his Huddersfield school. Hijazi sued Robinson 3 years later for falsely claiming he'd attacked 2 girls. Hijazi won the case and the court banned Tommy Robinson from repeating the allegations. But last year, Robinson released a film called Silenced and gave 3 interviews in which it's been alleged that he repeated the same false claims.
However, in the recent video, England, where free speech is illegal, Oliveira attempts to evangelize Robinson and his alleged struggles against the state, referring to a recent situation involving the tragic murder of 3 young girls and the following rioting that took place. This video features basically a great replacement narrative and the idea that Tommy Robinson was a pioneer in speaking out against the evils of Islam and what he believed to be their grooming gangs. The whole image of Robinson is absurdly misguided and only seeks to satisfy the warped perceptions of his own followers.
Tommy is referring to the now infamous grooming gangs, where thousands of non-Muslim girls across England every year are targeted on the basis of being white, referred to as easy meat by mostly Pakistani men who would get them hooked onto drugs and then sex traffic them. Tommy's cut.
Literally every part of what he just said is a lie. That's so crazy. We looked at the statistics. Like, that's so insane, man. Just the only group that's overrepresented in the statistics for doing sex crimes is white British people. He's literally you. What is this?
Cousin was a victim of these gangs. The British police didn't do anything despite knowing about the rapes, and the media would not acknowledge or report on the story out of fear that they would be called racist or Islamophobic. Tommy was, in essence, the first person to vocally speak up against these gangs.
This would be true if you just ignored the many people, organizations, and charities who did actually speak out about them before Robinson came along. People who did research brought light to these issues, and in many cases it provided the building blocks for convictions that came after. Robinson didn't even speak out about.
How was the Bernie interview? Just got here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we have Senator Bernie. This is out 1 minute ago. I fell off. No views 1 minute ago. I fell off. How was the Bernie interview I just got here? Well, you can find out what the Bernie interview looked like if you watch it on my YouTube page. I done felled off, dude. Go support it. Go leave a comment. Go like it. Go watch it all the way, by the way. Don't just watch a little part of it and then click away, because that'll hurt the algorithm. Watch the whole thing. All right. Thank you so much.
About it until after convictions were made and he saw an agenda he could reap.
Now, you know, if we're going to be really honest, the people that have exposed scandals throughout the country is survivors contacting the media. And when you get people such as, you know, Britain's First or Tommy Robinson and other people saying, well, actually, we exposed Rotherham and we exposed other places. Well, no, you didn't.
This is what people like Robinson do. In 2004, a filmmaker who was trying to shed light on these exact issues in a documentary film had her work hijacked by the British National Party, another far-right political movement who wanted to take her coverage and turn it into a party political broadcast, which then in turn led to various campaign groups to protest it. The film's airing was nearly cancelled entirely, and in the end aired at a later date, many years before Robinson would publicly jump on the cause. It's very possible that the involvement of the far right has interfered with these stories being brought to light, and in the past, Tommy has almost done that himself. In 2018, he almost collapsed an ongoing trial by live streaming outside the court during a reporting ban.
put that with us? Who put that?
His supporters were mad that.
Can you go over the pirate software shitstorm that's happening right now? Dude, I can't, like, there's two things that are happening in our sphere currently that I have observed from afar, like super far away. And I have no idea what it's about. Okay? I think one is Tommy Innit said Miskiff had bad vibes, and then XQC said Tommy Innit is lame. Okay? And then all hell broke loose. Somehow Dream, everyone's yelling at Dream, and Dream is doing a video exposing, but it then ends up exposing nothing. I don't know what's happening there. And then also on the other hand, from afar, as a 33-year-old man who's a political commentator who does not care about any of these things, the other issue is Pirate Software. They're playing World of Warcraft, and I think Pirate Software left the raid, even though he's a high-powered mage, and everyone's yelling at him, and what is it? What? People are yelling at Pirate Software for being a mage and leaving a raid and leaving behind 2 people in the guild to die, I think. And it's a real tricky situation. People are analyzing like why he left and how messed up that was and how unacceptable that was, but I think it was acceptable, or is it acceptable? I don't know. I don't care. One is about a video game, the other one is about like a content creator that I don't care about either of these things. I'm sorry. I think it'll be okay. Also, think about what we learned from the Brent Rivera versus Tyler Oliveira situation. You never know who's the wrong party and who is the wronged party in these circumstances until years later when one of them becomes a massive right-wing charlatan YouTuber. Okay? So I'm not touching drama like that with a 10-foot pole. What the fuck are you on about? I don't know. These are massively consequential stories that are all over the place, and I have seemingly evaded learning any details about any of these things, okay? And I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I'm sorry. It's none of my business, okay? It's none of my business. Everything I've seen about these quote-unquote massively consequential issues is coming at me at an alarming rate without my consent. It's just like being blasted in my face, and I just usually never see it. And this is the part of the broadcast where chat will then try to condense what either of these issues are into a chat format where they'll go TLDR and then they'll write like a paragraph. Half of the chatters will go over the word limit and get banned in the process or suspended in the process for a second, only to turn around and do it again. And I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't want to know, really. Let's continue.
That he was being punished for speaking out, not recognizing that you can't sequester juries in the UK, and therefore a defense could use any interference to let potential child rapists walk free. The reporting ban was raised after the jury reached their verdicts. If Tommy had just waited, then he would have been able to rant all he wanted after the trial. Of course, if criminals had walked free, then Tommy would have had even more to be mad about, and more to tweet to his followers, and all the more reason to court their funds.
See what these are? You obviously understand what these are.
What are these?
Diversity barriers.
These?
Well, they're to stop terrorist attacks.
It's real?
I'm not joking. They're diversity barriers. This will go straight back up now, and these are to stop cars coming through and mowing everyone down.
Okay.
And we have these in every town centre. You know our Christmas markets? Our Christmas markets now are literally just entire things like this, fortified to get anywhere near the Christmas market because they expect cars to come flying into them.
There's a traffic calming measure for pedestrianized areas, Tommy. Like the bollards allow freight and bulk goods to come in and out, but also...
This guy just screams white nationalist. No, he is. I mean, he literally is. Okay, Tommy Robinson is just straightforwardly a white nationalist. Like, okay, let's get back to issues that I do know a lot about, okay? That man is a neo-Nazi, okay? He's also pro-Israel, but, you know, that just means he's doubly invested in fascism. He's fascism overseas, fascism in England. Major Islamophobe, in and out of legal trouble routinely. Straight up a white nationalist. Like I said, unironically too far for Nigel Farage. That's all you need to know.
Also allow for the area to be predominantly walkable? Come on, guys, you have to know this.
Is that road we just drove down, walk through there, and that is a microcosm of the future of Great Britain. Yeah? It's Islamic. I'm just here to explain to you as an American, these centres are opened in every one of our towns, and the purpose of these centres, which are funded by our local Labour councils, is to convert the town to Islam. So the local Labour political party, which is your
the Labour Party is creating Islamic centers to convert Christian Britons into Islam, paid for by the Labour Party. Tommy Robinson is a neo-Nazi, but the EDL tried to claim he wasn't, probably because their members can't say neo-Nazi because their teeth fell out. To be fair, they can't say many things. Remember? Islamic Reagans. That's the EDL, also known as the English Defence League, lads.
Democrat Party are funding the conversion of the town into an Islamic ghetto like this.
He's just a liar. It's almost funny how much he's stringing Tyler along, but Tyler doesn't care because Tommy and Tyler are united in their mission. They need struggle. They need crime. They need disorder. They need stuff to rile people up about. They need people to scapegoat because if we did actually have a solution and working system, then they'd both be out of a job. It's indicative of how far Tyler has fallen, given that he was never really that good in the first place, but this content is dangerous at a certain point. Reactionary talking points backed up by selective interviews designed to tell a one-sided story, and he knows exactly who he's appealing to.
Pegida means patriotic Europeans against Islamization of the West. We are fighting 10 years now against Islamization, which is taking over all over Europe. But in the meantime, in these 10 years, there came more themes and more themes. We are now fighting against these crazy genderism and as well.
Less than a year back, if you went to one of his comment sections on his videos, you'd at least see some compassion for the subject. Now, you just see genuinely unhinged commenters basically saying out loud what Tyler spends the whole video inferring. You may not be your audience, but if you find yourself with an audience who parrot crime rate talking points like the KKK talk about African Americans, then I think you may have something to do with fostering that. I don't know.
I want to put a knee on your chest for 13 minutes. Tell me what that would do to you without a thing in your system. Tell me. You think you could do 13 minutes without no oxygen?
This is where I was planning to end the video, deliver a nice, tasty conclusion, and send all of you on your merry way. But before I could reach this point, Tyler had just one last surprise in store for me. And oh my god, he decided to cover George Floyd. Of all the videos to release as I was writing this, he chose George Floyd? I mean, I can't ignore it, but I think I'm gonna need some more.
It's crazy that he went back to like the old right-wing hits. Like he's going back in time. It's like when someone wants to do like a Hasan is bad video and they start talking about how I own a house after they run out of other stuff. You know what I mean? Socialism means you're supposed to be poor. It's like, dude, that was like 11 dramas ago. You know what I mean? George Floyd at this point, like doing a documentary or an investigation on George Floyd's murder when it's like an open and shut case that is been dealt with, where the person responsible for his execution almost got executed in prison. Okay, that's how super done this is, and this guy is still trying to do right-wing narratives on it. It's very obviously, it is so obviously just like a desperate plea, a desperate attempt to just farm right-wingers as much as possible.
More backup on this one. My third and final guest for today has already made a couple Tyler videos, so he's probably just as tired as I am, but I'm hoping that, like Vince Carter,
I think he's done great. This dude, Saji
he has one more in him. Viewers, supporters, and haters, allow me to introduce Saji Sharma, covering Tyler Oliveira, covering George Floyd. Yeah, go for it, Saji.
Thank you, Jay, for not only trusting me with the last segment of this video, but for also giving me another opportunity to talk shit. about Tyler Oliveira. I will take as many of those as I can. And I mean, for Christ's sake, Tyler's trying to debunk George Floyd's murder in the year 2024. He's just asking for it at this point. But before we even get into the video itself, in true Tyler fashion, we gotta look at the thumbnail and title, which in this case, the title is, I investigated George Floyd's murder, with murder being in quotations. Tyler's vetted unbiased journalism, everybody. And the thumbnail, which has a mural of George Floyd and rows of police officers bowing in front of it, which clearly this is some kind of AI-generated image. Tyler loves those. But now the video looks more interesting, because I don't know what stance Tyler's going to take. I mean, have you heard about the epidemic of police officers in mass mourning over George Floyd? Because I certainly haven't, and I'd love to hear more about that. Well, you may be a little disappointed to find out that that's
Tyler has already done a Hasan as a house desperation takes. HasanAbi critiquing capitalism from his mansion in LA while calling me a Viewmaxer as he reacts to all my videos to sustain his career is pretty silly, especially given the half of the last 6 months videos were instantly demonetized or age restricted. Lame. Damn, that was a banger for him, bro. 284 likes. Really popping off big time. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's an interview from earlier today where I interviewed Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. That's my mistake.
Not what the video's about. God, Tyler got us again. No, this video is about a conspiracy surrounding the cause of George Floyd's death. Who would have thought Tyler would stoop so low? Me, I did. This video is almost an hour long, and it really only needs to be 10 minutes maybe. The conspiracy, also, isn't even a new one, which would have been so much more entertaining. Tyler doesn't think police officer Derek Chauvin killed George Floyd. Instead, he thinks that George Floyd died due to an overdose in already exemplary heart conditions. Now, this video is terribly easy to debunk because of all of the overwhelming evidence and information in support of the former and already fact-checked claim that George Floyd was murdered by Derek Chauvin. But I want to wait to go over that, because there's arguably more important things to be said about Tyler's continuing trend of borderline promotional advertising in his journalism videos. Although Tyler tries to paint it like both possible causes of George Floyd's death could be plausible, so it's time to do some investigative work and find out the truth. If you are familiar with Tyler Oliveira's work even a little bit, you would know that he's already decided which side he believes. Not only does he subtly give it away when his ears perk up and his eyes widen after he runs into strangers that have
Tyler Oliveira about to be like, I investigated Adolf Hitler to see the controversial figure. Was he all wrong?
happen to agree with his political beliefs.
It's all a joke.
It's all a joke?
Yep.
In what sense?
He overdosed.
He overdosed on the fentanyl?
But he also...
My favorite type of journalism, asking random dipshits on the sidewalk. That's what journalism is about.
Blatantly gives it away by outright promoting an alt-right conspiracy-fueled documentary called The Fall of Minneapolis.
Given that the only time I'd seen the police body cam footage in full and dissected at length in a documentary titled The Fall of Minneapolis.
That's right. Revealed halfway through this video, Tyler just straight up shows us his hand, which, you know, he tends to do a lot. Just explicitly, without shame, indirectly admits that the video is a complete puff piece. Created by Liz Collins of Alpha News, a conservative news outlet, which you probably could have gathered by their name. The Fall of Minneapolis is a documentary dissecting the body footage and autopsy report of the George Floyd incident. This documentary paints itself like it's revealing all of this top secret footage and information that big government doesn't want you to see. Even though everything shown in The Fall of Minneapolis was indeed presented in the Chauvin trial itself. And essentially, all of Liz Collins' points end up mimicking the same defense of Chauvin's own attorney. Tyler spends the rest of this video interviewing Liz Collins along with her husband, who, of course, is the former president of the Minneapolis Police Union, Bob Kroll.
Who, in 2020, came to be known by the public as Bob KK Kroll.
Which, if you don't know who he is, let's run down a list of fun things he's...
Got him. I mean, also, it probably fits, you know? I suspect that name is well-deserved.
He's done in his career, which includes, but is not limited to, the fact that he engaged in excessive force against community members and was named in a number of civil suits, was reported by his own fellow officers for calling U.S. Representative Keith Ellison, the first Muslim in Congress, a terrorist. In 2007, he was sued for racial discrimination by 5 black officers, one of whom later became the police chief, and a year later, in 2008, he was suspended along with a fellow officer for beating a man in the street and then having him arrested on false charges, all while out of uniform and without identifying themselves as police. I could keep going, but I think I've proven my point here. The nickname Bob KKK Kroll is beyond fitting, and in fact, I think it's tame. Now, the main claims that are made in this video are shared with the documentary, in that we're basically watching an advertisement for the documentary. Nothing about the original talking points are altered or challenged really at all. Tyler is a puppet transfixed by enlightenment and is blindly regurgitating skewed and incorrect talking points. Liz Collins' main argument is that George Floyd overdosed and that he had pre-existing health complications.
3 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system, methamphetamine. He has very large organs, blockage in his heart. He has a paraganglioma, which is a tumor in his hip. He's been described to me as, sadly, kind of a ticking time bomb.
Right, yeah, okay, so he was just gonna die anyway? The point here that they're trying to make is that these causes are completely separate and independent from anything Derek Chauvin did. But there is really no evidence that...
Everybody knows when you get shot in the chest, for example, not in the George Floyd case, but everybody knows that if you get shot in the chest, it's not actually the person who shot you in the chest that's what killed you. It's the medical complications that you had ahead of time. That is the responsible... That is actually what ended up killing you, not the person who shot you in the heart. Okay, your heart was slated to stop. Everybody knows.
Drug use or health complications were the main factors in George Floyd's death. Liz here, and subsequently Tyler as well, really highlight the fact that George had drugs in his system, emphasizing that there were lethal amounts of fentanyl and methamphetamine found in his toxicology report. However, Liz used the term lethal in a very objective manner.
3 times the lethal limit of fentanyl in his system, methamphetamine. He has...
When how lethal a substance is varies entirely from person to person. In a Reuters article fact-checking the evidence for drug overdose in the cause of George Floyd's death, Peter T. Lynn, a forensic and general autopsy pathologist who co-authored a study on the reliability of post-mortem fentanyl levels when determining the cause of death, says that there is no such thing as a fatal drug concentration, because many other factors must be considered beyond the post-mortem drug concentration, Lynn said. An important concept in cause of death determination is that multiple potential causes may be present, and it is the job of the certifying medical examiner to sort through those potential causes and choose a primary cause and or multiple contributory causes. In support of their own claim, Liz Collins references Dr. Andrew Baker, a pathologist brought to testify during the trial, who stated that George Floyd had severe underlying heart disease, which therefore affected his death. But even in the clip that Tyler uses in his video, Dr. Baker clarifies that even still, the law enforcement's subdual of George Floyd was the initial catalyst.
Now, in the context of an altercation with other people that involves things like physical restraint, that involves things like being held to the ground, that involves things like the pain that you would incur from having your cheek up against the asphalt, an abrasion on your shoulder, those events are going to cause stress hormones to pour out into your body, specifically things like adrenaline. And what that adrenaline is going to do is it's going to ask your heart to beat faster. It's going to ask your body for more oxygen so that you can get through that altercation. And in my opinion, the law enforcement subdual restraint and the neck compression was just more than Mr. Floyd could take by virtue of those heart conditions.
He even states in the same trial, in a clip that Tyler decided to leave out of the video entirely, that his heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint.
Mr. Floyd's use of fentanyl did not cause the subdual or neck restraint. His heart disease did not cause the subdual or the neck restraint.
Without those two things, done by Derek Chauvin and the other officers, Mr. Floyd would not have died, he testified.
But of course, these people think that Chauvin's neck restraint was actually the correct thing to do. In fact, Liz Collins believes that Chauvin did nothing wrong and actually used the proper police technique to hold and pin down George Floyd, called the maximal restraint technique. And Liz tries to paint it like no one's heard about this or known of its existence because 2 pages were mysteriously missing from the Minnesota handbook.
Not only that, but it's very early, within the first couple of days, that I noticed that there are 2 pages that are mysteriously missing from the police training manual.
Which I don't know how you would prove that. This is an online PDF manual anyone can download and access at any time. And how did you know 2 of the 700 pages were missing? As much as she's trying to make it seem, Liz Collins was not the first person to uncover the secret, hidden Minneapolis Police Department training manual. The proper technique use was actually a big point of contention during the trial. And on top of that, the manual itself specifies the maximal restraint technique shall only be used in situations where handcuffed subjects are combative and still pose a threat to themselves, officers, or others, or could cause significant damage to property if not properly restrained. There is even direct instruction to place the subject in the recovery position to alleviate positional asphyxia. Dr. Martin Tobin, a pulmonologist that testified during the trial, stated that George Floyd died of asphyxia. The same asphyxia the manual directly instructs on how to avoid. If you're interested in uncovering more of the BS Liz Collin and Alpha News spew in their documentary, because there is a lot, I recommend checking out Dina Winter's thorough review. She does a great job fact-checking and uncovering all of the manipulative points and false claims made. I'll let Jay know to leave it in the description for you. So, okay, Derek Chauvin incorrectly executed an unnecessary training technique, which factually overshadows any and every other nitpick these morons have of a dead man. And guess what? Guess what? These were all things covered and discussed extensively during the trial. None of it is new information. But yet, somehow, that's not even the worst part of this video. No, the worst part of this entire video is at the end, when Tyler shows us a deepfake of white George Floyd.
And would the situation have played out the exact same if George Floyd was white?
Back to you, Jay, with the weather. Hopefully it's a bit more sunny on your end.
Thank you. It's not. And also, I hate that I had to see that image. Still, I'd highly recommend Saji's work. He produces really illuminating, socially conscious commentary in an era where so many other creators are appealing to the lowest common denominator for views. Saji stands out from the rest and is an excellent entertainer.
Agreed. Second.
The same can't be said about Tyler Oliveira, who by now I've run out of patience for. I can't wait around any longer to analyze his dogshit content just in case he releases a video promoting David Duke as a true American patriot, as other influencers have done. We need this to end, and I know just the place. We are currently living in an increasingly divided and polarized world.
Dude, that is, I mean, that's so gross, man. It's just like, I don't know what it is. I mean, I think like the pure unadulterated racism I'm used to at this point, but it's also like it's not the sense of entitlement with it, but it's like the subtle nod that you know, what you're doing is like so gross, and it almost is like inviting a retaliation, like sometimes even like physical violent retaliation. And it's like, what are you going to do about it? Like, it almost feels like you're challenging the audience to do something about it. You know what I mean? It's so gross. It's like, yeah, I can do this and there's nothing you can do in retaliation. That's what it feels like. It's so smug in how overtly racist it is.
World. We are guaranteed to have at least a few more years of tension, unrest, and very likely violence. In this era of political turmoil, we need people who are going to ask the real questions, veer away from propaganda, and lead by example. And yet, this is the guy millions of people go to for investigative journalism now.
After Mr. Beast hit 6 million subscribers, I decided to train, both physically and mentally. And before I knew it, I had my chance to face the Beast.
Yeah, it is like Doherty. Tyler Oliveira is the Jack Doherty of right-wing slop, right-wing street journalism in air quotes. Great take, Chatter.
Again.
Tyler Oliveira has evolved in the time that he's been on YouTube, but his core mission has never changed: to win influence and attention at all costs. At the start of this video, I noted a simple piece of advice that Tyler gave his audience shortly after launching his channel. Sell yourself as the person they want you to be. And sure enough, that is the precise code Tyler has lived and still lives by. It started with him embarrassing himself to draw attention, leeching off larger YouTubers, and copying their styles and formats to possess even a fraction of their clout. He went through the motions of content creation and developed a formula that would keep him successful. Then, as people's tastes evolved, he found himself directed towards investigative content, often showing other people in harrowing or compromising situations. However, without the necessary nuance, and with Tyler often emphasizing scandal and shock value over productive conversation, never really straying too far from his rather tabloid roots, it really just became glorified poverty porn, which in turn drew criticism from those he portrayed or interviewed. Going out on a limb here, but I don't think Tyler ever understood the plights of the destitute. After all, we're talking about a guy who tried to soak up a swimming pool with paper towels. But over time, he decided that rather than tap into the inherent...
He used to do unboxing videos. He did everything. He did self-help guru stuff too. He literally has done everything. There's a lot of stuff in this video that Jabri put out that I didn't know about Tyler Oliveira as well.
Human pity people may feel
You say, I've never even heard of this Tyler guy, but if you go look at his view counts, you will understand how devastating it is. Because this is not just about Tyler Oliveira. This is like, oh, it's so much worse. It's, oh, Jesus Christ. It's about where YouTube slop is going.
On Christmas Eve,
like where YouTube slop is going is so devastating. Inside the Dominican Republic's most dangerous hood, inside of Philadelphia's real-life zombie outbreak, Vancouver, Disneyland for drug addicts, inside the rise of Germany's neo-Nazis, air quote, I investigated George Floyd's murder, inside the country that kills disabled people, England, where free speech is illegal. Like, the canceled YouTuber who became Europe's most feared politician. I mean, I don't know about that one. But basically, it's dire. Like, a lot of gamer channels are just doing right-wing politics coverage. It seems to be the new meta. Yeah. Brandon Buckingham does this type of shit too. I'm not going to lie, and I've said this before already, but like, as much as Brandon Fuckingham loves the pedophile neo-Nazi Sam Hyde, even he does like from the clips that I have seen and the subject matter that he covers, he actually does a better job than Tyler Oliveira on a lot of the issues that he quote unquote investigates. It's not my cup of tea, and I certainly am not a fan of the guy, but you know, Tyler Oliveira is so obviously tilted his content in this like slop. I do not know why he hates you. What do you mean? Of course you don't know why he hates me. What do you mean? He's a fan of a pedophile neo-Nazi by the name of Sam Hyde. Tommy G is turning right-wing. It seems he always gets political and focuses on right-wing beliefs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's so many of these content creators out there that initially start off like Tommy G also is like he's done a lot of interesting coverage. Tommy G, like what that was the guy that did the Kia Boys one, right? Sam is a pedo. 22-month subscriber asking me if Sam Hyde is a pedophile. The answer is yes, dude. Yes. Numerous. I didn't know a single damn thing about this motherfucker until he was like, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. And everything I learned about this dude is against my will. All right? Explain why Sam is a neo-Nazi pedo. Brandon's actually pretty ethical or everything. Pedo neo-Nazi. Explain why Sam Hyde is a pedophile neo-Nazi. He gave $5,000 to the Andrew Anglin Defense Fund and routinely talks about neo-Nazi shit. And also has numerous credible allegations about like beating the shit out of underage girls that he is sexually assaulted. How did these people like what? Genuinely was curious. I saw this would take an ounce of Googling. Please do not engage. Yeah. At this point, even people who have previously collaborated with him, even people who had previously collaborated with him when he was on his Fuck Hasan arc that knew he was a neo-Nazi have decided to openly call him a neo-Nazi, by the way. And yes, I'm referring to Destiny. A A fact I brought up to Brandon Fuckingham when he tried to talk to me all friendly like in the aftermath of the Creator Clash gathering. Yeah. I spoke to this guy who told me he would rather steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from child cancer research in exchange for not being in the same room as someone he suspected of being a Nazi. All his friends agreed. It's funny how you were talking about making amends and being chill regardless of our differences and beliefs. Then 2 months later, grew the balls to tweet this. Bro was red in the face and stuttering while talking to us too. Funny. Yeah, that's him. They took a little sneak shot here. A little creep shot. And then only months later posted it, which made it really funny. What makes it really funny, this is crazy. He went to Lebanon. No, that's why I'm saying, like, I'm willing to look at even someone this bad in a very different light if they're going all the way out to Lebanon and like talking to people in southern Lebanon that have been bombed by Israel. Okay. Having said that, however, you know, do what you will with this information that has been presented to you. Why is he red? I don't know. I don't know why he was so uncomfortable. Maybe because I had called his favorite content creator who he's wearing the shirt of a pedophile neo-Nazi. Let's continue.
For the underprivileged, he wanted to tap into the anger at those who he believed were disenfranchising them. At first, these were institutions, politicians, people, or organizations who criticized him, but eventually this mission became more politically charged as he focused his aim on immigrants, refugees, and minorities. Now, I don't think Tyler could even tell the difference between the three, but I don't think he'd even care to. As he was cast aside by those with any shred of integrity, he allied with increasingly extremist figures, those who would gladly accept any coverage from the mainstream, which has in turn influenced Tyler's videos, to the point that he's gone from talking about cities that struggle with homelessness to entertaining violent far-right figures, shining them in a heroic light, and entertaining whatever conspiracy theories they may advocate, which was hardly an unexpected pivot. The far-right regularly looks after their own, regardless of what transgressions they may have to their name. For someone like Tyler, whose reputation as a journalist was constantly being called into question by those who were concerned about his coverage of current affairs, he would always be defended by those who supported his agenda, regardless of what he said or did and whether it was actually accurate or fair. In the face of his critics, he continues to defend himself under the thin veil of just asking questions. It's not like his Twitter nowadays hides his overt political bias, but in the content, he still tries to present himself as an honest observer, rather than the flagrant opportunist he actually is. If you ask people like Tommy Robinson for their life stories and offer practically no pushback on anything they say, then you are uncritically platforming, not actually creating an accurate or challenging portrait. His buddy Jonathan Cho could have told him that. I'm sure he'd protest that nobody on the left or center wants to talk to him, which can't imagine why that would be, but we all know why he's doing this. The dude is out for himself, and that's always been abundantly clear whenever he has to confront criticism. You rarely see any self-reflection, you just see the fragility of his ego on full display.
Really, honestly, I don't feel like you're racist, I just feel like you're just a dick, that's your character. I'm not a dick!
Hell, he doesn't even have to respond to criticism anymore, he can just say he's triggering the libs and immediately court the same—
What is it? Hasan is officially my bitch. After pathetically drafting a tweet on live stream to respond to mine, he realizes the ratio is inevitable and accepts defeat. Stay off of Twitter for the next 7 days and I'll forgive you for existing. I own you. That's crazy.
The same uncritical audience he's pandering to on his YouTube channel. I think it's really important to emphasize that people like Tyler don't want us to ever actually overcome the problems
he owns me. He owned my ass, dude.
Reports on. It's why he gave up actually exploring the causes of these issues a long time ago. He doesn't want people to be informed, he just wants them to be ignorant and angry, because that is when conflict arises.
Don't wave at me, you sorry saying.
I tell them like it is. Man, I don't like them. I don't like them, and I want them to know I don't like them. Pack up and move back to Haitieville, wherever the you're from.
He wants this disruption to thrive so he could go into ground zero with a microphone and a camera interviewing those who...
Why does he pose like an alpha bro? I don't know. I do know, actually. That's not...
stoke the division. He thrives on anger, on conflict, on suffering, and the destruction that often brings. And of course, we should be angry sometimes, given the state of our world. Things are messed up beyond comprehension. But we should also have an idea of what we want to do about the problems that pervade our society as well. The first step is to understand these problems, and that will never come down to one demographic or one person. It's an institutional rot, one that will require a lot of time and concerted effort to seriously address. People want simple answers and identifiable enemies because it's what seems the most manageable, and in Tyler's case, profitable. But most of the time, that's simply not the case. And I do think it's our job as commentators to make sure there isn't just this irresponsible scapegoating and speculation that could escalate into more prejudice and violence. While he has followers who are willing to watch this content, donate to his channel, and pay for his Patreon, Tyler Oliveira has no reason to change. In fact, with mind to his philosophy, it may be the motive to only push him further and further into misinformation under the frivolous guise of journalism. My only hope is that Tyler's shameless greed and selfishness will eventually betray him once people's preferences for content shifts again, and he finds himself saddled by videos that are no longer rewarding, and any new popular genres that he could tie himself to don't take well to creators who fawn after fascists. But as said earlier, the far right will probably take him in as long as he still has some sort of following. He may end up on Fox News, or maybe in Washington as the new Attorney General. I mean, only time will tell. But when you look at what real journalists put themselves through on a daily basis, it shows that a lot of people don't actually care about learning what's going on in the world. They just want their views reinforced by shallow, sensationalist bullshit. And Tyler just so happens to be the courier of that crap. A Lou Bloom type, so lacking in basic morals and original thoughts that all he can do is mirror the culture's ugliest habits. And maybe that's a reflection on all of...
Oh no. Bradley found the tweet, the Hope Corps. Hold on, I gotta say. Have you guys seen the Hope Corps edit of my classic take, going to the gym makes you gay? He just sent it to me. He's like, this is hilarious. Hold on. I gotta show this to you. You go to the gym, you're gay. The more you go to the gym, the gay. Have you guys seen this before? I reposted on my TikTok the other day, but it's sitting at 1 million views. You go to the gym, you're gay. The more you go to the gym, the gayer you get. You know what's making our children queer? Bradley Martin. He owns the gym. What's gayer than literally purchasing real estate with the specific goal of having as many burly man butt inside of there sweating? When you purchase a gym, your goal is to make dudes sexier than they were yesterday. You go to the gym. Hope Corps over my rants make it so much funnier. Like, Hope Corps over dumbass things that I say on a daily basis is just is the method. It's so true. What did he say? Oh, he loved it. He thought it was really funny. I'm new. Has anyone credible ever attempted to cancel you? What do you mean? Like, credible? Hope Corps is the best format. You posting this on Red Note? Fox News. Fox News has attempted to cancel me a couple times, but hi, I'm new here. Please list all the public attacks on you. Yeah. Fox News has attempted to cancel me. The worst member of the U.S. House of Representatives from the Democratic Party tried to cancel me. But you asked for credibility, so I don't know. Richie Torres, not a very credible guy. He did try to I mean, he used the congressional letterhead. I have the same question. Is anyone who's generally usually a good person and credible but misguided when it comes to you in this case try to come for you? No. Not that I can think of. I'm sure I've caught strays from people who I otherwise would like, who otherwise would agree with me because they've been duped. But what is this? There's also
You're an
this.
American, drink regular soda, man. What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
Who the hell looks at water and goes, you know what this needs? Not sugar, not sweetener, not some delicious yellow 5 chemicals that make mice transparent, but just a little bit of throat pleasures. If you drink sparkling water, you think you live in Europe. Okay, oh, I'm gonna go visit the Alps, like on a holiday. No, you're not, Deborah. Okay, you're an accountant. You don't get holiday. You live in America. There is no concept of holiday.
The music makes it so much better. Who was the Aussie guy who said he assumed you were mean until he met you last year in person? Oh, the journo, the Aussie journo, boys with boy and I did a thing. I'm forgetting his name right now. Oh my God, what's wrong with me? Geordies, friendly Geordies. More Hope Corps.
Have you ever applied for Chinese citizenship?
Senator, I served my nation in Singapore. No, I did not.
Have you ever been a member of the Chinese Communist Party?
Senator, I'm Singaporean. No.
Have you ever been associated or affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party?
I don't think this works that well. The original is way funnier. It was Anything for Views. No, Anything for Views is not a journalist, dude. Chad is not a journalist.
Us too. A tangible sign of that exact institutional rot. It's also a sign that something does need to change if we want interlopers like Oliveira to become irrelevant. Whether that's improving the conditions on the streets or decreasing people's angst towards fellow human beings, we absolutely need to work harder to improve the systems at the heart of our society. To stop people feeling the way they feel when they watch Oliveira's content and think that he offers any sort of answer to their problems. Most well-meaning creators who report on this stuff aren't threatened by the idea that their job might become obsolete in a utopia, but
Call me
Tyler
Pancakes.
is. And that's
Thank you for the
because he
10
has
gifted
nothing
subs.
actually constructive or original to offer society, and he never has. His whole shtick is copying other people's content, writing off other people's narratives, and being the vessel for whatever agenda he thinks is going to bolster his bank account. This is a guy who was previously so sympathetic to drug addicts who have their products laced with fentanyl, barely a year later using fentanyl intoxication as a point to imply that George Floyd wasn't murdered. We are living in an increasingly divided world. Tension is inevitable, and unfortunately so is the fact that influential figures exist to take advantage of such tension. Figures like Tyler Oliveira. Tyler is a scumbag, but he's also a shallow reflection of society. A person who shifts his morals on the basis of who's watching. A man who is what his audience wants him to be. Our job should not be to merely address him, but to address the conditions that make content like his so profitable. Then maybe we can begin making popular investigative journalism on YouTube more representative of the world we live in and send Tyler Oliveira back to doing whatever this is. I still blame Mr. Beast.
Great video. Great video from friend of the show, Jabri. Fantastic, well researched, well sourced, good opinions overall, 10-10, no notes. Okay, I'm done for the day. I'm so tired. Had a long ass day. I'm already feeling a little under the weather. We'll do the Bill Burr interview tomorrow. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of yet another banger episode of the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm going to be watching a movie most likely tomorrow. Just so you know. What up? What up? What the hell is that? Oh, nice. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be watching a movie tomorrow on stream, a documentary with permission from the creators. The documentary is called Union, all caps. That's right. We're gonna be watching the ALU and its rise to unionization. Love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. I don't know when the Oxford video will be released. All right, bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.